Okay. సరిపోతుంది ఇంకొకటి వీళ్ళందరూ లైన్ గా నిలబడండి. ఓకే ఓ స్టార్ట్ అయిందా? ఓకే ప్లీజ్ ఆక్యుపై యువర్ సీట్స్. యా సో యూ ప్రొజెక్ట్ మై బాబు నా ప్రజెంటేషన్ నేను చూసుకోవాలి. Yeah, so you project on the screen. Yeah, so behalf of General Chair of BDA 2022, I welcome you to IIIT Hyderabad to participate in 10th International Conference on Big Data Analytics and BDA 2022 IIIT Hyderabad. My name is P. Krishna Reddy. I'm a professor at Data Analytics and Research Center at IIIT Hyderabad. So one thing is that this is an emotional moment for us because IIIT Hyderabad is celebrating 25th year, Silver Jubilee year this year. So each of us who are more than 10 years here are becoming emotional. And it is like a mother for us, and we are here. We have spent most of our life here, like PJ and everybody actually. It's a great moment for us. This is our IIIT Hyderabad 20th year logo. And also IIIT Hyderabad IHOP Data is going to deliver 10-minute talk at 11 o'clock today. It has sponsored this event. Next slide. Oh, next, okay. So we have inaugural session here. Here we have dignitaries. We thank them. We have, I request Professor PJ Narayanan to come to dais and occupy the dais. Please come. And yeah, I also request B. Jagadishwar Rao. Vice Chancellor of Central University. I also request Venkatramana, Dr. Venkatramana, Vice Chancellor of IGKT Basra. Chakravarti Bhagavate is not here. Is he here? Yeah, please come, sir. Please come. I think yesterday he confirmed. I thought, please come here. A. Srinivas Reddy, Principal, CMR Engineering College. Please come here. Sanjay Kumar Madriya, IIIT Hyderabad. Sorry, not IIIT Hyderabad. He is our steering committee chair. Okay, you are part of anyway IIIT Hyderabad. He is a steering committee member of BDA. Professor Y. Narahari, please come here, sir. Dr. Raj Sharman, Professor Raj Sharman, Sunny Buffalo. Please come. Anybody remaining? I think so. Please. I think if anybody else, I think I covered everybody. Please sit down. I request students to just hand over bouquets to guests actually, one by one. Please start from there, from here, Professor Narahari and yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you take a photograph. Yeah. 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 Thank you, Professor Rashaman. Yeah. Thank you. So the schedule of inauguration is as follows. I will make about short presentation about BDA so that everybody will know about BDA. Then after that, I request Professor B.J. Rao to give a short message. Then after that, Professor PJN will conclude with the message. This is the plan. Okay. So next, again, we want to highlight this. IIIT Hyderabad is celebrating its Silver Jubilee in 2022. We are happy to host this conference, and there are 100 participants who paid the registration fees, attended. A lot of people might be coming out. There are participants from different civil engineering colleges across Kerala and South India, North India. Some serious industry participants are already there. Already yesterday participated in the conference. BDA, this is the 10th in the series. Previous 2 editions are online, as you know, due to COVID. We made it physical because you know the online is always online. In the physical, for every conference is a lifelong cherished memory moment. So you don't forget the conferences you participate physically. I never forgot the conferences I participated physically. Okay, I hope this will be one of the memorable moments for you. For those first time, definitely you will not forget rest of your life actually. Okay. So yeah, this is held in physical mode. We had very, very nominal registration fees. The quality of this conference, if you want to participate in abroad, you have to pay about $1,000. We want to provide a quality opportunity for Indian participants, international experience. Our regular registration fee is 12,000 rupees, those who have paper. Academician 6,000 and industry 12,000 again. Student 3,000 rupees. If there are group registrations, if academician 3 more accommodation registered 15,000, 5,000 we reduce by 1,000. Industry again they got same treatment. Student 2,500, more than 3 students registered. There are a lot of institutes exploited this opportunity, sent about 10 students, 3-4 institutes actually. Overall, we got 90 registrations paid and complimentary. Overall, our students are also benefiting. I think our 120 to 130 participants will participate in this next 3 days proceeding. Overall, we got 41 submissions. Normally, BDA used to receive 70 submissions. I don't know what happened this year. I experienced with other conferences also, they are receiving less submissions. Due to 1 year research will be next year submissions. We tried a lot. And overall, we accepted 14 full papers and 14 short papers. A program committee consists of data analytics researchers from academia, industry, from India, Ireland, Norway, Canada, Estonia, and USA. Each submission was reviewed by at least 2-3 reviewers from program committee, discussed by PC chair before acceptance. These are a list of keynote talks. We have got Professor Y. Narahari is going to deliver keynote talk. Now, just after this inaugural, we got Professor Raj Sharman. He's from Sunny Buffalo. He's going to deliver tomorrow's keynote talk. We got Philip Fourier-Wager. He's going to deliver last keynote talk from Shenzhen University. He's online talk. Professor Sanjay Madhira is going to deliver afternoon keynote talk. He's from University of Missouri, Rolla. We got list of invited talk. Professor Bapiraju will deliver invited talk on cognitive science and data science topic. Professor Dr. Arvind Agrawal, IBM Research, will deliver talk on machine learning. Sridhar Vishwanathan is going to deliver invited talk on data science in banking, the industry talk. We got panel session, data science for sustainable development goals. It will be participated by Professor Master Kisrigo from University of Tokyo, Professor Langbing Khao from University of Technology, Sydney, Yun Singh Ko from University of Auckland, New Zealand, and Professor J.C. Srivastava from University of Minnesota. Professor Shantanu Chowdhury is from IIT Delhi, but he is currently director of IIT Jodhpur. And it will be moderated by Dr. Philip and myself. It is going to be a wonderful panel talk, and across the globe, we are going to, we requested them discuss how to research data science on sustainable development goals listed by UN. I'm the steering committee chair, and we have honorary chair, Professor P.J. Narayanan, Professor B.S. Murthy, IIT Hyderabad, and Sharma Chakravarti. And we got program committee chairs, Arvind Agrawal, Partha Pratim Roy, Tyrone Lee from China. We got workshop chairs, Satish Narayana Sriram of University of Hyderabad, Radhakrishna from NIT Warangal, Sonali Agarwal from IIT Allahabad, publication chair, Uday Kiran, University of Aiju, sponsorship chair, Anirban Mandal from Ashoka University. We got tutorial chairs, Vikram Goel from IIT Delhi, Rajiv Gupta from Microsoft, Kalidas from IIT Tirupati, Minal Kantidas, IIT Palakkad, Vikram Pudi, IIT Hyderabad, Philip from Shenzhen University. We got Tian Din, Kyoto University for publicity chairs, Kumar Swami for CMR Engineering College. He is our PhD alumni here, two students, and also P. Satish Kumar from IIT Roorkee. We acknowledge IIT Hyderabad as well as IHOP Data, IIT Hyderabad for sponsoring this event. And we got partners who have sent their participants and who organize workshops. Just quickly, JNU, Ashoka University, IIT Delhi, IIT Bangalore, and University of Hyderabad, IHOP Anubhuti, IIT Delhi Foundation, Nalsar University of Law, OP Jindal University, RV Technology Institute, HPC Systems, Internet Society of India, and Telangana Agriculture University, and Rajiv Gandhi University of Technology, Basra. So all these have supported in one another way to, for a success of this conference. I thank each one of them for coming forward to support this conference. We got a publication. Our proceedings are going to be published by Springer. It's going to come within 15 days online. There was a delay, but all titles and abstracts are provided in the proceedings. If you want those papers, those PDFs are with me. You can demand it any time, I will give you. So we got a steering committee, excellent steering committee. Members are from IIT Bangalore, IIT Delhi, and across all the world. You can check the proceedings. Now, finally, our students, Srinivas Reddy, Saideep Chennupati, Chandrasekhar, Mamata, Narendra Babu, Bhumendra, Abhinash, Priyarshita, Janvi, they worked a lot for this conference. In addition, I thank all the authors. Also, I thank all administration, Shirisha Salaka, Srinivasulu, General Admin, Manoj Kumar, Finance, Sunori, and Vijay, Outreach, and also other administration people for making this program a great success. The program consists of 4 keynote talks, 14 research papers, 3 invited talks, a panel, 4 tutorial, 4 workshops. We have 4 keynote talks, I already told you, refer the proceedings, 3 invited talks, a panel, already, you can check it. We got 4 tutorials. Excellent tutorials for identifying your research topics, especially for students. Yesterday we had a workshops on data science for justice delivery, data science for air quality, and also there is a high performance. The another is universal acceptance and email address identification. They went very well. Each workshop consists of 50 participants attended from morning to evening. They were not leaving the hall. So that was the situation for the workshop. Today also, I hope everything will happen in this room. Entire conference will happen in this room. I hope you will enjoy this conference. We request you to attend all the sessions, exploit the maximum, benefit more. And I thank you very much for your participation. On behalf of General Chair, I thank you. On behalf of IIIT, we thank everybody. Now I request Professor B.J. Rao to come and send a message, give a message.
Good morning to all of you. I feel deeply privileged to be part of this gathering. I want to thank PJN Garu, Venkatramana Garu, Bhagavati Garu, and others who are on the dais for inviting me here as an inaugural talk. The title of this 4-day celebration, which is part of your Silver Jubilee celebration, is very, very enticing. Big data analytics. Big data is everywhere. Whether you like it or not, it is staring at you, it is entering into you. Now, when you look at big data, the original genesis for big data happened in classical physics, high energy physics, particle physics, astrophysics, which gave rise to tons of data, still giving rise to tons of data decades ago, now, etc. And that's the real data. From the real data came out God particles and other fundamental discoveries in physics. So that's the data that actually gave us the entry into the real big data world. And then, of course, big data transformed itself into data of all types of values, all types of quality range. We have now a lot of data in genomics, which is a very high quality, from where we learn a lot about genomic functions, because genomes are patterned. By looking at the patterns, you can decipher how the genomes might be functioning. That will direct us to important testable hypotheses and experiments. So that's another set of very important data. Now, in the real world also, you have data. Sometimes very bad data to bad enough data, average data, and somewhat moderately good data and very good data. So you have all types of data staring at us. So therefore, one of the biggest challenges of big data analytics is to really distinguish chaff from the seeds. That is the first challenge. Because if you deal with bad data, you're dealing with nothing almost, wasting your time, right? And there's a lot of bad data around. So one must be able to distinguish the quality of data very, very early on. Otherwise, we are in a whirlpool of all kinds of things. Now, the challenge for all big data analytics is to really filter out a lot of bad data from the good data, which is actually where the system is largely moving towards. And once you have somewhat kosher data, then very, very meaningful conclusions are possible if you do it well. This whole business of data analytics is so multidisciplinary that you can actually look at the patterns, value additions, not only from deep science to social sciences, humanities, and whatnot. So all these activities come under a large umbrella called big data science. Now, the word science there is an add-on word. Science per se has certain sanctified code that you need to be able to test it, that you need to be able to falsify. That's when it becomes science, right? However, data as data science is a different connotation. I do not believe that Karl Popper can be tested there. However, it is still a data science. It's very largely used as a data science. So it is a process where we look at how the whole societal framework is behaving in terms of many, many activities. I think I see agriculture also as a part of this data science here, and cognitive behavior as a part of data science approaches, etc. So you can see a wide range of human activities come under this umbrella called big data science. It is very unclear at the outset how well we are doing in trying to decipher important, significant conclusions from all these human activities using big data analytics. I think the jury is still out, in my opinion, because many times the conclusions are very, very tentative, even very controversial. So therefore, this field has to evolve certain methodology to self-correct itself, which is part of the hard science. If you make mistakes in hard science today, it gets corrected tomorrow by some method or the other. It will come back and hit you in hard science. I am not sure whether in big data, which is called big data science now, whether there are enough tools to come back and hit you, say, shut down, this is not correct. So we need to really evolve this whole system towards that kind of methodology of science when it becomes really a science. That, I think, is a big challenge. In fact, that is a future challenge. How to falsify the conclusions in big data science by proper scientific methodology. Of course, this whole business of data analytics is limited by the computational powers. We still have limitations in terms of the way we process, how fast we can process, how well we can process, how well we can store and retrieve across distances. These are still some challenges. The developing world is still facing these challenges. There is cost to it. So all these practical challenges are there, along with the challenges of parking this properly in the science field. If there is a breakthrough in quantum computing to the level that one wants, then I think that the whole flavor of data science will change rapidly. The communication speeds will go through the roof, and then we will have very large processing, speeds, unimaginably large speeds, with which I think we would probably bring in data science flavor to a level that is, in fact, mind-boggling. And that may not be too far into the future. It's likely that maybe a few years down the lane, within a decade, we will be looking into very, very different world in terms of how we exist in the society, how we will be engulfed by data analytics because of the ease with which one can do it. So it is even possible these kind of physical structures, classroom structures, auditoria may not exist. All of us have to probably join only in the clouds. Because the data is there, easy to retrieve, you can store in whichever way you want, and you can crosstalk with the world the way you want. So physical traps would probably diminish in the decades to come. So it will be a very, very different world. And that is when the real challenges of big data analytics will actually stare at us. And I think that maybe a different paradigm shift will happen if quantum computing takes it proper shape and form that is accessible to the society. So it's a beautiful world to look forward to, never a dull moment. I'm sure youngsters are all here to look forward to that kind of decade. When we were growing up, we didn't imagine this world. So therefore, there will be very, very intriguing and very, very fascinating and never a dull moment future. This is the entry point. These kind of celebrations are the entry points. And from these, we'll make some mistakes. We'll keep making some mistakes, but we'll eventually mature into making this data analytics into a hard science. With these thoughts, I want to say thank you. Namaste to all of you.
Now I request Professor P.J. Narayanan, Director IIIT Hyderabad, to give a message.
Good morning to people on the dais, on people who come attending this, and welcome to IIIT as the post-institution head. I would welcome you here. Enjoy the conference, enjoy our nice and small campus, walk around, interact with our other students so that everybody benefits. So after this COVID, couple of years of, we are all sleeping almost, or we are online. Now I see this year so many, there are 5 or 6 events that are coordinated by or conducted at IIIT Hyderabad happening in the 2-week, 3-week period. So I think we are having revenge celebration for all the things that we missed. And but it's good to have people, good to see people in a room and talk to someone, walking up to them and talking. And this conference, I believe, is the second time being organized in Hyderabad by IIIT, and Krishna Reddy has been, as a steering committee chair, etc., has been a big mover behind it. And as I was not going to say anything more than just welcoming you, but listening to Professor B.J. Rao, I just want to add, I thank him for his comments of connecting data science with hard science. I think that's a hard challenge. Today, this what you said is being felt in different ways about, data being used for all kinds of purposes. There is a joke I heard some time ago saying, if you torture data enough, it'll confess to anything. So you can derive any conclusion you want by, torturing it or using it in an appropriate or inappropriate way. And that's true. And this is, we are seeing it's very social ramification in terms of, the whole fake news or, analytics done on social media or other profiling people. And it's all great analysis could be used to good use, but being used all kinds of purposes. And that's a huge problem. And I think as we are all in the euphoria phase of data science, AI, all these are mixed now, right? But I think the word of caution, or in terms of what he said, we should develop into a hard science. I think that's a good way of understanding where any conclusion drawn has a definite way of, validating it. Today we talk about, explainability in AI. AI system just predicts something, or data, this analytics system. You don't know why this happened. And that those are not good situations. The science is based on evidence and hard backtracking on where we ended up and from where, etc. So I wish that kind of things will come into not just this conference, in the minds of all the researchers in this area, not only in this room but also outside. And this become only the last 4 or 5 years that it's been recognized that this AI and data based things produce can make any prediction. Are they valid? Are they harmful? Are they biased? I mean, because the data itself is not, especially data on the social aspect, not about maybe high voltage physics is fine, but data on people are collected, and depending on the source and depending on the intention of the source, there may be biases in there, and that results in all kinds of real harm done to people. And there are many examples now, so that's the community has woken up to that, and I hope that gains a lot of attention in the future. I welcome you all to this our campus and conference. I'm sure you will have a wonderful time for the next 3 days. Come back to IIIT often, those who are not from here, and see you all, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, PJN, for the message. And now I request you to accept as a token of presentation. So a small gift from us. Yeah. Okay, now we'll start with the keynote talk. I request Professor Vikram Pudi to chair the session, and we are going to have a keynote talk by Professor Narhar. Thank you. You can just occupy.
Okay, so shall I start? Okay, so meanwhile, we'll start the next session. It's my absolute pleasure to present our keynote speaker today. So Professor Y. Narahari. So he is one of my teachers when I had studied at IISc Bangalore. Okay, so Professor Y. Narahari, he did his ME and PhD from the Department of Computer Science and Automation, CSA, in IISc Bangalore in 1984 and 1987. Then next he joined as faculty in the same department in CSA. For briefly, he had he went to other places. So in 92, he was a postdoctoral researcher at the Laboratory for Information and Decision Systems in MIT, Cambridge. And in 97, he was a visiting scientist on sabbatical at the National Institute of Standards and Technology in Maryland, USA. Okay, so after that, he became the chair of the Department of Computer Science and Automation during 2010 to 2014. And then he was the dean of the division of EECS, that is the entire Electrical, Electronics, and Computer Sciences from 2014 till recently in 2021. He was also chairing the Office of DIGITS, which is Digital Campus and Information Technology Services from 2016 to 2020. And his focus in research is to apply game theory. So it's quite an interdisciplinary area. So connecting core mathematics with computer science, with game theory, mechanism design, and machine learning to research problems at the interface of computer science and economics. So you can see it's connecting several areas here. In particular, he is interested in algorithmic game theory, design of auctions and electronic markets, dynamic mechanisms with learning, crowdsourcing, online education, social network analysis, and blockchains. So he has a wide range of interests. And to expand on the interdisciplinary aspect, so today we have his talk on connecting these ideas with agriculture. So, and I'm sure, how do you connect something like game theory and these subjects with agriculture? It seems like, they're not very connected. So I hope it'll be an, fascinating talk for all of us to learn something, and look forward to this. So I invite Narahari onto the stage.
Thank you, Vikram, for a very long introduction. It took away 2 minutes of my talk time. And thank you, Professor Krishna Reddy, for providing me this wonderful opportunity to come and speak at the Big Data Analytics Conference. And this is a conference which is now 10 years old. And I must really compliment the organizers because it's a very contemporary topic. And having thought about this conference 10 years back, that shows the kind of vision you had 10 years back. And I'm glad that this conference is going from strength to strength. So this is when Professor Krishna Reddy, sent me an email maybe 5 months back or 6 months back, then within 1 minute, I replied to that email saying that I will be very glad to give this talk. Because I was also looking for an opportunity where I could talk about something that I had done only in the last two or 2.5 years. So my age in this area is only 2.5 years. But I thought this is an area, it's a wonderful area where data analytics can play an extremely important role. And as you would see, the kind of impact that it can create on the Indian agriculture ecosystem is seen to be believed. He's seen to be. So let me provide first of all a context for this work here. The context is basically provided by the small and marginal farmers of India, who are very, very large numbers. We'll actually look at some statistics very soon. So the desire was to do something using whatever little we knew. For example, we have been working on game theory for quite a few years. And then we have been working on AI techniques, machine learning and deep learning techniques for some time. So we thought, why not do something for Indian agriculture? This was actually triggered by a conversation with a good friend of mine called Mr. Ramana, who is in the startup ecosystem. And he was telling me that data analytics must be applied to the area of Indian agriculture. And then I had a chance meeting with Dr. Surya Kumar, who happens to be the Deputy Managing Director of the National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, NABARD. And so in this conversation, it was very clear that an organization like NABARD is like the Reserve Bank of India for agriculture. It was very clear to me that NABARD might be interested in some farmer or agriculture-oriented work, especially in the context of the so-called farmer producer organizations or farmer collectives or farmer cooperatives, a concept which has been championed by NABARD, with almost like 10,000 FPOs being started in the Indian context. So after a presentation was given to NABARD, NABARD had some belief in us, and they sanctioned a project because of which, about 2 years back, we initiated this work on how game theory, first of all, the topic in which we have some familiarity, and then random processes, because everything about agriculture is random. So random processes are very, very important for modeling agriculture. And then AI, and of course, machine learning. And machine learning, of course, clearly includes deep learning also, and for agriculture. So game theory, random process, AI, ML for agriculture gave us a fantastic acronym called Grama. So with this Grama initiative, we started off the NABARD project. This was about 1.5 years back. And this project itself has 4 parts to it. The first part is which we call prepare. It's actually price prediction. We have a very nice expansion for this acronym also. And then we have acre, which is agriculture crop recommendation. Then we have promise, which is agri input procurement. And finally, prosper, which is actually a marketplace for selling. So with these 4 as the building blocks of the Grama project, so we initiated this a couple of years back. And that is what I am actually going to present to you in my talk today. So to set the context further, one has to appreciate the importance of sustainability in the agriculture context, for the simple reason that agriculture is by far the largest sector in India, contributing 18% to the GDP and 15% indirectly. So about 33% of GDP. It actually employs approximately 50% of labor force directly. And the exports are worth approximately $41 billion in 2021. So this is a very clear reason why sustainability is so important for Indian agriculture. But then there is an unfortunate dichotomy in as far as Indian agriculture goes. On the one hand, India happens to be the second largest food producer in the world. However, it is 71st in the Global Food Security Index. You can see the contradiction here. Then it is the second largest producer of rice and wheat. However, it is found that the global leaders are able to produce 10 times higher yield in both rice and wheat. And finally, 1 billion tons of food commodities per year are produced by India, but it turns out to be 101st in global hunger index. So you can see the dichotomy here, and this is all the more reason why, if there are techniques, if there is interventions of technology that can improve the situation in Indian agriculture, we must embrace that kind of technologies. If you look at the small and marginal farmers, by definition, these are farmers who own less than 5 acres of land, and their number is a staggering 125 million, which constitutes 87% of the farmers in India. And then these marginal and small farmers actually support 45% of the Indian population. And they earn, in most cases, less than 5,000 rupees per month. So that is the kind of situation in which our small and marginal farmers are. And if you look at the crop life cycle, agricultural crop life cycle, there is uncertainty everywhere. Whether you look at crop planning and input procurement and decisions like which crop to grow, when to sow, how to procure seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides, and how to source farm equipment, how to get insurance and credit. This is the crop planning and input procurement phase. If you're looking at the farming operations, now there are so many uncertainties about weather, irrigation, pest control, and monitoring. And if you're looking at harvest and post-harvest, when to harvest, which market to go to for selling your produce, and cold storage, and the logistics and supply chain issues, and the food processing, there are so many uncertainties associated with almost every aspect of farming operations, both pre and post harvest. So one of the things that NABARD as a bank has been able to champion is the concept of farmer producer organizations or farmer collectives. So a promising way to reduce uncertainty is through farmer cooperation. Can you bring the farmers together and do things in a way that it is good for all of them? So that is the notion of, so that's the concept behind farmer collectives. And so essentially, they are able to exploit economies of scale. And it turns out that India right now has more than 60,000 farmer producer organizations, of which almost like 10,000 are supported by NABARD. But again, there is a dichotomy here. They're all in the nascent stage, and there are not many success stories as far as farmer collectives go. There is a tremendous potential for farmer collectives to do things together, but the promise is yet to be realized. There are a wide variety of things that farmers will be able to do together here, as shown by this picture here. But however, unfortunately, the notion of farmer producer organizations itself has not taken off in a big way in the Indian context. So it was the desire of NABARD that if we can somehow mobilize the resources through the FPOs at almost every stage of the agricultural operations, perhaps we will be able to do something. And this is where we thought we will make some field visits to some farmer producer organizations in and around Bangalore and try to understand on the ground what the situation is. So we actually made detailed visits to 2 FPOs, and both of them happened to be horticulture FPOs. The first one is this place called Rajghatta, which is about 40 kilometers in Doddaballapur Taluk in Bangalore district. And here there is a horticulture FPO. There are as many as 1,000 farmers who are part of this FPO. And they have all come together. They are members of this FPO. And the FPO is involved in both the input operations and output operations. And this particular FPO has been fairly successful in helping out farmers on the input side. So when I say input side, farmers always need 3 or 4 different kinds of inputs. They need high quality seeds. They need high quality fertilizers. They also need high quality pesticides, and they will also need farm equipment. So on the input side, this particular Rajghatta FPO has actually been able to help out the farmers in a fairly successful way. And on the output side means providing the market outreach to the farmers, doing some marketing on behalf of the farmers, and enabling to selling them in the markets at prices that will be good for the farmers. So that's the output side. We found that Rajghatta FPO has not been able to do much on the output side. So we went to another FPO, farmer producer organization called Anekal. So this is again a horticulture FPO. Again, 1,000 farmers are members of this. And it turns out that they have a poly house of 100 acres, total growing area of 2,000 acres, 650 acres of just tomato, 400 acres of just beans, and so on. It's a wonderful farmer collective. So here we found that not only on the input side, but also on the output side, a farmer producer organization can actually benefit the farmers in a fairly successful way. So then we found that the state of Karnataka itself has thousands of FPOs. And the two FPOs that we saw are in some sense the more successful of the FPOs in Karnataka. In other words, 90 to 95% of the FPOs in the state of Karnataka are not doing well, whereas only about 5% of the FPOs seem to be doing well. So this is where we thought there is an opportunity here for improving the efficiency and the success rate of the FPOs. And indeed, these were our key observations. So first of all, I think farmers face challenges on the input side and as well as on the output side. So that's the first observation that we were able to make. The second very important observation is that the intermediaries, the so-called brokers and middlemen, hold sway over the farmers because they give them a lot of credit. And farmers don't have money. They're always looking for credit. And they are captured by these middlemen. So a farmer producer organization may give them the inputs at a very small margin of, let's say, 5%. But these intermediaries actually get a 30 to 40% margin. And still the farmers go to the intermediaries because they also give them credit. And by virtue of giving them credit, they also capture the produce that is actually produced by the farmers. So on the marketing and selling side also, the farmers end up on the losing side. So we also found that FPOs are not well funded, and they actually lack the power and support to really make a difference. So I think the conclusion was that with the right kind of resources, with the right kind of support, and with the right kind of government patronage and technology adoption, so we were convinced that FPOs actually can become game changers in the whole scenario here. So the need of the hour, what we thought, and this is what NABARD also told us, was a data and AI-driven FPO. Can we make a farmer producer organization data-driven and embrace modern technologies like AI and ML using the data that they have collected? I think this was, in some sense, the motivation for our project with NABARD, and that is how the NABARD project actually started. In case there are any questions at this point, I'll be very happy to take the questions. I would like this talk to be very interactive. Please stop me whenever you have any questions of any kind. Okay, so with this, I think we went ahead with our initiative, which we call as the Grama initiative. As I told you, Grama stands for Game Theory, Random Processes, AI and Machine Learning for Agriculture. And there are 4 components to it. The first component is Prepare. Prepare actually stands for Price Prediction for Agriculture. And all of these 4 components actually show how data can be leveraged and how data analytics can play an extremely important role in agriculture decision making. So Prepare is on price prediction. Then Acre is agriculture crop recommendation. And this is something that we are going to talk about in some detail today. And then we have this component called Promise, which is procurement marketplace for inputs and services. This is another thing that we are going to talk about in some detail today. And finally, you want the farmers to prosper, right? How can they prosper? So by designing market mechanisms or protocols for optimal selling of produce for enhanced revenue. So these are, in some sense, the building blocks of the Grama initiative that we have. And let me now get into some details of each one of these. Starting with prepare. Prepare is price prediction for agriculture. So you will see that this will whet the appetite of those of you who are interested in using data analytics in the agriculture context. Now, it turns out that if you are able to do accurate price prediction of what the farmers are going to produce, it will help you in planning the sowing process, then the harvesting, and also enables the government to plan better. So if you're able to do an accurate price prediction, the impact can be huge, not only for the farmers, but also for the government. And however, the price of a crop depends on a very large number of factors. It depends on historical prices. It depends on demands or exports or imports. It depends on the location. It depends on the soil type. It depends on the weather. There are anywhere from 50 to 100 different factors on which the price of an agricultural crop can possibly depend. So this I would like to describe as a grand challenge problem in agriculture. If somebody is able to accurately predict the price of an agricultural crop, you may be able to do the prediction 1 week in advance, 2 weeks in advance. But if you want to do it 2 months in advance, 3 months in advance, I would say that you have actually solved a grand challenge problem. So what we have done here is to look at the vast literature which is available on price prediction. There are literally hundreds of papers which have been written on price prediction. So one of the exercises that we did was to do a rigorous survey of all the literature and look at a wide variety of machine learning, deep learning, time series methods being used in this context. And it is not at all very clear. Professor PJN was talking about explainability. It is not at all clear how some of these methods are working at all. So what we did was to use an ensemble of deep learning and machine learning models to make the price predictions better. And one of the ideas that we used more recently is to use graph neural networks. So the data source for us was provided by this website, the portal called agmarknet.net. It's a government portal which gives you very exhaustive statistics about the historical prices of almost all crops and commodities in Indian agriculture over the past 20 to 25 years. And essentially, we used this data. And this data is given for all the 1,352 mandis, markets in India. So we looked at this data, found that the data has many missing values. And it has data entry errors. It has negative values and all kinds of things. So we used a variety of data imputation techniques to clean up the data to the extent that we can. But then I think our trump card was to use graph neural networks in conjunction with the wide variety of DNNs and RNNs. But we were able to get a 10 to 15% more accuracy in the price prediction by the use of some of these models. Now, the reason why we used a graph neural network was for the simple reason that if you have 1,352 mandis, there are dependencies of prices across these mandis. So there is a geospatial dependency of prices across these mandis, which are not exactly exploited by many of the deep learning models, right? Whereas GNNs are able to explicitly capture these dependencies or correlations among the prices of various crops across these mandis. And I think once we were able to do that, it was not very easy. We had to, implement it with a lot of care. And for example, you can construct a graph of these mandis, but what do you choose as the weights of the edges in the graphs was not at all easy to determine. But I think finally the team, one of my PhD students is here, Mayank, and a bunch of very bright MTech students, they were able to achieve increased accuracies. So in some sense, the method that we came up with outperforms the state-of-the-art methods in the literature. So that is as far as prepare goes, price prediction. Okay, so then we have Prosper, which are protocols for optimal selling of produce for enhanced revenue. So here, game theory can play a very important role, because if the farmers have to get better revenue out of their produce, you have to have a matching between the farmers and the ultimate consumers. So it will lead to a wide variety of matching situations. And the FPO actually can act as an intermediary between the farmers and the consumers that you have. So it becomes a market design problem. It becomes an auction problem. So we are able to leverage some of the expertise that we have in game theory in order to come up with better market mechanisms, better matching mechanisms for matching farmers to consumers. All these are very easy to say in theory, right? I can say I'm going to use game theory, I'm going to design market mechanisms and so on. But ultimately, you have to deploy them in practice. And the kind of issues that you will face in practical deployment of these are very, very, very challenging, right? So, but the theory is in place in all of these, right? So that is about Prosper. I'm very brief here. I would like, yes. Sure, yes. Okay, we basically compared it with the state-of-the-art models, right? So there are multiple papers in the literature in more recent times, in the last 2 or 3 years, which actually have predicted these prices, right? Taking historical data from these 1,352 mandis, right? So what they have basically tried to do is they would take the data until 2018 or 2019 and predict the prices for 2020 and 2021, which are already known to, the ground truth is already known to you, right? Okay, to tell you the entire story, we have not been able to do it for all the 1,352 mandis. We actually took a subset of these mandis, constructed a graph of relationships among these mandis, and then essentially used graph neural networks in order to get 10 to 15% more accuracy in the predictions, right? But the ultimate test will be when we take all the 1,352 mandis, and we are able to achieve this accuracy not only for the 2 crops that we did, but for the 50, 60 crops for which data is available, right? Yes. Okay, so this actually becomes a very interesting game theoretic problem. So at this point of time, we are assuming that there is some Nash equilibrium which is reached automatically by all the farmers in some sense. And the analysis that we are doing is still correct, right? But that's an assumption. But your question is a profound question which actually needs much more investigation, right? Yes. Yes. Yeah. No, actually, what we in one experiment we took 50 months. Oh, I should repeat the question. Okay, so the question is, we did the experiment for a subset of pandis, and so he wants to know whether it applies only for this subset. Is that right? Yes, it is. It is available. So is the ground truth available for all the mandis is the question. Yes, it is definitely available. In the specific experiment that we are talking about, we actually took 50 mandis in Uttar Pradesh because the data there was reasonably clean, but we did have to use data imputation techniques in order to curate the data. And the 10 to 15 accuracy that we obtained was for only that subset of mandis, right? Okay. Yeah, please go. Okay, so we have done it until 20. Okay, the question is how robust is our model for the pandemic? We took the safe route. We predicted for 2020 only or 2019 based on the historical data. So for the pandemic, you will need to apply some corrections. That is something that we're actually working on, right? Pandemic did affect the dynamics quite significantly. Very good question. Again, I think, can you speak loudly? What kind of no? Okay, so I can talk about 2 or 3 novelties here. One novelty is the use of graph neural networks itself, right? We used graph neural network. This was the first time graph neural networks were being used for price prediction, right? So I think that was the first novelty. The second novelty is how do you choose the weights of the different edges in the graph neural network, right? It required careful amount of thinking, and we had 2 or 3 nice ways of doing that. And then the third novelty I would say is that, almost every paper in the current literature only computes root mean square error. But we did not take that safe route. So we computed RMSE, we computed mean absolute error, we computed 95% confidence intervals, we also computed the R2 values, we also computed the Pearson correlation coefficient. We computed all possible performance metrics and showed that our method was superior with respect to all of these metrics.
Right? So we'll probably come back to the questions after the talk. Otherwise,
I'm glad that there are many questions, right? We'll come back to that after I make a little more progress, right? Otherwise, my progress will be completely stunted. Okay. Okay, so the third one that I would like to talk about is Promise. Promise is a procurement marketplace for inputs and services. As I told you, farmers face a formidable challenge, where it concerns the procurement of inputs. It could be seeds, it could be seeds of various crops, it could be fertilizers, it could be pesticides, or it could be modern farm equipment that the farmer does not already have. So here, the concept of an FPO can be extremely useful. What the farmer producer organization can do is to collect the requirements for these various farm inputs from the individual farmers. For example, the FPO, the Rajkhatta FPO has 1,000 farmers. They can have a simple mobile app using which at the beginning of the season, they would actually collect the requirement from each individual farmer as to what kind of seeds and how many seeds that he would need, and what kind of fertilizers, what kind of pesticides, and so on. And they can actually aggregate all of these requirements and then arrange them into various buckets. For example, a certain bucket can consist of, let's say 2 or 3 tons of chili seeds, right? Another bucket could consist of some 500 kgs of a particular pesticide. Another bucket could consist of, let's say, 2 tons of a certain fertilizer. So when the FPO is able to aggregate, what the FPO can now do, it can actually approach the suppliers, qualified suppliers who would be able to when the FPO does a bulk procurement, there are two advantages. The first advantage is that they're able to leverage volume discounts. Not only that, they can also negotiate on the quality of the inputs that are going to be supplied by the supplier. A farmer may not be able to negotiate on the quality, but an FPO will be able to negotiate on the quality. So to give you a very simple example, we took the example of chili seeds, and I somehow thought that chili seeds come only in 2 or 3 varieties. We actually found that there are maybe 50 to 100 different types of chili seeds. So we were looking at a particular town in Karnataka, which is actually very famous for chilies. And the farmer producer organization there, it does not handle seed procurement. So what we thought was, if we can now introduce seed procurement through an FPO in this particular region, what could be the improvement that one can get? So there are more than 50 varieties of chili seeds, and 5 varieties are more popular. And call these varieties as A, B, C, and E. And we found that for that particular town, if there was an FPO, then this particular FPO will have to supply 2,000 packets of variety A, 1,000 packets of variety B, 1,000 of C, and 1,000 of D, and so on. Each packet of chili seeds actually is about 4 kgs of chili seeds. So now you have a bulk requirement that the FPO will be able to satisfy by procuring these chili seeds from qualified suppliers. So then each variety has a particular base price of 1,300 rupees, 1,100 rupees, all the way up to 500 rupees. And each supplier of these chili seeds has a willingness to sell off 8 to 12% above the base price. And each supplier is also willing to offer some discounts. So given this situation on the ground, what we thought was a simple procurement auction by the farmer producer organization will be able to create a healthy competition among the suppliers of chili seeds. So how does this auction work? So you have the FPO here, and the FPO is now trying to procure chili seeds of 5 different varieties in bulk, and there are various suppliers here, and the suppliers are now asked to submit bids. And these bids are actually going to be volume discount bids, right? So volume discounts is something that we are very much familiar with. If we are buying 100 units of a particular item, right? And the per unit price, if you're buying only one item, is 100 rupees. If we are actually buying 100 units, you will ask for 70 rupees per unit, or even 60 rupees per unit. These are the so-called quantity discounts or volume discounts. So what we did was to talk to some of the chili seed merchants in this particular town, and we found that volume discount bids is something that the suppliers of chili seeds will be fairly comfortable with. So you have here volume discount bids from various suppliers. So you can see that the per unit price, if you are buying a small quantity, is high, whereas as you buy larger quantities of the chili seeds, the per unit price is going to come down. So now it becomes a very interesting combinatorial optimization problem. By looking at these volume discount bids, if you want to determine what is the cost minimizing mix of the suppliers who would be able to supply these chili seeds to you at minimum total cost, it will be a very nice minimization problem, actually a combinatorial minimization problem. And you can also make this auction satisfy certain very desirable properties, which game theory will help you to do. For example, one property could be, okay, so there is another type of auction here, which also exploits the complementarity that exists among the various things. For example, supplier 1 may say, I will supply 2,000 of variety A and 1,000 of variety B at a total cost of 6.5 lakhs. Whereas if the same supplier was supplying these individually, then individually that might have cost much more than the 6.5 lakhs. So these are called combinatorial auctions. So you can use some simple ideas, and then when you actually conduct an experiment where a volume discount auction is used, we are able to see that the cost without volume discounts comes to 7.28 lakhs, whereas the cost with volume discounts comes to 6.83 lakhs by using very simple mechanisms like this. Now, on the face of it, these mechanisms may look like very simple, but they're also very nice in the sense of, giving you some extremely desirable properties such market mechanisms or auction mechanisms must satisfy. So let's come to that. Let me not spend too much time here. The ongoing work here on procurement is that, when you design a procurement mechanism, there is a bunch of properties that you would like the mechanism to satisfy. So these properties are, incentive compatibility, individual rationality, then social welfare maximization, then cost minimization, fairness, business constraints, and so on. So such a mechanism which is designed to satisfy these properties will be the ideal mechanism to use. And that is the one which is going to be good for the farmers, good for the FPO, and good even for the suppliers also. And, not only the farmers, but also the suppliers will be happy to, embrace such mechanisms. However, game theory and mechanism design tell you that it is impossible to satisfy all of these properties together. So what do you do next? So what you would like to do is you would like to design mechanisms which will satisfy as many properties as possible, and which are very important from the context of minimizing the total cost of procurement here. So we found that one can actually use a deep learning methodology here in order to learn such an auction mechanism. So in other words, going to a farmer producer organization, looking at the procurement of inputs by the FPO, and then formulating it as a combinatorial optimization problem, and then a mechanism design problem for an auction. Now it also leads us to deep learning. If you want to really learn a mechanism that will satisfy as many properties as possible to attract the farmers, the FPO, and also the consumers or the suppliers of this auction. So when we explained these mechanisms to Rajghatta and Onekal FPOs, obviously they were not convinced. So they said, we have been, the FPO has been helping us with input procurement. They are able to give us, 5% margin for all the inputs. But we also have many intermediaries. We have long-standing relationships with all of these people. They offer us credit. And because they offer us credit, we are very comfortable going to them. So it was not at all very convincing. But fortunately, what happened was Bharat Electronics Limited, which is a major Navaratna PSU in Bangalore, they actually came to our rescue. They thought these ideas are actually worth pursuing. So then they actually went to Onekal FPO. They are now going to Rajghatta FPO. They talked to Onekal FPO. And because Bharat Electronics was going, but not IISc professors, so those people somehow were bought into it. So they thought, a company like Bharat Electronics trying to do things for us, they also promised them several other value-added services. So they are now bought into the whole thing. So we are now at a stage where we can actually implement volume discount auctions for procurement of agricultural inputs through the FPOs in Onekal and Rajghatta. This is something that is going to happen in the next 1 year or so. So in other words, game theory, then deep learning, mechanism design, they're all now working in a way to benefit the farmers, right? Next year by this time, right, I will be in a position to tell you whether, the experiment that we are going to try is a blockbuster hit or a miserable failure. So only the next year will tell us. Okay, so let me now come to the last topic here. It's already 10:35. I'll probably wrap up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So acre is agriculture crop recommendation. Turns out that most often farmers suffer losses because they did not choose the crops properly. And different kinds of considerations go into the choice of crops by the farmers. So our idea is to recommend the best portfolio of crops using models in finance and explainable ML models, right? Okay, so the idea is the following. The farmer is given a mobile app, and on the mobile app, the farmer will have to give minimal information. And then the FPO, the farmer producer organization, will supplement that information with more information. And using that information, we do fairly sophisticated processing and then tell the farmer which portfolio of crops would be best for the next season, or which portfolio of crops would be best for the next Kharif season and also Rabi season together, right? That's the basic idea of acre here. Yes. Very much. So you can see that, okay, so let me just complete this slide. And I think the answer to your question will be very clear. Your answer is, your question is, are you looking at the soil type? The answer is definitely yes, right? So it turns out that, there is a plenty of literature in this area. And researchers have looked at environmental conditions like rainfall, temperature, sunlight, humidity, soil characteristics like soil type, pH value, soil nutrients, and so on. And sowing time, region, irrigation, crop rotation cycle, etc. Right? So in choosing the crops, all of these have been taken into account in the literature. And indeed, in our work also, we take into account all of these. In addition, the effect of supply and demand factors, supply chain uncertainties, and many times cultural factors. Many times cultural factors and peer pressure are the ones which will decide what crops a particular farmer is going to grow. So you can see that, it is very important to also take into account the effect of all of these, right? So what we have tried to do in our work is to do 2 or 3 things in a different way from the literature. The first thing that we have tried to do is we have a flexible notion of farmer utility. For some farmers, yield is very important. For some other farmers, revenue is important. For some farmers, the profit could be ultimately important. So this is where, again, a farmer producer organization will come into picture. An FPO is directly in touch with the farmers. So they know best what is valued most by the farmers. And an FPO may be able to decide what will be the best utility function for a given farmer. The utility function for different farmers could be different, because the utility function could pretty much depend on the crops that they are going to grow also. So we allow for flexibility in choosing the utility function based on which the crop recommendation decisions will be taken. So that's the first point. The second point is, as we did in the case of price prediction, so here again, we are using graph neural networks for modeling the price dependencies among the various mandis. Turns out that price prediction is a very important input to crop recommendation. So whether it is price prediction or yield prediction, then the dependencies among the various markets and various regions are also very important. And that we are able to capture using graph neural networks. I think the final novelty in our work is where we have looked at the financial investment literature. And there is this ratio called the Sharpe ratio, which has been used for choosing the right kind of financial investment plans. And we thought whether we can actually use the fintech literature into the agriculture domain. And we have been fairly successful in doing that. So let me get into a few key details only. I will not get into details like the graph neural network and so on, more about Sharpe ratio. William Sharpe got the Nobel Prize in Economic Sciences in 1990. And then this Sharpe ratio is very popular investment portfolio measure. It was proposed in 1966. And Sharpe also was originator of the capital asset pricing model. It actually provides you guidance on choosing among different funds for investment, right? And it is very commonly used and very extensively used in fintech sector. The ratio itself builds upon the famous Markowitz paradigm that mean and variance are sufficient statistics for evaluating an investment portfolio, right? Variability is extremely important. You can also look at higher order statistics. If you take into account higher order statistics, they will also help you. But what Markowitz basically proposed is that mean and variability are more than enough for the kind of domains in which these applications were used. So Sharpe ratio basically looks at the differential return. It looks at the revenue with the way you are doing things minus the revenue if you did not do anything, right? And then what it does is, that's a random variable, of course. And you could actually define an ex-ante Sharpe ratio with just the estimates or predictions. It is just the ratio of the mean of the differential to the standard deviation of the differential. So it's actually a very simple formula, but Sharpe has shown that it actually indeed satisfies many axioms which are important in this context. So what we have basically done is to take this analogy to agriculture. And in this analogy, an investment portfolio is very similar to a combination of crops to grow during Rabi, Kharif, and both, right? So let us say I want to grow, rice, wheat, and something else, right? So that's a combination of crops. So this combination of crops is like a finance portfolio. So the analogy is almost immediate, you can see. And the differential return here will be the differential between the utility obtained by the farmer by growing the crops and the utility obtained without any investment or with a standard benchmark investment. That is, let's say you don't grow anything, and then you grow this combination of crops. What is the differential? And the utility to the farmer can be defined in a variety of ways. And as I told you, a farmer producer organization can play a very important role in this. So here is a very nice stylized example. I'm looking at, let's say Kharif season, and then you have rice, maize, and groundnut. And I compute the Sharpe ratio for the Kharif season. Higher the Sharpe ratio, the better. If I look at a combination of 0% of rice, 20% of maize, and 80% of groundnut, it gives a Sharpe ratio of 1.07. Whereas 20% of rice and 80% of maize gives me the highest Sharpe ratio of 66.77, right? So this is a very stylized example. Gives you an idea of how something like a Sharpe ratio will be able to help us to come up with an optimal combination of crops. There is no need for you to produce only a single optimal combination of crops. You can actually say top 10 and give these top 10 crop combinations to the farmer or the FPO. And then they will look at the local factors. They will look at what are the most valuable utilities for the farmers, and they can choose among those top 10 alternatives that you give them based on the Sharpe ratio, right? So we have been successful in using the Sharpe ratio for recommending crops, and we are hoping that this mobile app which is developed and which will use Sharpe ratio will be a a very valuable tool in the hands of the farmer and also the FPO. Okay, so there are more details about acre here, but let me skip all these details. But let me finally come to the challenges in practical deployment. So I have talked about 4 different things here. One is prepare, which is price prediction. Another is acre, which is crop recommendation. Promise, which is procurement of inputs, and finally prosper, which is for selling. If you really want these building blocks to really work in practice, there are many challenges that need to be overcome. First of all, I think progressive farmers are convinced about the fact that these things will work, but certainly not a typical farmer. Then there is, of course, need to convince the farmers as well as the FPO executives. So as I told you initially, when we told the FPO about some of these ideas, they were not convinced, right? It is only when Bharat Electronics went to them, they somehow got convinced. It is only when you give them value-added services they actually want in addition to whatever we are giving, then only they may get convinced, right? And then this is a question that will whet the appetite of many of the machine learning researchers here. Explainability of the approaches and mechanisms, and hard evidence to be shown with real data. Hard evidence to be shown with real data is something that we will be able to do if sufficient amount of data is available. But explainability of these mechanisms is really challenging. I was talking about the procurement auction and the desiderata of properties to be satisfied by that auction. And if you really want to convince the farmer or the FPO that these mechanisms indeed will do what it is expected to do, in fact, if you also want to show formally that these mechanisms are explainable, I think it's going to be very difficult. In fact, one of Sujit's students whom I met, Manisha, I have challenged her with this problem. I told her, here is a deep learning based mechanism, and this is supposed to satisfy these properties. Now, can you show me that this is an explainable mechanism? Then data is the key, and clearly, clean data is not available. But I must tell you that there is abundant data available about agricultural data in public databases. AG MarkNet, for example, and there is plenty of data available from many different sources here. And I will be very happy to, for example, Mayank will be very happy to share all the public sources of data in agriculture. It is just that this data may not be clean. You have to actually do a lot of work on that and see how the missing values can be effectively, filled. And you have to use a variety of sophisticated data imputation techniques to curate this data. So just now, Vikram was mentioning to me about an open data source initiative at IIIT Bangalore, IIIT Hyderabad. So it will be very nice if such initiatives are taken up on a war footing for agriculture data. That will be very useful for researchers in this area. Well, the major challenge is intermediaries, supplier companies, dealers, etc. There is not much that we will be able to do. But however, I think we should continue to use the kind of techniques that I was talking to you about in order to make things better. And as I said, farmers are more worried about credit and insurance, right? Notwithstanding all of these, I think it's important to make baby steps towards improving agricultural operations and agricultural practices. And I am absolutely convinced that farmer producer organizations or farmer collectives are the right way to go about it. And one must, congratulate and thank organizations like the National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development to invest in these FPOs. And also having the belief that even academics also will be able to deliver something of value to Indian agriculture. So I think I will close this presentation by saying that the Grama or the village will be enabled and powered by our Grama platform. And with this, let me conclude. and I'll be very happy to take questions from your side. Thank you very much. Okay, so there are 4 components, as I told you. Prepare. So prepare is price prediction. So I think our work is more or less complete in that. In other words, we have all the models in place in order to do the price prediction in a reasonably accurate way. And then we now will have to take data from all the 1,352 mandis in India in order to make some of these algorithms robust, right? That's as far as prepare goes. As far as Acre goes, so we have a pilot platform which is already ready, and there the challenge will be to design the mobile app. So the methodology is ready, but the next stage is going to be very important. It could take about a year or so. You have to actually develop a mobile app, and you have to first of all convince the FPO to be able to use it, and then deploy all the algorithms at the back end and make the mobile app work. So that will be another 1 year of work for Acre. Promise is very promising right now. So because Bharat Electronics has come forward to deploy it in these 2 FPOs that I was talking about, right? So now I think we are able to convince the FPO about the need to deploy such applications. So Bharat Electronics will be able to do that in collaboration with us in the next 1 year. Then finally, we come to Prosper. So we have actually done some work on matching mechanisms and so on. That is more, I would say, at the research stage at this point of time. It will be another 2 years before something very concrete happens on the Prosper side. So that's where we are. As I told you, in about 1 or 2 years' time, I will be able to say whether it's a blockbuster hit or a miserable failure. Super flop.
Sir, hello.
Yes. So we are talking very actively to the University of. We are talking very actively with the University of Agricultural Sciences in Bangalore, and we also want to talk to Professor Jayashankar, Telangana Agricultural University also. They have a wonderful initiative. In this initiative, they actually do the price prediction. So if you go to their web page, they have a page on business intelligence. And if you click on that, the expected prices for several crops are already put up there. So, but we found that they actually use time series models only. And if they can use, in conjunction with time series models, if they can use some of these deep learning models, especially graph neural networks and so on, some of these price estimates will be much more accurate. Is anybody from the university here right now? Very good. We'll be very happy to talk to you.
Hello. Sir. Sir, you just talk about price dependency among the mandis.
Yes.
That's why you use JNN. What I felt in the same places, if there are 2-3 mandis are there, if I want to buy any product, I will get almost in same price if we go to one mandi to another mandi. How mandi is affecting to other mandi's price?
Okay,
how it is price dependency is there?
So what happens is the prices at the mandis itself is a complex dependent variable. It depends on the amount of produce that comes to the mandi and the kind of demand that exists for the mandi. And then if a particular mandi has excess of grain, so that can actually be transferred to a neighboring mandi. So all of these factors are already sort of taken into account when you look at the historical prices of these crops among these mandis. So we want to basically uncover those dependencies, which is actually the effect of very complex interactions that have already happened among the mandis. That is
transportation charge, other kind of
exactly.
Charges.
So all of that in some sense is already captured in the historical prices. So,
If they are in same places, then how transportation charge can affect much?
okay,
Yeah,
so
other-
see what happens is the prices of a particular commodity need not depend only on the neighboring mandis. It can also depend on some very popular mandis in across the state because of so many different policy changes and so on, right? See, mandis in Maharashtra, mandis in Andhra, fine. It may be only 100 kilometers or 200 kilometers away, but because of various policies and so on, the prices could be very, very different. But quickly transporting some of the grains from one mandi to another mandi can actually bring down the prices here. So lots of complex interactions would have already taken place. And if you look at the historical prices, which are displayed by these mandis over various years, and you are able to find the correlations among them and the dependencies among them, the hope is that you are able to extract more juice from the data that you have. And if you want me to explain rigorously why this happens, it's going to be very difficult. But we are actually able to observe that 10% improvement in the accuracy is actually happening by using this. So one of the challenges that we had was to choose the weights of the edges also. How do you choose the weights of the edges between mandis? Should it be based, for example, on the reciprocal of the distance between the mandis? Or should it be based on the correlations that exist among the prices of various grains among the mandis in the history and so on? That itself turned out to be a very interesting problem.
So first of all, it's a very interesting talk. So I have two questions. So one is, you applied GNN. So how does GNN apply, maybe handle all the dynamics? So you are throwing some light on it by maybe saying some edges. So I may be very much interested to know about the dynamics, because the mandis are geographically distributed across the country. So whatever we apply in UP may not be applicable to Andhra Pradesh or some other state, right? So that is one question. Second one, you were talking about volume discount, right? Volume discount action. So maybe would it be significant to model or establish maximizing agricultural yields instead of minimizing procurement benefits? Because maybe when procurement benefit is given to the farmer, obviously the seller will also have some hidden price in it. So obviously, instead of focusing on it, can we model this as maximizing agricultural yields? So that's these two questions.
Yeah, I'll take the second question first. You can use a variety of objectives for your auction. So in this case, we were trying to benefit the farmers. So we said we will minimize the total cost of procurement. But if you now want to maximize the total yield, that is also perfectly fine, right? So it is for the farmers and the FPO to decide what would be the best objective to optimize, right? It could be a cost minimization, it could be a revenue optimization, it could be an yield optimization, right? All of that could be included in the desiderata of properties that we have put there. But you would also see that many of these are conflicting, could be conflicting. So that is where a mechanism that satisfies all of these properties would be impossible to design. So the best is to look at the context, decide what are the most precious properties you want to satisfy, list them out, and then find out which is the mechanism that can satisfy all of these properties. And this is where mechanism design has answers to many of these questions. But if you become very greedy and want many other properties to be satisfied, we have found that deep learning does help us, right? Without explanations. I'll take the second question offline because we have already discussed that. Offline, I'll be very happy to discuss it. Absolutely. So if you recall in one of the slides, I had put supply demand, capturing supply demand is something that papers in the literature have not done a good job of. So we are actually looking at how supply chain issues, supply side factors, and how demand side issues, right? Demands, exports, imports will also affect both the yield and also the price. It is in some sense work in progress, but taking care of both supply and demand is extremely very, very important, right? We have found, for example, in the state of Karnataka, we have found that the government is a very good source of this information. So if you have the right channels in the government, you can actually get some of this information reasonably accurately. So in addition to use the public, in addition to using the publicly available data, you actually will have to get some of this information from the government sources also to make these models work. Ultimately, in the agriculture sector, without government support, you cannot do anything.
Hello, this is Lavanya from Stanley College. Most of your modeling process definitely involves a lot of work on data cleaning. That's a majority of the part. So it's just a question that because we have all this agriculture data pretty much on a public platform, are the channels open for students who are actually pursuing a degree in data science to be able to at least do a data cleaning or data labeling? So every batch that leaves the college can actually contribute to the agriculture data or the Society of India. So are there already channels open there?
This is an extremely welcome suggestion. I may like to mention that as a part of this initiative, we are also developing a platform called AgriVahan. And the AgriVahan platform is an end-to-end pipeline of machine learning and deep learning for agriculture operations. And a very important step in that is data curation and data cleaning, where we have a variety of data imputation techniques which are already part of that platform. And if you and your students really would like to clean up data, curate the data, and give it to us, most welcome. We can start our collaboration today itself. Do what? Forecasting? Oh, for the crops. For the crops. Okay, so this is a question that many researchers are actually looking at. There is a lot of work on image processing and computer vision and video analytics being done on pest management. Absolutely. So by looking at the grain or by looking at the patterns of the leaves and also the various aspects of the tree and using visual analytics, they're actually able to do some predictive analytics also there. So not only are they able to detect pests of various kinds, they're also able to say what is likely to affect this particular tree in the. There are hundreds of papers on this. I'll be happy to give you a pointer to some of the survey papers in this area.
Okay, so I'm sorry, we are running out of time. So I'm having to cut all the other questions which are going to arise. So with this, I think we should definitely thank the speaker, once again. It's been a very enlightening talk.
Now we will have a quick tea. Within 15 minutes, come back to your room. We are going to have a next talk. Speaker is already ready. So within 15 minutes, means 11:05, come back at 11:20. 11:20. Memento already ichesina. Ayyo, inaugural ichindi. Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir. How do we like? So this is going on. So we'll have actually, I know that I already told you that IHOP is sponsoring this IIIT, this event. I request Professor Devapriya Kumar, who is the head of this center in IIIT, hosting lot of startups and lot of funding is available with them. They can support each one of you for doing PhD and 6 months internship. That is very rich. He will explain about 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Let him take time, but he will explain what are the opportunities for you at IIIT Hyderabad. This is a very good opportunity. Don't miss. Come. I already give.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Professor Krishna Reddy. Hello, everyone. Good morning. So, it's a great pleasure, to be part of this conference. And actually, I gave a talk in this conference in the last year. Of course, when I learned that Professor Krishna Reddy is doing it in IIIT Hyderabad this year, we said, we want to be part of it. Of course, it's a great pleasure and opportunity to be part of this conference. As Professor Krishna Reddy said, I will just take 5 minutes and then explain what IHOP Data is. You can see in one of the organizers, in addition to IIIT, there is IHOP Data, right? So we are a technology innovation hub, right? So what does it mean? Technology innovation, we are supposed to develop technologies and then come up with new innovations that can possibly, make an impact in the society, make new startups, have some good applications in industry and so on, right? So ours is around data, big data, okay? So we call ourselves, IHOP Data on data-driven technologies, yeah? So two major areas that we work on are one is smart mobility, like, looking at road safety, developing large data sets, autonomous driving is one thing that we are starting now, right? And the second area is healthcare. Again, healthcare meaning applied to, different, like cancer, and a lot of work is going on in cancer and then mental and neuro health and so on. Okay, so if you are a, master student, right? If you are a PhD student, if you have just finished your PhD, or you have some very nice ideas, you want to explore, if these ideas can be part, or can that ideas be basis for some new startup, right? Or you already have a startup and then you would like to, take help from the existing ecosystem and then, make the startup, get business, first business, or, have mentors to guide in the startup, right? Or, if you are a very senior professor or a junior professor, right? So we have opportunities for everyone, right? As Professor Krishna Reddy said, funding is not a problem as long as there are good ideas and good proposals and, and the intention to do good work, right? So in that sense, we have, supported, several projects in these areas, and we are also open to, for example, agriculture, right? Any problem that has very strong Indian connect, right? It could be agriculture, disaster management, like smart buildings. It could be anything, yeah? So with some strong Indian connect. We support projects, we support Masters by Research students, where we completely take care of their, tuition fee and stipend. Similarly, for PhD fellowships, if you're eligible for PhD, we'll be very happy to support your PhD fellowship, and then postdoctoral fellowship, and then young faculty fellow. You just be with us for 3 years, start your research group, and then see what you want to do. And then if you're a very senior professor, we'll be very grateful. We'll be very, very happy to have you, with us for whatever time. It could be 1 month, 1 year, whatever it is, and fund these kind of activities, right? I will not take any more time. I just wanted to quickly introduce what IHOP Data is. If you can just go back and look at the website, and you'll have a lot more details, right? So, last final thing, we also do a lot of skill development programs, right? We have programs which are 3 months long, all the way up to 1 year long, and now we are coming up with some other program which would be approximately 2 year long. Yeah. So we engage with stakeholders at multiple levels in the area of data, and we'll be very, very happy to work with you. So with that, thank you, and then I will stop. Thanks.
Yeah, the next session is. Good morning, all. I am Radhakrishna. I am from NIT Warangal, Department of Computer Science and Engineering. I'm part of the workshop chair, though not was much, but I was part of the workshop chair of this BDA conference. I introduced the Sridhar Viswanathan, who is from the Bank of America Continuum. His talk is on developing scalable and effective big data solutions for customer-centric insights in banking and their challenges. He's with the Bank of America about the 11 years, and he's having a total 17 years of experience. And he worked in many of the areas of the big data. And he did his post-graduation executive masters from the IIT Hyderabad, and his bachelor's from the Coimbatore Institute of Technology in Coimbatore. He actually involved in the lot of flagship projects and also leading the big data practice at Bank of America, particularly in the data visualization areas. So he was actually leading that area. And it is actually an opportunity for us to have a learning from the practitioners. So those many of the papers you can see that from the research front, but now you can actually visualize how the big data is actually was practiced in the industry. And of course, the banking data is a huge. And of course, if you have a time, whenever they permit you, you can go to the Bank of America. They have a data center, and almost they have like a 3 to 4 floors of the floors are occupied with only their servers. Okay, so I think it's good for us to learn from Sridhar Viswanathan and the practices that can be carried out at the Bank of America, and in particular, in general, about the big data and its storage and its analytics. I invite him.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Radhakrishna sir and Krishna Reddy sir, for giving me this opportunity to talk about the industry practice that we do in Bank of America. So just to give you all an introduction about myself, from myself, Sridhar Viswanathan. I have been closely associated with the IT industry for almost 17 years. So I started my journey from Accenture, where I worked on mainframes. Then I moved to ETL, Data Stage, Informatica, then moved to Cognos, Business Analytics, then started working on Tableau visualizations, leaded the Tableau practice in Bank of America. Yeah. And then we started the flagship project of the Bank of America, which is the Erica. Yeah. And we started the flagship project of Bank of America, which is Erica, the chatbot, wherein we started using the big data as a platform and the data available in the bank. We started to develop some insights, enrich the data, and send the data to the customer information hub, where the data is then utilized by the customer in various means in terms of seeing the notifications as soon as he does the purchase, understanding the customer behavior and providing the right solutions, so on and so forth. So it has been a quite successful journey where we launched Erica somewhere around 2017, and Erica has been one of the most used features in Bank of America since its launch. So it has been downloaded by like around 1 billion users, and they have been doing transactions, interacting with Erica, and day in and day out. So in this talk, I'm mostly going to talk about the challenges in terms of the engineering that we see day in and day out. Mostly because of the volume of the transactions that we are talking about. Here, we are talking about the bank, where we are talking about consumer transactions, wherein the daily volume of transactions from the credit card data could be around 40 million transactions. The debit card data could be around like 60 million transactions. Historical data could be around 1 billion transactions. The cross-reference data could be around 1.5 billion transactions. So in terms of understanding the volume and devising a strategy to tackle that volume and make it an engineering efficient solution to analyze the data, process the data, and push it to the customer centric database, which the customers can then use to leverage the analytics on top of it and get information, valuable informations on what they need and how they want to use that particular information. So, yeah. So talking about big data, everybody knows what big data is about. Big data was earlier confined to the realm of the technology. Now it has kind of become a business imperative where financial services and banking industries are kind of using big data to derive customer insights and derive the customer behavior patterns, derive the analytics out of the big data, and reap benefits out of the engagement factor with the customer. So talking about the yeah. It's a big data problem. So banks started, so I think there were two setbacks. One is we can talk about the post-recession and the post-COVID. The key challenges post-recession were like related to the reduced interest rate, non-performing assets, and tightened regulations, as well as unstable financial market. Post-COVID, it continues to remain so, but there are opened new avenues for the bank in terms of adapting to the digitalization growth that has spurred in because of the COVID impact. And this is in turn an opportunity for bank to start creating multiple customer specific insights and initiatives. So we are talking about the data volume. This is an example of a data that we are interacting on a day in, day out. So we are talking about like 41 million messages have been sent using Messenger like WhatsApp within a minute or so. And there are around 1 million videos being streamed. And there are like 4 lakh videos being streamed in Netflix. So we're talking about information where we're talking about the petabytes of data to zettabytes of data. So there is an estimate that based on the current usage, the volume could grow from somewhere we have around 74 zettabytes of data to like around 174 zettabytes of data. That is kind of really huge in terms of the information that we are gathering from the customers day in and day out. Yeah, so within the bank, we are talking about a lot of information. We're talking about we are receiving daily feeds and we are sending daily feeds of data to downstream systems. We are talking about volumes of transaction. We are talking about 150 million credit and debit card transactions, 60 million deposit data transactions, and monthly data we are processing around 1.5 billion transactions and 1 billion customer insights, 34 million FICO scores. That is kind of very huge, and 24 million scheduled transactions that we're talking about. And we use historical data for the data analytics and the customer insights analytics, which comes to around 55 billion card and deposit transactions, and 1 billion business aggregate names, which is nothing but your merchant names. So we're talking about a significant volume in terms of the challenge here remains the engineering problem. The engineering problem remains like, how are we going to process such volume of data in such a short span of time? Because from the banking perspective, every minute is kind of dollars for them. So it is critical that even if you have a machine learning problem, if the time taken to solve the machine learning problem is going to take you like 8 hours or 10 hours of time, so really no use, because every minute is kind of vital for the bank, and every minute is kind of dollars. So it is really important to understand these numbers and come up with the optimized solution to solve the problem. So it involves two parts. One is the engineering effort, where we are talking about the number crunching here. How are you going to crunch these numbers and prepare and optimize solutions, and how we're going to leverage the data that we already have and use it to derive insights out of it. And the variety of transactions that we're getting is, we get transactions from various channels. So we have digital channels, we have omni channels, we have the banking channels, where we are talking the in-person banking, and we have the point of sales transactions, the call center channels, so on and so forth. And then we have the data coming from the social media, and also the click streams, where the customer clicks on a website and starts moving. And those data are all collected and integrated into the Hadoop platform for the analytics purpose. So this is an example of how much volume of data that we run in each year. So we are talking about few of the analytics that we have been working on. We are talking about a spend, something like a spend analytics, where we are trying to identify the customer behavior, what is his spending pattern, where he spends, what category he spends, how much he spends. And this is the volume of data that we try to send to the customer or customer database system day in and day out. So we are talking somewhere around like from thousands of records to somewhere around 56 billion records. So these are all the insights, and these are the insights volume that we send to the customer database. And it is imperative that the data that we send to the downstream systems are done in a faster and efficient manner. So the key objectives of big data in banking, primarily what drives the big data initiatives are the customer analytics is the primary driver for the big data initiatives. Identifying the customer preference and providing a personalized customer offers based on his behavior patterns, spending patterns, and allowing the customer to more like rather the channels are innumerous. So data can come from any kind of sources. Dig deeper into the customer information, then to not just understand what the customer wants, what the customer asks, but also to identify the needs of the customer and cater the product according to it. So, and the other key item is faster insights development, faster real-time delivery of information to the customer. So these are the various touch points where the customers could be targeted, where he constantly interacts the bank, where in terms of the spending patterns, the channel usage, the banking transactions that he does, and the social media interactions that he has with the bank, the customer behavior in terms of what is his life plan activities that he has in plans, the product portfolio of the customer, the credit information, and then the customer profitability. So this is an example of a customer scenario in action where a customer is having like 4 products. He has a mortgage, checking, savings, and line of credit. The customer is actually, by looking at his events, we identify that the customer is trying to remodel his kitchen and he's trying to buy some kitchen knife, chef knife for his kitchen. The bank derives the insights by looking at the various touch points, where you're looking at the spending patterns, what is his income, what is his savings balance, what is his available credit, and also looking at the social media interactions, where he says that he loves to cook, visits gourmet restaurants, and his likes, and comes up with a prediction where the bank predicts that the customer is likely to kind of buy the chef's knives somewhere in the future, but it also has an information that he, based on his previous successes, his credit line of credit is already nearing the full volume. So it suggests the customers to, by looking at his behavior, the bank identifies the customer is a fairly good in terms of his what do you call, the paying patterns, and his behavior with the bank has been very decent. So the opportunity with the bank is to enhance the customer behavior. The bank identifies that the customer is falling short of credit, so temporarily extends the line of credit, and also has an opportunity to send an alert to the customer saying that, hey, you have made a purchase and you have already increased, you have already exceeded your line of credit. So here is an opportunity for you to increase your line of credit. The bank offers the customer the moment he makes a purchase and to increase his line of credit, and the customer uses the software and kind of makes the purchase. So we are talking about the customer profiling, where we can divide the customer into various aspects. One is your descriptive data, where the data involves like his demographics, his self-declared data, the characteristics and the attributes, the behavioral data, where he buys something, where he orders some products, where he does some transactions, looking at his payment history and the usage history, and also his social interactions, where it talks about attitude data, what is his attitude towards the particular product, and why he likes the product. And then the interactions data, where he interacts with the bank through various channels, he clicks the various web streams, and then we can prepare a 360-degree view of the customer's data in terms of what kind of customer is he? Is he a digital savvy customer? He prefers going to the bank. How is his line of credit? How is his credit scores? How is he likely to go overdraft? So all these informations can be derived out of the customer. So some of the big data use cases that we currently keep doing in banking are like the behavior and transaction driven promotions with geolocational opportunities. So here is an example, right? So we are doing a real-time use case where we get transactional data from the customers. We analyze that the customer is doing some transactions in a toll, or he's doing some transaction in a convenience store, or he's doing a transaction at a car rental. So once we get that kind of an event, we quickly determine that the customer is kind of on the go, where he's kind of traveling. So what bank does is, in terms of the streaming pipeline, where this is one of the initiatives that we have done in the bank, where we analyze the transactions that comes from the live feed, and then quickly identify whether any of these transactions which involves him doing some transaction on the go. And we quickly determine that by analyzing where he did the transaction in terms of his locational attributes, and determine where his domicile location is from, and see that if the customer is kind of a certain distance away from his home, then there is a likelihood chance that he's been traveling. And then we quickly roll out an offer to the customer based on his current behavior pattern, and saying that, hey, for example, if he's traveling, then you can avail an offer at a Shell petrol pump, where you can avail an offer that is already there available with you, and leverage it when you're making any what do you call filling your gas station. And so you can use this particular offer in real time. So this is like an example of how the customer engagement can be maintained on the go in real time by using the customer transactional data and also analyzing this geolocations. The next example is the customer experience analysis, where we talk about customer experience across various channels, get his feedback, what is his pain points, and follow through the customer journey path and address the concerns then and there. Then we are talking about subscription analysis, where we talk about something like, hey, you have an upcoming subscription that is coming up. Are you ready to pay the amount, or you want to just talk to the person to defer the amount? Where you look into the transaction data, identify if there is any repetitive subscriptions that coming in, but also if the customer is kind of where his balance is less than a particular threshold, then you are kind of alert the customer saying that, hey, you have an upcoming subscription coming in, but the balances is kind of already in the threshold of lesser than the available threshold. So you may want to defer the subscription, or you may want to make some appropriate cash accommodation so that you can make that subscriptions and use it. So another attribute that we're talking about is a life plan, wherein we are engaging the customers in different life stages through personalized content, advice, and product offerings. So one of the use cases that we talk about is in the bank is we are talking about scanning the data and deriving the insights out of it. And one of the use cases that we have solved is the repetitive transactions or repetitive payments, wherein the challenge here is the data volume that we are taken into consideration is 3 years of the transactional data, which is close to around 4 billion records. And we are trying to identify what kind of recurring payments that the customer has done. The challenge involves in multiple folds. First, in the analysis phase, where we are trying to identify what are the merchant names that the clean business names or the merchant names that the customer has made a transaction against. So quite often that you may do a transaction in Amazon and Netflix, but the information entered in the transaction log may contain that merchant name with some numbers, merchant name with some asterisk symbols, special characters, merchant names with merchant IDs associated with it. So the merchant name may not be as clean as how we anticipated to. So the part of the problem in solving that was we kind of used the data cleansing methods. We adopted the regex pattern, and then we used the string distance methods where we penalize. We're using the Lewis and distance method where we penalize any additions and we don't penalize the deletions and try to identify a string matching corresponding to the actual merchant names and come up with the clean merchant names that is required for identifying what the subscription, what the customer has subscribed to. And the next challenge was to analyze this 3 billion transactions of data, where we took a sample of data and try to identify the behavior of the customer in terms of what qualifies for a subscription. Does it involve the same transactions, repetitive transactions done, the repetitive transaction done at a regular time interval? It could be 30 days or 20 days or 40 days. So also, what is the minimum number of transactions that the customer has to do to qualify for the recurring subscriptions, maximum number of transactions, so on and so forth. So once you gather all these metrics, now it's the process of tackling of how to make this problem an optimized and efficient manner. One of the common problems that we may face with the banking industry is the SOR data, the system of records data, that where we get the data from. It could be from different sources. The data could be in different structured formats and unstructured formats. Getting all the data, and also while we start processing all these data, we should also take into considerations the memory parameters and the CPU parameters. So quite often when we are working in a banking server, it happens that we share a shared pool of the clusters. For example, in the company that I work, Bank of America, we have in the production we have like 128 nodes cluster, and the memory shared pool architecture, where we have each application where we work has a resource pool, where each application is where multiple applications share a common resource pool, where the common memory, the common virtual cores are being used for all the insights. So it is imperative that we don't occupy the entire resource pool when we are processing the larger volume of transactions. So there are some design considerations that we may need to bring in. So when we are analyzing the data, we have to factor in the data partitions. So we have to tackle, like, if the data is partition, if the data is not partition, if the data is not partition, how do we address the partitioning problem? How can we do a parallel execution when we see the data is when the problem that we are trying to solve is kind of where some part of the problem can be executed in parallel and in independent manner, and some part of the problem has to wait for the results to process and then churn out the results. The next thing is about the compression and the compaction, where we are talking about the data that we are reading from the tables are compacted. The critical thing about compaction is when we are reading data from the physical tables, the data, ideally what happens is the name node or the master node that we call reads the metadata information from the HDFS location. And when there is when there are many small files created, the challenge with the name node involves reading the data, reading the metadata, opening the file, reading the metadata, closing the file. So when we are talking about small files, we are talking about reading like 10,000 files of data. That is kind of a huge impact in terms of the time it takes and the pressure it puts on the name node in terms of the memory constraints and how many files it has to open in parallel to read and write the data. So it is important that if there are multiple small files available in your data, we address that by compacting the data into one large file, because the data in HDFS works in terms of blocks, and we're talking about 128 MB of block size. A default size should be 128 MB in your in the HDFS cluster when you're talking about data that we are talking in the Cloudera implementation. So if the data is less than the block size, that puts an pressure on the name node, and subsequently the more the data that you read from such a particular table it not only increases the memory footprint, but it also increases the processing footprint, and thus delaying the process, and that can choke your resources. So something that we need to take care of while kind of handling the problem. The other issue that we can think about is compression. Usually the data that stores in HDFS is replicated across multiple clusters. So when we are trying to store the data, we have to also think that the way we store the data is compressed and stored. So, sure. So the problem, the statement that we were trying to solve here was the data that we sent to the downstream systems were taking like good 13 hours to process and send the data to the customer database system. So the challenge in terms of processing this data and sending it to the downstream involves like significant time. So we save this time by performing a change data capture, where instead of we sending around 60 billion records, where the downstream systems were kind of choked up in terms of processing and using that data footprint. So we kind of reduce that by doing a change data capture at our end and identifying only the changed records and sending the data to the downstream system. So we kind of reduce the footprint of the data that was shared across the network by 40% when we're trying to share the data. Okay. The next critical use case that I want to talk about was an operational persistent layer, where the idea is the moment the data, once the data insights have been created and the data is ready in the downstream in the application, it is being sent to the downstream systems. The time it takes to send the data to the downstream systems involves a lot of network traffic, and then the downstream system has to receive the data, process the data, and kind of again use it for the further processing of it. There's a lot of time wasted in that particular process. The idea here is to develop an operational layer on top of the existing data that we have in the Hadoop. So we are thinking about using HBase as an operational layer, where the data, as soon as it's available in the Hadoop systems, we use the caching. We use the HBase persistent layer to kind of allow the front-end systems to hit the Hadoop database to get the required batch data, rather than we send the data across to the networks. So use HBase in terms of for data retrieval using APIs, primarily to address the network traffic, the timeouts that arises in the customer database when they are handling a large bunch of data. So one of the real-time use cases that we are talking about here was one of the use cases where we are kind of reading the data from the point of sales transactions, and there's an event triggered in terms of where I talked about the credit limit, where a customer has already exceeded the credit limit. So based on his previous behavior, we know that the customer is a good customer based on his FICO score and his account balance. And we quickly look at his customer 360-degree data to identify how the customer is, and decide that even though the customer is shooting about his credit limit, we can enhance the credit limit temporarily and provide a notification quickly to the customer saying that, hey, this particular transaction that you have done has exceeded the credit limit. You may want to increase the credit limit, but we have allowed the transaction to flow through. So we have a streaming pipeline that we follow, where the data comes from different avenues, like the point of sales, ATM, call center, and actual files. And then we follow the streaming data line, where we ingest the data, we pre-process the data, we gather the data from different sources, and then send the data to the downstream system. And one last thing before I end this particular thing is we are working on something called a centralized query management system using the Metagraph recommender. So the idea here is quite often in our banking systems, we deal with batch data or the real-time data for the streaming and then the batch use cases, which involves using a lot of query language. And when using a query language, each application or each project that users are working on a particular insight keeps hitting the system of records to get the data that they need. They create a lot of staging tables, and then that increases a lot of footprint in terms of the data storage, the memory utilization, and all those things. The idea here is, so since this is a problem, the idea to address this problem is use the query. And all these work in a decentralized manner, though. The idea is to make this centralized by taking all the SQL queries and the intermediate tables and create a linear graph out of it, where you use a graph database to create break down the queries into multiple stages, and each stage involves like maybe which talks about the data reading from a system of records and loading to a staging table. And then another stage involves from staging table to successive staging tables. So when a new query is being fired, the metagraph recommender will kind of help us in identifying if this similar pattern of query already exists by traversing the nodes and the edges based on by splitting the query into multiple parts to identify, okay, these are the data sources that the query has traversed through, and these are the tables that it's been referred to, and kind of recommending the table that already exists, which the users can use through, thus saving time in terms of processing. So we have around like 843 queries in one source system, one applications. So each the 843 queries are taking like 2000 vCores and 20 TB of data. That's a lot of data that we are talking about, and a lot of memory footprint that we're talking about. So the idea here is to use this recommender tool to reduce the storage and the memory footprint, since the already production environments are kind of tied up with a lot of numbers and a lot of applications running in parallel, and the pool is already full. So the idea is reduce the memory footprint and then the CPU footprint while processing the data. So the initiative has been already in play in using the graph database in addressing this problem. Yeah. Everything when you does the replication factor affect the staging? Yes. So while any data that is landing in Hadoop will have a replication factor. So the data gets replicated, and once the data lands in the staging area, the data is replicated across nodes. So it is imperative that when we put or land the data in the staging layer, we try to optimize it as much as possible in terms of applying some compression techniques, applying compaction techniques, and ensure that the data footprint is low. And we also use various storage formats, like Parquet is one of the storage format that the company actually uses. And then there are other columnar storage and vectorized storage formats that we can use, like the ORC format that we can use to reduce the footprint of the data when loading into the HDFS. Yes. So just wanted to give a final example of how we process the data. So we have the source data that is coming in the STP layer, which is we call the bronze layer. And then we have the data silver layer, where we do the data processing and we do the data quality checks. And then we do the and before we send the data to the downstream systems or the customers, we do an early warning systems, which is nothing but to identify, hey, you have been sending some data at some volume. Has this volume increased or is it reduced? If it has increased and reduced, does it need to be analyzed, or does it needs to be is that okay? So the early warning system will look into the transaction volume that is being sent in for each of the insights, and kind of if there is an outlier that it has identified, it kind of stops the process from being sent to the downstream system. This is really helpful in terms of avoiding sending duplicate data avoiding sending no data to the downstream system. And then these data are then further used for the reporting purpose, where we derive metrics and visualizations on top of it in terms of understanding the customer's behavior in doing a discovery analytics, and also involved in the predictive analytics part of it. So this is a technological stack that we are using it for. We are pretty much into both batch and the streaming process, and also involved in a bit of text analytics as well. So we are using pretty much Hadoop for database like HDFS, and then we are using Spark for your streaming. We are using Nifi. We are using Kafka, and for the machine learning, we have Spark again, along with Python, Keras, TensorFlow. Everything is integrated. And the language that we primarily use are like Python, Scala, and Java. So from a technology stack, we cover the length and breadth of the technology in terms of the big data, and we also use Scoop for data ingestions and all those stuff. So in terms of machine learning algorithms, we do have few problems. They're very interesting problem. One of them being the deal stacking, wherein a customer interacts with the bank, then we try to identify what are the deals he's interested in terms of, if he's going to a restaurant, we prioritize his deals based on his most visited restaurant, most preferred dish, and all those stuff. And we do a deal stacking project in terms of machine learning. And then we are slowly migrating towards the cloud infrastructure, where we are talking about something like kind of a private cloud, where we are moving from on-premise to a private cloud environment. In terms of the challenges involved, in terms of the on-premises, the downtime, and whenever the downtime is there, there's a lot of time it takes to bring it back. Those infrastructure costs involved, all those things can be saved by moving to the cloud-based environment. And that is where we are kind of moving ahead in terms of the long-term plans. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, any questions? So we deal with around like close to 5 billion records daily, and initially, during the nascent phase, like the initial phase, we were sending the data, like processing the insights and sending to the downstream systems, where we start the insights today and we send the insights tomorrow. That was kind of a long process that we followed. But after adapting to multiple optimization techniques and using multiple big data platform tools, we were able to reduce that time from like 24 hours to 8 hours of time. So we used, while so we do have something called a BDR process, where we do kind of a sync up of the data. If the data is out of sync by any chance, then we have a process where we sync data from one environment to another environment using something called a BDR technique, where we identify where the BDR process identifies the bytes of data, and if it finds any difference in the bytes of the data, it tries to identify what are the updates and inserts that happens in the process, and tries to sync up the data across the environment. So that happens in a scheduled manner. It happens once in a day, or it happens twice in a day, depending upon if how recent one environment data is across the other environment data. Yeah. Yeah. Forward. Okay. Okay, so in terms of data access and database, we have the Hadoop, HDFS, and all those stuff. The data flow is when we're talking about the data flow of the query, we're talking about the Spark Hive and all those stuff. So here is how it is, right? The data is stored in HDFS. The data is then picked up by the applications like Spark, Hive, processing, and within that processing layer, we integrate the Spark. Spark has come up with its own machine learning tools. Like we use PySpark which is a Python-based Spark framework, and there's a Java-based Spark framework, and there's a Scala-based Spark framework. Each of these frameworks integrate with Python and also integrates with R, and also integrates with Java. So in that particular in that process, we use the already inbuilt libraries, that is machine learning libraries available with Spark, like the regression models, the classification models, the time series models, that is already inbuilt with the Spark, but it also has an seamless integration with Python and R, which supports machine learning, allows machine learning techniques to be used and help process the data and use it for the downstream systems.
Hello, this is Lavanya of Stanley. In terms of you had query management system. So in most simplest form, I would understand I'm going to ask as a customer to interact with the bank. I would say, what's my account number? And somebody's going to help me with that. Is that correct, the example? Or is it going to be more complex within that?
So for example, when you're saying part of a question is correct. So let's say when a layman term, you ask, what is my account number? Someone will say, I want to know, say, what is my account balance and some X day. So immediately what we do, we go and hit the system of records. The system of records is having some billions of transactions. And we try to filter out those transactions and get the required result for you. But since similar customers would have, or similar problems would have been asked by various other participants who are involved in that, so that they would have created some kind of a staging layer where they had already picked up those data and picked up the relevant information for you in terms of, are these customers active customers? Are these customers relevant to the bank? So they would have reduced the data volume from, say, 50 million records to maybe, say, 10 million records based on some the filters that they apply to identify if this customer is active customer, how is he associated with the bank? Is it a small business customer, retail customer? So there are different segments on which the data is catered to. So when you hit the data into a particular SOR, we know exactly, from the system knows exactly, okay, you are hitting the data into a consumer card transaction data, and you're looking for a particular account information. So that based on that, it goes and sees if there is already a similar pattern of query that is available, and that similar pattern of query is if it's already available where the data is available, and if the data is already available in a staging layer which can be utilized rather than hitting an SOR, it goes and hits that SOR to get the data for you. So the objective here is not to solve the customer problem, it is to solve the engineering problem, wherein let's say I'm hitting a table where I want to know what are the active customers associated with the bank, and are they consumer customers? Are they consumer customers of the age between 18 to 25? So I apply a lot of filters and then create a data set out of it. So when I create that data set, if another independent project which has a similar requirement, and they are also trying to address the same problem, not part of the problem is the same and part of the problem is different, they also hit the same SOR, they also hit the same filter conditions, and they also hit the same tables to get the data. So instead of that, and they created their own staging table on top of it. So now the same conditions, you have one staging table for one project and another staging table for another project. So this problem this is a problem because each projects are working in a silo and a decentralized manner. So the idea here is to take this query of the customer or user whoever is firing it, and try to traverse the data and to see if there is already a staging table created. Why don't you use that rather than you create another footprint of storage, footprint of memory, and all those things. So that is what that problem is trying to address.
Actually, my actual question I didn't finish was since no, no, actually that was not actually the question though. So the main question was like a query like that. What's my account number? It's a qualitative data. So that means it can come across as semantic issues. The meaning of the data is coming across if it's not such a direct question. Does your present thing are able to?
So something that we are working on right now, where the primary task here that we are trying to address is straightforward queries that they hit against the data. That is a problem itself that we are trying to solve, and slowly we will come to in terms of this more in terms of the user-friendly queries where you give the account number. That is something that we are kind of working upon as well in parallel to kind of parse that and get that information also relevant
Thank
for
you.
the users. Yeah, thank you all for your time. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Yeah.
So we start the paper presentations. There are 3 papers in this session. And now we invite the first paper, others from IIIT Dharwad, Shobhan Kumar. Yeah, he's giving on this paper, learning enhancement using question answer generation for a block using the contrastive fine-tuned model. So maybe you take some 10 minutes time and then 10 minutes Q&A. As quickly as possible. Yeah, as quickly as possible because we have 3 papers and then it's already fast one. The fine-tuned by
Good afternoon, Ananda. Okay. Myself, Shobhan Kumar, research scholar at IIIT Dharwad. I'm a bit happy to share a few highlights about my research, which was taken place during last 4 years. And the title of the topic is Learning Enhancement Using Question Answer Generation for eBooks using Contrastive Trained T5. Okay. Probably this is very well-known subjects, e-learning, why it is, and what are the benefits of e-learning, and how one can use the e-learning to increase the productivity of the learner. As well, we know that e-learning means learning takes place through e-data or web data. So it just remove the all geographical obstacles. So just by sitting one corner, anybody can receive any amount of data and they can perceive it based on their demand and their interest. As we know that though there is a enormous volume of data is available online, but still textbook is an primary source of information for the learner. Okay. But when we gone through a lot of literature, we got to know that from the stakeholder perspective, we have taken the feedback. We got to know that though there is a prescribed textbooks, majority of the concepts is not been taught in a very well way. So students or learner used to reach out the web platform or CQA forums like Quora, Reddit, etc., to gather more information. So we have collected the feedback from the parents, stakeholders, end users, and fintech IT peoples. They're saying that okay, though the couple are nowadays they are working, so they don't have enough time to tutor the kids. So we'll give the tab to the kids. They'll browse it and they'll go to YouTube videos, MOOCs, NPTEL, etc., to gather more insight of the data which we are dealing with day-to-day life. With this background, we thought that why can't we go with the personalized learning material, so that rather than going with the enormous volume of data which is available on the textbook or etc., why can't you go with the question answering session? So we deal with the recommending the question answers for the every topics or every informative sentences of the textbooks, so that the students or learner can better insight in a timely manner. So that was our primary aim. Okay. So we have deal with the we come up with the model which recommends the relevant or most relevant question answers for the informative topics as well as informative sentences of the textbooks. That's the one part of our story. Then we thought that why should I stick my model only to recommend the relevant question answer from the Quora or Reddit? So why can't we train the model, or why can't we come up with a model so that it can mimic the behavior of the human, so that it can generate the question like human, how we pose the question, like machine has to generate the question, machine has to generate the answer, so that it will assist the people or assist the kid, so that it can grasp the things, it can get the more insight into the learning concepts. So this is the outline of the proposed model. As I said, we used to go with a lot of web data. So we trained a model with NLP and data mining, and the targeted data is NCERT textbook from India, as well as PRML is a well-known machine learning textbooks for ML courses by Bishop. This is just an example. As I said, we had a model where it just pick up the informative sentence of the textbooks and augment the text or the topics with the recommended questions answers from Quora. Just to have the snapshot, I just kept the questions. It will also recommend the answers. So these are the three major objectives we follow. First one is, can we follow a sequence-to-sequence model to go with the text augmentation? That means annotate the text with the question answers or generated question answers. Second one is, can we adopt those sort of generated, a sequence to model for question answering session, though it is for NSP, next sentence prediction, or MLM objectives, can it be adapted to QA sessions? And third one is, though there are plenty of models available, which one suits to our scenario, or how can I go with the deployable model with the minimal set of resources? I'll just go with this related works. Okay. Though plenty of people have attempted the question generation or question answering, though only, those model will rely on lexical based rather than semantic based. So they will those model will work on word by word model or sentence by sentence model based on the lexical meanings, not the semantics meanings. So we targeted on semantics meanings rather than lexical meanings. So that's the novelty of our work. So this is the typical architecture how our model works. Okay. So we just receive the ebook contents. Then our model will give the short summary of the data. Abstract summary, not extract summary. Okay. Then we generated the negative sample with contrastive learning. That is contrastive learning in the sense you take up the data, you find the semantics meaning of it. If the data is very close to the semantics meanings, keep it at very close to each other. If they are very dissimilar, keep it aside. So you just label it so that we can come up with the negative question answers. Then you just make up with the contrastive loss. Then use the cross entropy loss. Upon that add-on, you add contrastive loss so that you can build a beautiful model. It will go with the generative question answering. As I said, it has got two major phases in our work. First one is text summarizer, is an abstract summarizer, and the second one is generative question answering. As I said earlier, our main aim is to increase the log likelihood. See, how do you evaluate that the generated question is very much relevant to the given set of raw data? The other part of the evaluation is, though we went with the standard metrics like blue scores, meter, Rugel, F1 score, map, etc., etc. Those are the standard metrics. From the human point of view, you just give the data and give the question. If the question is answered by those set of data, then I can say that the generated question is more relevant to the given set of data. So we went with those set of evaluation. So that's why I added with the name that maximizing the condition probability. That means the generated question must be answered with the given set of raw data. Then I said we should increase the log likelihood just by in the reverse way. Just negate the or minimize the negative log likelihood so that we can go with the MLE. During the experiment, we empirically found that when you go with the tiny data sets, probably you may not end up with the good results or good model. So that's why we augment the data with contrastive loss, so that when you go with the cross entropy and on top of it contrastive loss, probably you will end up with a beautiful model. So this is a typical architecture of the T5 text-to-text transformer. It has got both decoder and encoder. Prior to this model, people used to work on only BERT. It has got only encoder, and some people have gone with the GPT. Probably you might have very much familiar with that. It has got only decoder. So we thought that why don't you club with those two encoder decoder stack so that we can deliver. We can develop a deliverable model with the minimal effort. The learner can get the insight of the raw data. During our experiment, just for the sake of testing the model, we have taken the fairy tale QA and hotpot QA datasets. These are some hyperparameters which are used to train the model. And during the experiment, we found that in our cases, learning rate 3 minus 3, it has got a very handful results. This is a sample question which is generated by our model. This is the data which is taken from NCERT CCT textbooks, okay, and the abstract summary which is generated by model, and the top 3 questions. I can set the threshold, or you can set the threshold based on your requirement. So these are the 3 questions which is generated by our model. Sorry, this is for PRML, machine learning textbooks from 1.2, chapter 1 with the subheading 2, okay. This is from NCERT textbooks. You can easily notice that the question is very much similar or very much relevant to the given text. It is like mimicking exactly the human behavior. Like when you see the exercise question, which is already written or predefined set of question, which is almost similar to this one. That means our model can able to input the knowledge from the raw data, and it can mimic the behavior of the human. Again, this is the raw data from PRML, and these are the set of questions which is generated by our machine. Okay, though it gives the answers, I just highlighted the only questions. And these are the question answers which is generated by our eQAG model for the text data from hotpot QA as well as fairy tale QA. These are sample results which we compared with the state-of-the-art or SOTA baseline. As I said earlier, though I can claim that my model will give a better results compared to SOTA. So ultimately, it decides how well it assists the stakeholder or end users. For that, we have considered another set of examination apart from the standard set of operation. We have generated a set of question answers for PRML chapter 1 and chapter 2. We have given it to students. So prior to giving to the generated question answers, what we have done, we have just offered the textbook as usual, and we have conducted some quiz sessions. We noted down all the using OpenPOS. Those are very familiar with that OpenPOS API in an experimental condition. We just noted down how many minutes or how many seconds they have taken to complete the quiz, and how many people answered and how many people have secured more out of 10 out of 10, and how many people have secured 4 out of 10, so 5 to 6, 6 to 8, and 8 to 10. And in the next set of weeks, what we have done, we have generated the question answers from our model. We offered both text, raw data, as well as the generated question answer from our model. And then we went with the second set of question answers. Again, we noted down how many minutes they have taken to answer the quiz questions and what is the quiz scores. So when you analyze the scores, we got to know that out of 20 people who attended the quiz in both the weeks, 13 people have secured 9 out of 10 when you assist the people with this kind of model. So that really impacts the user, and it indicates that when you go with this kind of handy model, so that you can draw the insight of the raw data, and definitely it will increase the productivity of the learner in a better way. So we have already taken the feedback from the parents. They're saying that why can't you go with the application based, so that it helps us to tutor the kids in a timely manner. Okay. Yeah. So these are some standard benchmark results. Okay. I'll conclude that though this is a very simple model, we can go with the higher order knowledge inference with the cloud-based services and with the complex question answering, so that when the piece of answer is located in multiple piece of passages, so model has to locate the every set of passages to draw the insight, accumulate the answers, and give the questions in a sequential way. It's a complex question answering task, so we are currently working on that. Thank you. Any questions? I'm ready to take the questions.
So you have said that there is negative questions as well, and it was not clear to me how contrastive learning was used and what is a negative question. So what do you mean by a negative question?
It's not a negative question, it's a negative loss.
But I think in the slides there were 2 questions that were fed into the model, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah. I got your point. You are telling me how do you augment the data when you train the model? You said that negative loss has been implemented.
It means that there is some positive samples and there are some. So what are those positive samples? We can get it from any textbook. So this is the text. These are the questions based out of it. But what are the negative samples for that?
Negative samples, and as I said earlier, see, when you take the question and answers is, if they're relevant to the question, it becomes positive. But if the answer is totally different, see, we follow 3 strategies to develop a negative question answers. One is you pick up the random samples from the answers, random answers from the same set of documents and keep it. It becomes 1 negative samples. You take up the both question and answers from the different sample and take it to the negative samples. So likewise, in a 3 different way, we created augmented data. Then we train the model. So definitely model learns in a better way.
How much complexities and what is the time complexity for the finding semantics for your question, your text?
I didn't get your question.
Suppose your text, you are giving some text and they generate the question and answers. While you are generating it, you are taking the semantics also.
Yeah.
How much complexities and how much time it taking to finish that?
Resource complexity and time complexity.
Yeah, time complexity.
Yeah, time complexity, as I said, when you go with the T5 model, what is your batch size and what is the maximum sequence of length you are constrained. So it's n power of 2. So when you go with, since we have with the constraint environment, we went with the Google Colab. Probably I said with only 512 is a token. That's why I said if the answer span is located within a passage, it works very well. If the answer span is located, imagine it has to underwent 10 passages, pick up the keywords from 10 passages, accumulating answers. Probably that will go with the complex question answering task. You have to go with 1048 or 2048 sequence lengths. Probably you need to go with the higher order of GPU or TPU. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. probably I can say only 10% overlap. Those are the quiz questions, not these questions. Those are the, I can say, MCQs. MCQ has been given. And we actually, we had one more model has been created for MCQ creation and fill in the blanks creation. So with that model, we generated the question. And this is different one. So those, this is a referential material, that is the examination question paper. Those are two distinct ones. Probably I can say some 8 to 10% overlap, not more than that. These are the reasoning questions. Those are the MCQs. You got my point? But when you go with the reasoning, it's not a straightforward question. Yeah, it's not a straightforward. They should think. That's why we capture the time, how much time and how much attention they paid to while answering the question. That makes the difference. Because all these blue scores, all these are the exact matches. Semantics matches it will be. That's not a big deal. So it's ultimately, if the end user is happy with our application, well and good.
Can you just describe the data sets used for the training purpose in this?
Yeah, I just mentioned the hotpot keyway and fairy tale keyway. It's available. Web, it's freely available. You can access it. Hotpot keyway is quite big enough, but fairy tale is very tiny data set. You can use it. No issues. It's freely available. You can access it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all.
And the next paper is from the IIIT Gwalior, and the title is a deep learning based approach to automate clinical coding of electronic health records. And the speaker is actually online. We had a video of his paper talk. So we'll run the video, and then if a question and answers there, we can directly talk to, maybe you can send a mail to him. So, Ashutosh Kumar. So, you can.
Good morning. My name is Ashutosh Kumar, and I am a master's student at IIIT Gwalior. And today I am going to present my paper, a deep learning based approach to automate clinical coding of electronic health records. So these are the brief agenda.
Can you bring this or can you mic? Ashutosh, are you presently online or?
Ashutosh? Yes, I can present online.
You present online.
Yeah.
Okay, you can share your screen.
Okay, just turn this sharing. I am not able to share my screen.
Sorry.
Turn off the sharing of the previous presentation. I'm not able to share.
Please stop sharing.
Just 1 minute.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, now you can share your screen.
Yeah, so is my screen visible?
Not yet.
We play video and then we let's play video. Take Q&A will be.
I have shared the screen from my side.
Your screen is not visible.
Let me check again.
Manam share your screen. Zoom in.
I'm sharing my screen on the Zoom call.
Okay, Zoom can. Okay, now you can share your screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So good morning, one and all present here. I am Ashutosh Kumar, and I am a recent graduate from IIT Gwalior. And today I am going to present my research paper that I have done in my last year of college. So I have been mentored by Dr. Santosh Singh Rathore, and the title of my paper is Deep Learning Based Approach to Automate Clinical Coding of Electronic Health Records. This is a brief agenda for the today's session. So we have an introduction, objectives. Then we have a brief discussion about the clinical models that we have implemented. Then we have analysis and the results parts, and then a brief conclusion. Starting with the introduction. So first of all, what are the electronic health records? The first question at hand. So in today's most of the hospitals in today's world used to give prescriptions to the patients in form of electronic documents. So these EHRs are nothing but the handwritten notes from the doctors, or maybe these are the diagnosis summaries and lab reports as well. All these electronic PDFs contribute to the electronic health records. So what is the need for clinical coding systems? So manual coding of these electronic health records is very time consuming, because each document can have up to 3K tokens per document. So it is very highly time consuming, and also very error prone, because the tokens are very similar. Some kind of fever, maybe a typhoid fever or a malaria fever, these are very similar terms. So these are very error prone as well as it is very financially expensive, because we have to hire professionals for medical coding of these EHRs. So all these problems can be resolved up to some extent using automated clinical coding systems. This is a sample electronic health record in a PDF format. It is taken from online Google. So we can see it has different subsections like major surgical invasion or patient history, and then the past medical history. All these, this is a sample here. It has multiple medical related terms that we are going to code using our models. So let's have a background for the clinical coding. So what is a clinical coding? So as I have already told, we have to first extract the medical terms like the fever, or maybe some medicine names. These are the clinical terms. So we have to extract these entities from the free text present in the EHRs, and then we have to assign them codes. So in my research, I have mainly focused on the ICD-9 codes. It is a standard medical coding scheme that is used widely all over the world. So we assign ICD-9 codes to the medical terms. So for example, we have typhoid fever. So typhoid fever is given a ICD-9 code of 002.0. So like that, we are going to do the clinical coding. So why clinical coding? As I've already told you, because it helps in the billing purposes, or maybe patient analytics as well as population analytics. So we have very good data for patient research as well as population research. Then how? So we have most of hospitals use manual coding at the moment, because it is very error prone to the automated systems. So this manual coding is financially expensive. So we are going to use the AI for clinical coding. So how the AI is gonna work? So EHRs are quite complex and contain free text in them. So free text, by free text we mean that it has unclear vocabulary, or maybe spelling mistakes as well as grammatical errors. So this makes of standard algorithms like logistic regression, KNN, or SVM maybe very less efficient. So we can use the complex NLP techniques like the BERT or maybe transformers to remove the need for manual feature engineering, and we can drastically improve the performance of our models. So the objectives motivate from the previous discussion, motivated by all that, in this research paper, we explore state of the art NLP algorithms for developing a hybrid model as well as state of the art model. So the major objectives for that were, like, we treated our classification problem as a multi-level classification problem, because many, like, over 100 to 500 tokens were associated with each EHR document. So it is kind of like a multi-level classification problem. So first objective was to get a relevant medical data set, because, like, clinical data sets are not very easy to get in today's world, because no country wants to, like, reveal their population and population graphs to, like, some other country. So they keep their data very private. So getting a medical data set itself is a very challenging task. So then after getting a data set, we have used the Mimic3 data set. It is an open source data set, and it is a like a very big data set, and it has patient records for over 40,000 patients, and it has been collected over a period of 2001 to 2012. So it is a very big data set. Then we have our baseline model that we have developed ourselves. It is a word-to-vec and cosine similarity hybrid model. And then we have the attention-based models. This is the overview of our research. So starting with the EHR data that we get from the, like, currently we are getting this from the Mimic3 dataset, but in real world, it will be from some hospital or maybe some labs. So this is the EHR data. And first of all, we have our baseline hybrid model. So the baseline model is very simple. It extracts the medical relevant keywords from the EHR document, then vectorizes the words, and uses a cosine similarity model to assign ICD-9 codes to it. And then we have the complex models, like the transformer models. So we have a simple transformer encoder model as well as a bluebird model. We'll discuss about these in the next session. So a brief about the dataset. So Mimic3 dataset, it's a very huge dataset, as I have already told. So it has 26 tables with huge amount of de-identified clinical data. So by de-identified, I mean like we have some patient names named James. So James EHR will have personal information like his name, his father's name, his age, and where he lives, and his mobile number. So all this personal information, we cannot give it for research purposes. It is not legal as of now. So we have to de-identify the data set, like this personal information. We have to, like, encrypt it. Like, we can replace these names, age parameters with some special symbols, maybe hashes or asterisks like this. So we have the de-identified data. And then the overall data set, that is the Mimic3 data set, has over 52,000 discharge summaries. So discharge summaries is like EHR document itself. And each discharge, overall, these discharge summaries has a total of around 9K unique codes, like the medical codes. So this was the sample schema for the discharge summaries from the data set. So we have, like, this is a table for a particular EHR. So each EHR has different rows. So we can see the row number 1297. So we can, like, imagine how big that EHR is. It has around 1.5K rows of lines itself. So each row can have different, like, medical keywords, and each keyword has been assigned an ICD-9 code to it. Yes, sir. You are not audible to me.
Can you complete in next 2 minutes?
Yeah, sure. So implementation part. So this is the implementation detail for our hybrid baseline model. So we have a EHR document. We extract the relevant keywords from using a NER model trained specifically for medical purposes. Then we have pre-processing, and we pass it to the cosine similarity model for assigning the ICD-9 codes. And the final output is a list of ICD-9 codes for that particular EHR. Then we have transformer-based ICD-9 prediction model. So it is similar to the hybrid model, but it is more complex in the like the hidden layers. So we have the EHR, then we convert like the document, we do the word indexing and vectorizing using the embedding layer. Then we have the transformer part that converts it to the hidden representation layer. And then we have in the end BC with logit loss, and we pass that to a sigmoid layer, which is fully connected for outputting our ICD-9 codes. So, and the third one was a Bluebird model. So Bluebird is a specifically trained BERT model, and it is trained on the PubMed dataset, which is another open source medical dataset. So we have used Bluebird and we have fine-tuned it using our Mimic3 dataset and our own like the discharge summaries from our research. So these are the final results. So I'll brief the results in note for the hybrid model. The table shows that the results of different presented models in terms of accuracy, precision, recall, F1 in AUC measures. So from the table, we can see that the hybrid model has performed like not very well, but keeping in mind that it is not the state of the model, NLP model as of now, it has shown very good like the AUC score. Then we have the transformer models, and out of all the transformer models, the Bluebird model has shown like the state of the art results with an AUC of 98.9% for the top 10 ICD-9 codes. So like our hybrid model is has performed very well. So we have like tested it for different confidence intervals as well. So we have a confidence interval range from 100% to 60%. So by 100%, we mean that maybe typhoid fever is 100. We are 100% confident that typhoid fever has been given the like the correct ICD-9 code. So for 100% confidence interval, we have an AUC of 93.8%, which is itself is very good score. So this is the PR curve for the hybrid model, and then we conclude the paper. So we have used different deep learning based approach to perform our clinical coding, and the results showed that the baseline model has shown like for different confidence interval very good results. The baseline model achieved an AUC of AUC score of between 93.8% to 96.8% for each confidence interval range, and among all the Bluebird has yielded the best performance. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ashutosh. We'll reserve the questions offline.
Yeah,
we
sure.
can interact with you over email. The participants can interact who are having the one, and we'll go to the third paper because of the lack of the time. The third paper is Drugomics, Knowledge Graph and AI to Construct Physicians, a brain digital twin to prevent drug side effects and patient harm, by Ashok from SRIT India and Erwin Sel from SRH Jim Ryan from SGRI, Tony Raj from SGRI, and Wagmore from SGRI, and Roland also from IIIT Bangalore. Yeah. Sure. Okay. Just quickly.
Thank you for the like starting with the name of the paper and other things. Yeah, so maybe this could be the least technical presentation you will see in these 3 or 4 days. Basically, I'm a trained physician and moved into technology management, and that's why this presentation is sort of not that much technical. Obviously, we have other authors on the paper who are highly technical people, and they have worked on most of the technical stuff. Okay. So my topic is about drug-drug or drug interactions. Basically, drugs do interact with different entities, basically other drugs, obviously with the individual who is taking the medications, and with other things, the patient or the individual who's taking, basically it is food or any other supplement. And okay, so there is a small little joke which says there is a medicine to overcome side effects of other medicine. So that is the current state of medicine, not only in India but all over the world. These are the different, say, interaction which happens. Basically, one drug could reduce the effect of one other drug, or increase the effect, or cause some other unwanted, what you say, outcomes. And that could be caused by basically the chemical nature of the entire thing. These are a couple of definition. Basically, drug-drug interaction is one drug affects effects which are produced by other drug, or they interact directly or interact with during their pathway of what you say, effect which is happening. And there are drug disease interaction. Basically, there is a patient is having a disease, basically say blood pressure or high blood pressure or diabetes or something, and for that this individual is taking a couple of medicine, and then now this patient has to take new medicine, and then that medicine will cause some effect. So these are the basically definition. These are a couple of examples. Basically, we all know that alcohol will interact with anything, and then whenever people go to doctor, they say, okay, don't drink and drive, or it is not only that drink and drive, but then this medication they will cause basically some sort of drowsiness, and then alcohol could enhance it. So basically, and then now this problem is huge and it is everywhere. We wanted to reduce it. My background is with configuration of EHRs or electronic health records and implementation of those things. And I have done more than like 5 implementations, and then a couple of them they were in the same setting. And I know how codifying these things into software is difficult actually. So we wanted to make that problem little better. And so what happens is patient and doctor, whenever there is interaction, that is basically your electronic health record, and there is a knowledge of doctor. There are symptoms from the patient. So these two things they need to be analyzed together and need to be told, okay, what needs to be done next actually. Do I need to give this medicine? Do I need to do some investigation, or do I need to change a dose, or I totally avoid some medication? So at that part, the doctor or patient or in general, whatever the paper records which are available, they could be defunct actually. Patient may forget, doctor has already overload. In India, if you see, there are many OPDs where doctors see more than 200 patients in say a span of 6 hours, and that is, I think, huge. Then if you go to pharmacies, they dispense medication, and then the pharmacist may or may not know what medication is there. You just walk medical store. Yesterday I walked to a medical store and asked for a couple of medicine, and then that fellow, without asking anything, he gave me those medicines. I didn't tell him I'm doctor, but then, so that is the condition there. So there also this drug-drug interaction could cause harms. And when obviously patient is taking these medicines, and then there is a patient health record basically. So that time patient may forget, or patient simply doesn't know that these medications could cause problem. So at all these stages, there is some intelligence that is required, and we thought, can we build that particular thing? So what we did was we went to the sources, different sources, which are like, there is drug bank, drugs by FDA and other sources which are available. And there are some coding standards like SNOMED City, RxNorm, all the sources we went and found out what all the medications which are there, what all drug-drug interactions or drug disease interactions which have been reported, extracted those, and then they were kept into a graph database. The problems with all these databases are either they are like limited or not comprehensive, or they are not available publicly. Like at least couple of them they are not available, but there are many which are available publicly. Even in India, there are like books like SIMS and MEMS, The dictionary, if you just want to buy a paper copy, it is like 400-500 rupees. But when you want to integrate this into your software, that license costs you like 6 to 7 lakhs per year, and that's not cheap actually. So what we said is get all these things connected with, so diseases were, drugs were put as nodes, and the interactions which were there, they were put as what you call the edges of the graph entities. And those things were then used in another setting, which is connected to electronic health record system, which also had a telemedicine system inbuilt. And when the doctor is interacting with, say, patients, at that time, contextually, the different things will appear. So maybe I will just go through the different things. These are like technology stacks and other things which are used. It may not be like so interesting for you. And so like, say, this is the first screen where if you say search for, just let me see on my phone. Say like, if you want to take example of a medicine for diabetes, which is called metformin, these are different interactions which this particular medicine has with different medicine. Then this is the actual use case through the electronic health record, and then this is a working system. It has not yet been implemented anywhere, but we are just trying and making it better. So when chief complaints are put, few of the codes, like in the earlier presentation, presenter was mentioning about ICD-10 codes. There are a lot of different codes like this. They appear and doctor can choose then and there, and then things become easier. Right now, that process, in some ways, it is manual, that the codes appear, but then doctor has to select manually that, okay, this is the code which I want to assign for this particular interaction. Next one is, these are few more codes which came up, diagnosis things which came up based on the patient's symptom. If the patient has fever, say maybe some fatigue, cough, and other thing, I can ask now anyone, and they can say the first diagnosis could be COVID. That is the first thing which has come up. But then below that, there are many more diagnoses which are possible. Are we on the next screen? Yeah. Then on the next screen, it will suggest medications which are there for the condition which is chosen. And along with it, it will tell based on patient's existing medication history that these medicines, they could, interact with each other, either better to avoid them or change the dose, and or educate the patient about these particular things. Okay. So these all we were able to integrate, like different sources, we are able to integrate into a working electronic health record, and basically put to some use. Our next steps are, we have done some rudimentary validations. What we want to do is large scale validations, basically with different specialists and different conditions, integrate clinical pathways, like say suppose how to manage blood pressure, how to manage diabetes, all these things. There are clinical pathways which are available, and they do keep changing frequently. That's one problem. And how to upgrade a software system to a new pathway that is available. Those are the things we want to enable. And we also want to enable mechanism. Yeah, basically the what a new knowledge which is available on the PubMed and other research thing, how can we automatically make it available actually. And there are now, this is the complex thing about the technical stuff that is there. Yeah. And basically our aim is to say from bedside to like from whatever we are doing is in computers, that one we want to take it to cloud and again take it to bedside so that doctors and researchers can take informed decision. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Actually, maybe many of us not know that you are the real physician. So it's good that maybe the participants may interact with you for any kind of a health kind of a things, health records, how to process it.
Yeah, actually, I'm more interested in
the industry, the drug repositioning, there are a lot of research is going on.
Right. Yeah.
So maybe some of them may be asked in offline.
Yeah, definitely.
Because of the lack of the time. So we'll conclude the session now. We'll end up and we'll break for lunch. And there's a keynote was there in the.
Yeah. So everything is delayed by 45 minutes now. So 12:30 to 1:30 lunch. Now to it is 1:15. So we'll come back at 2:15. Okay. Have a lunch and interact with each other. But come back at 2:15. Okay. Come back at 2:15. Okay. Thank you. Minutes and next keynote will start at 2:15. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. After a nice lunch, getting back. Okay. So I hope all of you are active again. Okay. Usually I'm loud. So it gives me immense pleasure to basically invite Professor Sanjay Madria, okay, from Missouri University of Science and Technology. Okay, so he's the curator's distinguished professor there. He works in mobile computing, sensor computing, big data, and cloud computing. So almost all the domains are really close to my heart. Okay? So I also work in these things. Okay? So
I think now I should be far because usually I'm very loud. Okay. So he's a voracious writer. Okay. So he has about 290 publications to his name. Okay. And also like has won several best paper awards. And he also manages projects regularly. Okay. He has managed research projects worth $18 million. Okay. So that is pretty significant to Indian numbers. Okay. So we can get some experience from him. Okay. Regarding these things as well, hopefully. And he was also awarded NRC fellowship, okay, by National Academies, US. And he is ACM distinguished scientist and also like ACM and IEEE distinguished speaker, okay. Also IEEE senior member and IEEE Golden Core awardee, okay. So he'll be talking about, of course, what COVID has really caused to all of us, okay. So he'll be actually talking about applying machine learning for emotional detection, analysis, and visualization, okay, using the COVID-19 tweets, okay. So that would be the topic. So thank you. It's a pleasure for us to actually invite you, and we are looking forward to it. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome to this session. Okay. Okay, so let me tell you a brief history behind this work. So my student Yasin Kabir, he just graduated. Actually, his commencement was there on Friday, and that's why I have to take the flight on Sunday morning. He was working on an NASA project related to disaster management, and that was also related with tweets. And in US, whenever there is a disaster, there is an agency called FEMA, and FEMA is responsible for evacuation. So we have built a system called Stimulate, and that system basically is whenever people are stranded in a disaster, they'll tweet, right? My friend is stranded somewhere with kids and the water level is rising, or there's a fire or whatever. So we created this system which basically can prioritize the evacuation, because FEMA, the agency who's responsible, has certain policy guidelines. And the policy is, they call DCW, disabled, elderly, child, water needed, injured. So they have to evacuate those people first. Okay, so we build this system so that we collect the tweets and automatically categorize. Okay, so 9th of February of 2020, I was at IIIT Delhi for the AI workshop where I delivered that talk. And then I noticed that COVID was rising. I called my student that change the system, collect tweets for COVID. So by the time 14th of March, when US announced to close the country, we had so many tweets. On 24th of March, we had the system which you see here. Okay, the system is just still operational, and so much traffic it was generating that time, because we were showing people that how the COVID-19 is affecting different US states, okay? And in fact, every morning, even myself, I used to go to the US map, and it used to show, for example, if you go to the website also, you click the state, it will show a cloud of words for that day, for that hour, so we are doing hourly, what people are talking about in each state. So since then, of course, we have made a lot of progress on this work. And as you can see, the student has graduated and he has written 4 or 5 papers. And interestingly, he's working at a company called Secure.
And this company, it's not secure, it's a secure. And what this company does basically is they authenticate people using only social media data. Okay, so they can collect information and say this person is this. Okay. So anyway, so this is the story behind this work. We have several papers related to this topic. Can you go to the presentation now? So as you can see that I'm talking more than what you saw as my title for the keynote. So we all know, of course, that COVID-19 has affected everyone in one way or the other, right? Some people lost their relatives, parents, brothers, sisters, right? But also, you know, it's not only emotionally, but people are affected economically as well. They lost jobs, right? So if you see here, there's a lot of mental stress, right? Because of, for example, losing relatives or losing their jobs, for example. So it affects people in many different ways when they try to take some decisions, right? Because many people are very emotional, right? And they sometimes take decisions based on emotions, which is not right in my opinion, but it happens. So also, as you can see that if you collect social media data, you can use the social media data to, for example, identify their emotional behavior, okay? And in this particular work, that's main objective. That can we use only social media data, tweets, for example, in this case, and try to identify human emotions, okay? And then the next part, which is very interestingly, I gave that talk actually here in ER, of course it was online. And we took the second part of that work, that can we also detect polarization? You know, because you probably noticed that in US, there are people who believe in mask, and there are people who are not believing in mask, and same thing, vaccine and so on. And those basically like their political affiliations with Democrats and Republicans and so on. So I'll talk about that work, which is the second part of the work, and also we are doing further some extension to these research. Okay. So as you can see, first that objective is, can we make some machine learning models and try to identify human emotions, but only with respect to COVID-19 tweets. Okay. So of course, this pandemic is not what has happened in the past, right? It's a new thing. So the emotions and how you identify emotions is also new. Also, the second part of this research or objective is not only identify human emotions, but also try to extract phrases from those tweets which may cause these emotions. Okay. So the first is to identify emotion, and then from the tweets extract phrases. Okay. So that's another important research question, is how you can do that. And also, as I said, like there was no such data available, right, in the past, which relates to COVID-19. And then in general, you'd like to track and process and analyze tweets in real time and do some visualization. And as I said, like when I'm talking about visualization, I'm talking about visualization of data with respect to different US states. I did this work only for US because it was very difficult for us to understand, how people write tweets, right? For example, in India, right, people use English, Hindi, and so many other things, right? So actually, when I was doing this work, I got a lot of requests from here, students and professors, can you do this work for us? And I said, it's very difficult. I can give you whatever you need from my machine learning models, and you train, you do whatever, but it's very hard because my students may not understand Hindi. And then there are so many ways people write, so you need more than just NLP in that case. And also I got requests from Brazil and Italy and Germany at that time that can you build a system for us as well, okay? But now if you search in the literature, many people have done now this work with respect to their own tweets, okay? So the primary contribution of this particular work was to build this machine learning model. And as you can see that we have identified 10 different human emotions. Okay. So we did some study in the literature, and we came up with these 10 different human emotions. Okay. So like, as you can see, fear, denial, joking, there are many, and then we considered 10 of those. Okay. And then the second is to build this custom-made question answer based Roberta model. And that is to extract the phrases from those tweets which may cause this particular human emotion. And then how we did this, right? So what I did is in summer of 2020, I hired 3 undergraduate students. And the reason I hired those students because they can understand English very well, okay? And how people write tweets, right? So I paid these 3 students $15 per hour, okay? And then students were, of course, creating this training data. And after a month or so, I asked one of the students that, you guys are taking so much time, I'm paying you $15 per hour, and I need to, finish this training data. So a student sent me a tweet, and he said, "Sir, can you identify, is it sad, emotion, or happy?" Label, the human emotion, right? So, and that's very difficult, right? And that's the reason I had 3 undergraduate students who understand English very well. The 4th student, Yasin, is actually from Bangladesh, right? But he also did. And then we basically created this 10,000 tweets for the training. So I understood that how difficult it is to label the data, right? So once we have done this, we also have, of course, labeled the phrases, right? Corresponding phrases from those tweets. So let me, okay, that's the problem with what you call Mac versus Windows. I warned them. So I cannot show you, unfortunately. So anyway, just see that we have about 4.5 terabytes of raw data. Since, of course, we started March, as you see, 2020 until March of 2021, which we have used here. And we have several features from the tweets, like the user ID profile, and also the text, of course. User location was another interesting part, which we try to extract if possible. But let's see. So as I said, like, we have annotated about 10,000 English tweets, only focused on the tweets from US. And they were annotated by, as I mentioned, 3 different students. Of course, Yasin was the 4th one, to reduce any bias, okay? And one of them was a woman. So we had 2 men and 1 woman, okay, students. So we selected 10 different emotions, as you can see: neutral, optimistic, happy, sad, surprise, fear, angry, and so on. Denial, joking, pessimistic. So then a phrase is selected, which basically is dominating phrase and which may cause one or more of these emotions. Yeah, possible, right. So as you can see here, of course, as I said, you cannot see any of the figures. I'm sorry. There are the architecture for the machine learning, it's not showing, I know. I knew this. I said that you'll not be able to do it. Right, because I sent the PDF as well. No, it's not there. I thought I sent PDF as well. This is always a problem when you have the. No, I can send again if you can. Yeah, there are a lot of figures there. Because I need that.
Let us spend 5 minutes.
I asked they have this, YouTube business. So how they graphs and all, nothing in them. Graphs are- Yeah. So I use my, it's always.
That thing you transfer always PDF. Don't use any word or.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you know, after missing all animation.
I have a small question. By the way, so whatever the emotion words you have connected, these words are related to negative, maybe a kind of sad kind of feedback. There could be some kind of positive kind of emotion could also be.
Happy. You can see. And there are reasons why they're happy. I cannot put your text. No, it's not. I think, oh yeah, master, right. It is not come. It's a 44. Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay. Just announce that you got some interruption due to lack of. Oh, okay. So we'll resume this shortly because there was some issue with Mac versus Windows. Okay. Okay. So starting again. So as you can see here that we basically came up with this module. The first one is to get those tweets and try to do some pre-processing. Especially a lot of these tweets have junk, bad words, and so on. So we removed those. Then, of course, we did the feature extraction from those tweets. We aggregated, and then we created those machine learning model, and then we came up with this emotion detection. So as you can see at the bottom, I was saying that we have about 4.5 terabytes of these raw tweets, and these tweets are available on GitHub. You have to extract the actual text, but all the IDs and other information, they are there. Yeah. So as you can see, for example, that the objective was first to clean the data, right? You cannot just use the raw tweets, and then we have to basically extract the features what we need from those tweets. And then once we have created the data set, then the next one, of course, is to create the machine learning models. Okay? So I was talking about how we trained and labeled the data using some students. And we used about 10,000 tweets for the training. And also we have selected those human emotions. And then, of course, we have those phrases associated with those human emotions. Okay. So here you can see the machine learning model. We have, of course, 6 components, which is the input layer, where basically we have the tweets, we have the embedding layer, we use the ByLSTM for the training. So we have used the pre-trained model, and then we retrained with our data. And then we have attention layer. We have auxiliary feature. For example, sometimes you have capital letters, right? It has some meaning. So we have used those things. Then, of course, we have the output layer. So if you see at the bottom, what basically it shows is there is a real tweet here, right? So I cannot read it here, but I can read from here. So it says relief provided to the poor needy people during lockdown to reduce, right? Now, what you see here is that this is optimistic, and there's no one human emotion. So you can see here it's also about happy, but it's not pessimistic, it is not sad. Okay? Same thing with another tweet. It's not optimistic, it is not happy, but it is pessimistic and it is sad. So when you were labeling, there's no one label. Okay? It's not binary. So the next one was to do the phase extraction. For the phase extraction, we built this question answer kind of model. And for that, we use the Roberta. And as you can see here, the Roberta is basically optimized BERT, right? In the morning, somebody was talking about this. And it has much better accuracy. So we use the pre-trained Roberta, and then we retrained with our model. And this is like a question answer based model where it's like you're asking what this phrase means, and then answer is sad, okay, or sad and happiness, and so on. So we have done that. And here is the model for the phase extraction. So if you see here, we have 3 primary components: tokenizer, again, Roberta, as I said, we may use, and then we customize based on our need. So you see here, I have the input layer, we have Roberta, and then the customize, of course, we use many different layers. Now, if you see at the bottom again, the phrase is there, and emotion category is optimistic, and the phrase which has been extracted is relief provided. Okay? So that means this phrase means it's an optimistic. And here you see emotion category is pessimistic. COVID is not going away soon. Okay, so this is the phrase. So here, basically, the performance evaluation matrix. So you can see here, I have a precision, which is basically okay, so first, let's see the label. So I have L, which denotes the number of label categories we have. I have the true positive, I have false positive, and false negative. So you have precision, which is true positive plus false positive divided by true positive. And then I have recall, and same thing, I have F1 here, F1 micro, F1 macro, and then also the recall. Okay. So this is the performance evaluation for the text. So for that, we have used the Jacquard and also the accuracy. The accuracy is basically about the number of samples and whether the predicted sample is the same as the trained or the labeled one, right? So that's the accuracy. So as you can see here, we use also the Jacquard similarity. So we have T is the number of test samples. And as I said, YK denotes the truth label of the sample, and PK denotes the predicted, right? So when they are same, you have the accuracy as 1. Okay. So here are the experimental results. So this is just first part I'm talking about right now. Okay. So here you can see we have compared with many different models, and this is our by LSTM model. And here you can see the F1 macro. So NTUASLP actually is another model which people have developed, and that came actually first or second in the competition. Okay, so what happened? Oh, okay. So as you can see here, the F1 micro, F1 macro, Jacquard, and accuracy. So our model has very high accuracy. Also, we have F1 macro score higher than the others. But if you see F1 micro, of course, this has better score. And then Jacquard similarity, of course, it has a better score than our model. Okay, but accuracy is high. So this is for the classification model. And this is what we did is we took some more data, which we found outside of our collection, and we added that. So once we had some more data, as you can see, we improved the accuracy on Jacquard and also F1 macro. Okay. Now, what you see next is that I have here the emotion. I have the model, our model. This is the competitive model, and this is the ground truth. Okay. So what you see here, there is a tweet text, right? And it shows here emotion. So if you say happy and you see that ground truth is 0, that means it's not correct. So you see our model correctly detect that it matches the ground truth, right? So if this column matches this column, that means very high accuracy. So you see that this model does not predict the right emotion. Same thing, you see it also as an anger. So this is 1 and 1. So that's the correct sad 1 and 1. But here, of course, you see this model also correctly predicts. And then optimistic, sad. So you see that this is our which matches actually the ground truth. Then we did the experiments for phase extraction. Okay? For the phase extraction, we compared with BERT, Albert, and the custom Roberta model, which is based on the question answer. So here the Jacquard, and here is the Jacquard with some external data. As I said, we added those. So if you can see the accuracy, which is much better in Jacquard as well as the Jacquard external data. So now what you see here is the experimental result, which I'm talking about, that what phrases have been extracted by different models and what our model extracted. Okay, so you see Albert, BERT, and this is what we extracted. Okay, so in all the cases, basically our model is able to extract the correct phrase in compared to these other models. And same thing again, another tweet. Well, because we have trained the model, and our model is more information which we could provide. Okay? So in the training, okay, so we have just their model is whatever their model is, we just put it right out through our data. So since we have changed our model, and so our model is giving the better phrases than their model. Okay? Now, the next comes the visual analysis. Okay, somebody is asking about why happy and all. So this is just 20% of my talk. Okay, so just hang on. Okay, so here you can see, of course, happy, right? Now, many people may be wondering why people were sending those tweets means happy. And the reason was whenever there is some news, vaccine is coming, right? Or mask is working, right? Or any other good news, or the number of deaths are going down and so on. So people were expressing happiness in their tweets. Same thing, of course, there are a lot of tweets about sad, then of course, optimistic, right? You have fear, you have a lot of anger, right? You see here. And then of course, surprises. So you see that green is some surprises, you know, and of course, some other emotions. Now, what you see next is, are these visible to you guys? Can you see everything? Okay, it's for me, the angle is very bad, so I cannot see. So as you can see here in the visual analysis, what I have is basically the happy, sad, optimistic, pessimistic, fear, and anger, right? And you can see this over the period of time, right? So here I have different months, and here is the sad, the happy. So you see that how these have varied over a period of time. Oh, thank you. How this has varied over a period of time. And same thing here, the sad, you see that. And then most of the time it's sad, right? That means things were not improving. And here you can see anger, people were very angry in the beginning. And then of course you see that people have accepted, for example, what's going on. Fear, you see that initially it went down, and then again, because of the number of cases maybe rising and so on, then again, people were sending those tweets, means they have some kind of fear. Okay? Now, what you see next is basically we try to validate what I just showed with respect to the events which were happening during those months. So if you see here, for example, January, February, right? So you see that US deaths surpassed 150,000, okay, July. So all what I was showing you relates to these events, that why people were angry or why people were happy and so on. So here is the visual analysis of the human emotion across few different states, okay? I'm just showing you for some states. What happened? Oh. What is that?
On YouTube, it's not showing the current slide.
Oh, okay. So if you see here that this is happy, sad, right? But you see that it's very hard, you know, if you are changing things. Okay, so the blue one is for New York, right? So New York is a democratic state, right? If you follow the US news. So this is about happy, and you see that in the happiness index in New York, it's very high, right? Of course, it's going up and down. And then the red is, for example, the Missouri and Florida, right? So this is purple and the red, okay? The Missouri from where I come from. And same thing, if you see optimistic, the blue is a democratic state. And then if you see here, pessimistic is all about Florida, right? Which is also democratic state. And then of course you see the New York, and then same thing here, fear, and so on. So this is basically showing from March to December, variation among 6 different states of USA regarding different human emotions. Okay. So the first part was just about how people were basically feeling, and those feelings they were showing with respect to the tweets they were sending. Okay. So we did this we did this work to find human emotions just based on the tweets. Okay. Now, what we did next was use this human emotion and try to do polarization study. Okay. So as you can see that this is the deep learning approach for ideology detection and polarization using COVID-19 tweets. And we did this polarization and ideology detection with respect to 2 things. One, vaccine. You probably have heard there are a lot of debate, right? At the beginning, Democrats were saying, vaccine will work. Republicans were saying vaccines are not going to work. Same thing with respect to mask, right? So in this particular work, as you can see that polarization is very important for the government to come up with the policies, right? Trying to understand how people feel and then trying to come up with some policies. So the next one, of course, people have observed. Sorry, there are a lot of problems here. Okay, sure. Okay, question answer session now in the middle. Yes. What's that? Yeah, emotions. Right. So see, the thing is, as I just mentioned, first of all, that this was with respect to the COVID-19, right? The way people were expressing was different than normally people basically have their emotions, right? Because this is more with respect to pandemic. People were in the beginning joking like, my dog got COVID, okay? For example, and that's their way of expressing that this is nothing, right? So the objective here was that can we do this with respect to COVID-19 as per se? Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Some of the emotions are related, right? Some tweet not like emoting the fear.
It's like optimistic and happy may be related. Yeah.
So if a tweet is related to fear, then I can say that, okay, it is also a sad tweet, like the emotion is sad.
Right. So it's possible that sometimes somebody is sad, and sadness may be like somebody says the number of deaths is going up, right? So somebody is maybe a fear, or it may be sad, or it may be both. But sometimes you can see, if say somebody's saying that, the vaccine is not going to work, right? We are going to die, then you see that there's a real fear, right?
There could be some situations where sarcastical
Yeah.
emotions could be available.
Right.
How are you going to classify those words?
So we saw that, and in fact, you can see some of the experiments we did, and the F1 micro and F1 macro scores were down, and accuracy is high. And the reason was that some of these categories, like joking, right, there were not many, and that affected our results as well.
Sir, how was the other data other than text was also considered? Like in the tweets, you have emojis and GIFs.
Yeah, of course. So we were actually dealing with that, as I said, in our earlier work. So we have taken into account those things. And when I was mentioning like the auxiliary features, right, that also has a meaning, right? Semicolon or colon, right? People are trying to convey something.
That data was some kind of encoding was done?
Right, exactly. Good to go? Okay. So now, as I was saying that in this particular work, the objective was that how human emotion can be related with polarization, okay, for example. So in literature, people have addressed this problem, and there are two main ideas how people have addressed. One is doing the content analysis. Okay? So as you can see that one is to consider the metadata, tweet text, location, and some other information, and those are like content-based approaches. The content-based approaches, of course, have some issues. They can be misguided because a lot of contents may have similarities, right? So as you can see that there's a paper here which try to study this, but with respect to the contents. The second you can use is the network analysis, right? So you can use the user network to detect the ideology. It's like you follow somebody, right? So you can create this network. And like people are doing retweets, they're engaging in something. And that's another paper which try to use this, okay? Now, here you can do a lot of interaction, and that serve as like the seed users, okay? And it is more likely to have the same political ideology because you're following or you're retweeting, okay? Now, even in this network, it does not represent the same ideology in some cases, like when you're trying to engage in a debate, right? You're trying to debate this, that does not mean that you're trying to follow somebody, right? You are basically arguing. So our approach was to use a transformer-based deep learning model to detect the political ideology of a user, but of course using the tweets. So you can say here, of course, I'm also using the contents, but I'm only using the text. I'm not using from where it's coming and so on. So we created a bi-LSTM model with adversarial sample generation for the emotion classification. And we have done this polarization analysis, as I said, with respect to two main issues which came up, right? There are a lot of debates about whether the mask can prevent the spread, and also about vaccine, right? And mask and vaccine in US was like so much discussion went on, right? And the reason I'm saying, because there were people divided like from Democratic states or Democrats and Republicans, and they believed that mask, some believe mask will not work, some believe vaccine will not work, or other way around. Okay? And I'll show you how the elections also basically change people's behavior afterwards. So here is the emotion classification model, which basically adopted from the first part of the talk. So this is actually coming from the first part. Okay? The second part, as you can see, is to extract the common words and generate the adversarial samples for training. And once we have done that, we created, of course, machine learning models. And then this basically complete the loop for the training. So the two modules which we have developed for this, one is the common word determination. So what we did is we used the positive tweets and negative tweets, for example, and tried to determine the common words between those. And then we generated the adversarial sample by replacing one or more of those words. Okay? So here what you see is the common word determination between the negative and the positive tweets. So we have the validation prediction, which is the output from the machine learning model. And we detect the similarity and distances using two parameters, alpha and lambda. And of course, they have been varied so that different words are chosen. We have used the, as I said, the probability, which is the probability prediction, which is the probability of the prediction which came out from the model. And then we calculate, of course, the word frequencies. We use the Hamming distance similarity to measure the similarity between the positive and negative tweets. And then, of course, we came up with this dictionary, right? So in the second one, we generated this adversarial sample. And in adversarial sample, as you can see, we have the tweets and then the dictionary which came up with from the common word determination. And then we have an output which generated the tweets, and that number of tweets we have used for the training. Okay, I think it was about 150,000. So we have selected the initial probability after doing some experiments. P equal to 0.2 basically works very well. So as you can see that we went through this count words, find the embedding vector for each word, and then generated this adversarial sample for training. So for ideology detection, we generated this data set, a semi-automatic annotation model, which used to annotate the political ideology of a user. So how we did this is, as you can see that we have considered the tweets from the US Congress, or there are several people in US who basically declare that they are Republican or Democrats, for example. So we have verified those tweets from self-claim verified users. Or we have taken the tweets from the self-claim verified user with political ideology, and that we consider them as like Democrats or Republican tweets. And for emotion, of course, label for tweets were generated using our classification model, which I explained. So for ideology detection, as you can see that we have used the pre-trained BERT model, and then we retrained with our 150,000 tweets, adversarial tweets, which we have generated. And then, of course, we have tokenizer and encoded emotion, of course, which came from the first part. And these are the parameters. We have used the scheduler, which has optimized all those parameters for us. Now, for performance evaluation, again, as you can see, we have used the precision micro, we have precision, recall micro, F1 micro, F1, and so on, which I showed earlier. Okay? And then, of course, here is the accuracy. So here, the result for the emotion classification. So as you can see that we have compared with many different models, and this is the model which we have created. This is auxiliary, and then we have modified this. So if you see the F1 micro and you see F1 macro, right? The scores are all actually very low here. And the reason for this is some of these human emotions like joking or pessimistic and so on, they were not many there. Okay? So that affected our score, but you see that accuracy is very high in this case. Okay? For ideology detection, we have used accuracy as well as ROC under AUC. So we have used because for imbalanced data sets, this actually gives you better results than just using accuracy. So if you see the BERT, the emotional model, this is BERT, Roberta, CNN, we have compared with others, and this gives you the highest accuracy and also accuracy if I consider the ROC over AUC. So now you can see the polarization analysis. So this is regarding the mask. This is the Democratic versus Republican. So of course, I don't know if you can read here, but you see that mask, wash hands, practical social distancing. Mask cannot protect, right? These are Republican. Masks don't prevent. So you can see that the political ideology was very different in the Republican states or Republican people. And then of course, here you can see wear mask, right? Social distancing, practice social distancing, wear mask, right? So they believe that the mask can prevent the spread. Thank you. So polarization with respect to the mask between Democratic tweets and Republican tweets, okay? Now, this is with respect to vaccine, right? So you see here, again, the Democratic tweets were like American Rescue Plan, healthcare workers, right, received first vaccine. And they were talking about Operation Warp Speed, vaccine don't help, right? Self-effective vaccines. So you can see the ideology were very different with respect to the tweets from people who consider themselves as Democrats or those tweets from Democratic states. Then polarization analysis, now you see mask and vaccines, and this is Democratic versus Republican. So you see that here, the Republican, right? They did not believe, but you see that after the election, things have changed, right? You see that they were coming down here. That basically means they start believing after the election that masks do prevent spread. Same thing here, if you see the vaccine, initially they're all saying vaccine will not work. And then you see that it also kind of the curve, which basically is from the Democratic tweets, right? So things have changed suddenly after the election, right? You see in both the cases, here it's very clear. And here also you can see that, of course, there are some up and down because of some negative news sometimes, right? That, oh, you know, it has some side effects and so on. So here is the analysis with respect to different states. So here you can see the New York, and always you can see in the New York state, this is bottom, right? So, and this is the blue. So they always believed in mask, right? Same thing, they always believed in mask here in California. That's a Democratic state. And you see that everything was red here. But after the elections, things have started going up. Same thing here. This is Texas, right? So you see that the people were not believing. And then this is Missouri, of course, always kind of a swing state. But here the Democrats have very similar behavior with respect to the mask, right? But you see that in the red is like the Republican tweets. Now, this is with respect to vaccine. Again, you see that Democrats believed in vaccine, Republicans were not. And after the elections, things are more or less start changing. And here in Missouri again, right? So their behavior was very similar, but Republicans were always in. Here you see the Texas before the election and after election, right? So this is the discussion on mask by people from New York in April 2021. This is Democratic, this is Republican. And the reason I'm showing this, because after the election, it seems like in New York, people will started believing, right? After the election. So you see that very similar kind of things here and here. So that's the difference, you know, after the things can change, right? People's ideology can change with more information. So here is mask in California. So this is the Democrats, this is Democratic, this is Republican. And you can see here again, need wear mask, fully vaccination, this is all about, and then floor mask mandate, return house. So you see that after the election, things have changed, okay, in different states. So this is vaccine 2020 versus 2021, right? So here the discussion on vaccine by people with Democratic affiliation. Of course, in 2020, they were more interested in the vaccine. And after that, of course, they also start talking about the American Rescue Plan, so they were more interested in that. But they do talk about vaccine safe, effective, Johnson & Johnson vaccine, and same thing here. So the reason I'm just showing that things have changed with the, election. This one is the vaccine. This is the discussion on vaccine by people with a Republican affiliation. So this is the 2020, this is 2021. I'm sorry, still the things are missing. It's again the problem with the Mac. But anyway, so in conclusion, the objective of this particular study was, can we use the human emotion and then try to find the polarization, for example, with respect to mask and vaccine. Then also detect the political ideology. And for that, we have used the transformer-based machine learning model. Our experimental result shows that model outperform the state-of-the-art models in different matrices. And we have done this analysis over time in different use states, and also how things have changed before election and after election. Future work, which we are trying to do right now, we will have soon a paper on, you see that now we are using, next level is identify hate speech and toxic comments from those tweets, right? So initially, we were just talking about polarization, but now we are using the same tweets and try to see that, they are basically spreading some hateness, right, with respect to either vaccine or mask or something. Then we are also trying to perform the comparative polarization study on different topics in different periods and over different communities. So one of the other applications, when I was talking to some people in Army, and they told me that, whenever US Army, for example, they are deployed in other countries, they would like to do this kind of study so that they can understand, their polarization or behavior or what they're thinking about deployment and so on, so that they know, right? But anyway, I'll just stop here. I'm sorry for disruption. It's a problem always. I give so many talks. Whenever they convert it to Windows, it's the same story. Okay.
Thank you very much for that. So it's a very interesting talk. Okay. So are there any further questions? Because we have taken some in the middle.
So in the first work, for each tweet, when there is an emotion is detected, we are also finding the phrase which is giving that emotion. So how those phrases are identified? Is it based on the attention weights?
So we have, of course, trained, right? So training data also, we have those phrases that this phrase means this.
Yeah.
And then we have train. And then we assign, of course, weights.
Okay. So is it learned weights or we are assigning the weights? So in BERT and all, we have the attention mechanism, right?
Right. So we are using attention mechanism as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay.
So it automatically assigns.
Assign.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. First of all, I'll appreciate your work. It is very real world application. And I just had two more questions. How did you handle the synonyms? Because word has got multiple meanings with the same context. So that was my first
We
question.
have actually integrated all the tools which are there for that. We have also, I didn't mention, for example, we have also used Glow, for example, for word embedding,
Then have you adopted any reinforcement learning technology?
What is that?
Reinforcement learning.
No, not here.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Used students, right? I think my voice is.
Yeah, his voice is enough.
Okay. Then I have to talk slowly anyway, right? Okay. So, okay, so you used students to label the document like tweets, right? So basically the emotions are like tweets are labeled with the emotions, right? So how good the labeling process itself is, right? Because if you have 4 members, at least there should be some sort of inter-annotator agreement so that their emotion, whatever they label it, may be right enough. Some of you asked you, right? So to label, right? But if the labeling process itself has some flaw, how do we overcome that one, right?
I fully agree. I wish I had more people, who can basically label. But we have come to an agreement when the students were doing this. And if they were not in agreement, they removed that, the tweet. Yeah, majority. But definitely, if there are others, linguistic person you use, definitely the results may be. I know, but those 4 students were my mechanical Turk, $15 per hour, But as I said, like they were native English speakers, so that's why I choose them, And 1 woman, versus 2 men. And then of course my PhD student also did, but as I said, like the native speakers know what it means suddenly, like it's sarcastic and it may be not sarcastic, but somebody may think it's sarcastic. So. Oh, the NSF, yes. So 3 months, 3 students, $15. I don't know how, it's account. Yeah, that's a training.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just 80-20 or something.
Yes, sir. I have a
But main
question.
thing was the training part. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I have one question that during these tweet analysis, have you explored that? Is there any impact on hashtag in classification or in some predictions? Basically, I think in the tweet, I think have you taken only English or you have also taken the hashtags also?
We have English plus hashtags. Yeah.
Okay.
Those are available. Yes.
So is there any impact on some specific hashtags or in prediction of the tweets like that?
So we have not done like anything like separately.
Oh.
Thank you. With this one, we close actually. Okay. Because like in the interest of time, we are already 1 hour behind the schedule. Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Sanjay. Okay. So then after this session, now we'll directly move towards paper presentations. Okay. There are 4 papers. 2 of them are on Zoom. Okay. So that is online presentations. 1 will be video and then like 1 would be presenting physically. Okay. So let's look at the first one. So they are ready. So the first one is about a novel feature selection based text classification using multi-layer ELM. Okay. So Rajendra, it's Rajendra. Okay. Rajendra Kumar Raul, okay, from Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology, Patiala. He will be presenting the thing. Okay.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Rajendra, you have exactly 10 minutes. Okay.
Okay,
So,
sir. Very good afternoon.
Yeah, please try
I
to.
hope my screen is visible. Sir, is it okay? My screen is visible.
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible.
Okay, sir. So my topic is a novel feature selection based text classification using multi-layer ELM. I, along with my co-author, who is in US now and not able to, attend the conference.
Excuse me. You are not in the presentation mode. You are not in the presentation mode, or you are not sharing your full
I'm not
screen.
sharing. I am sharing, sir. Okay.
You are sharing, but then like not in the presentation mode.
Okay, sir. Can I share once again?
Yeah, please.
Is it okay?
No, you are actually sharing the default slides, not the presentation mode. Probably you're not sharing the complete screen, but rather, yeah, now it is.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you. I'm Dr. Rajendra Kumar Rawal from Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology, Patiala, Punjab. My paper ID is 18, and topic is a novel feature selection based text classification using multi-layer ELM. This introductions regarding deep learning architectures, which has been used since from a long time in text classification, and it's increasingly becoming popular day by day. But the existing deep learning architecture have many flaws like slow speed, long training times, and many local optima problems are there. So multi-layer ELM extreme, or multi-layer extreme learning machines or MLLM has no such back propagation. Back propagation. It avoids back propagation, and thus it can save a lot of amount of training times. So our paper, this paper examined the efficiency of the classification of text data on feature space of MLLM using a novel feature selection techniques. We named it as correlation based space selection, feature selection, and it compared the results with TF-height vector space and with ELM, extreme learning machine feature space. So what are the limitations of the existing works is the existing work displaying the data become more complex when the large, the data set size becoming very large. Second problem with this is that when the input data grows exponentially on the limited space, distinguishing input features on the TF-height vector space is very difficult. It's a challenging work. And the third problem is machine and deep learning classifier performs heavily, on data representation, which is very labor intensive. So these are major drawbacks that the existing deep learning and machine learning architectures they are facing. So what is the contribution of our work is, this work studies the high dimensional feature space of MLLM. So I have named it as SDFS MLLM, and uses text data to thoroughly investigate the multiple classification algorithm on SDFS MLLM. That is on high dimensional feature space of MLLM, and we compare it with vector space, TF-height vector space. Then the second contribution of this work is a novel feature selection techniques. We named it as a correlation based feature selection, which is proposed here, and so that the classification process become better. And third is to demonstrate the usefulness of different approaches on MLLM feature space by using these feature selection techniques. Fourth, of course, contribution is the text classification results has been compared with the ELM feature space and along with the TF-height vector space. The experimental results of the proposed approach are also compared with the state of the art approaches, which has already been very popular in the field of text classification. So these are general architecture of the MLLM. I'm not going details of this because MLLM is not new. Deep LM is not new. So what we have done here is, this is the general extreme learning machine, which is having only one hidden layer. Here n is the number of input in the input in the first layer, in the input layer, and L is the number of nodes in the hidden layer, and M is the number of inputs in the output layer. So this is the input ELM autoencoder, and multi-layer ELM use both of these combined. It means it has multi-layers, and it uses this ELM autoencoder. As we know that in ELM autoencoder, whatever the input we give, it will be enhance this the results and give the same number of outputs. So the number of inputs and outputs are same. So the same concept has been used in multi-layer ELM. We have fine-tuned the parameters here, so that the one of the most important thing here is there will be no back propagation, which use Moore-Penrose inverse. By using that Moore-Penrose inverse, it has no back propagation, so the lot of training time will be, it can be saved. So beta is the learning parameter here, W is the input weight, and B is the bias. So now so here is our methodology. We have used first clusters. The entire corpus will be divided into K clusters by using K means algorithms, clustering algorithms. Then we propose a correlation-based feature selection. In correlation-based feature selection, so we prepared a correlation matrix by finding the different terms correlation. As you know that correlation is nothing but the covariance divided by the variance of term I and term jth term and the square root of this. So after generating this correlation matrix, we rejected the highly correlated terms that lie between minus 0.87 to 0.89. The reason is we did it experimentally, and we found that those terms whose correlation value lie between 0.87 and minus 0.87 to 8.9, giving better results. Then we compute a discriminative power measure. Discriminative power measure saying that which are the terms that are very good for a cluster. So it means if we return them, then the efficiency of the cluster will be increases. So how we find out this? We did a document frequency DF in and document frequency out. Document frequency in saying that number of documents that belongs to the TD. TD means term document and term document cluster. TD we represent a term document clusters and have TI in them divided by number of documents that belongs to TI. It means total documents that belong to a cluster. And among them, how many documents actually they contain the term ith term or TI you can say. Similarly, DF out is number of documents that have TI, but that doesn't belong to this particular cluster, ith cluster, divided by the number of documents that not belongs to those clusters. So what exactly we are doing? We have many clusters. So for every clusters, we have find out the document frequency for each terms. So in this way, we find a difference. So the difference is DF in minus DF out. So after this, we find out the summation of all the, for all, here P is the number of, P is the corpus among all the terms. We found out for the each terms in a particular clusters, the difference value. So this difference is going to give us a DPM values. For every term, we find out the discriminative power measure. So once you got the discriminative power measure, the third step what we have done is, we have generated input feature vectors by computing, by taking top K% terms from high DPM score terms from each clusters, and then we combine them all together, and we generated this feature vector. This feature vector has to be mapped to the higher dimensional feature space of MLLM. So the the beauty of this MLLM is that we don't need any kernel techniques. So by using this MLLM, whenever we send this input feature vector, the features are become very sparse in the sense we do not need any kernel techniques at all, because we know that kernel techniques are very costly because they use cosine similarity to compute to find the difference between the features. Just we map all these input feature vector to the high dimensional feature space so that the features become linearly separable. And this is the feature space what we have shown here is this the hidden layer, and this is a feature space of MLLM. By sending this input feature vectors to this higher dimensional space, for this we have we consider three types of classifications on feature space of MLLM: compressive representations, extended representations, and equal representation. In compressive representation, the number of n is the number of nodes in the hidden layer is greater than the L is the number of node in the number of nodes in the input layer is more than the number of node in the hidden layer. Then number of for extended representation, number of nodes in the input layer less than the number of nodes in the hidden layer. And for equal representation, we have n equal to L. That the number of node in the hidden layer and input layer both are same. So for that we have tested 40 L equal to 0.4 n means L equal to 40% of n to L equal to 70% of the input layer. Similarly, for extended representation, we have taken 1.4, and there is 140% of n and till 120% of n. N is the input layer. And for equal representation, the number of nodes in the input and the hidden layer both are same. So on these three type of things, we have seen that how the features are become linearly separable and how the text classification results are becoming better. So in experimental, we have shown the results. We have taken 4 data sets. Data sets are 20 newsgroup, demos, classic 4, and routers. Training documents we have taken 11,292 for 20 ng, testing documents 7,527. Term used 32,269. We have taken top 10% terms. Similarly, for demos, 38,000 documents we have taken. Testing document 31,000 almost. And term used at 39,886 almost, and 10% we have taken. Similarly, classic 4 and routers also. So these are results we have compared with other deep learning architectures like recurrent neural networks, CNN and ANN. We compared the MLLM results both for the accuracy as well as the F measure also. In the same way, now we have compared different classification techniques on the MLLM feature space and on TF-IDA vector space. So you can see here on 20 news groups, classic 4 demos and routers. When I go for only TF-IDA vector space, in a TF-IDA vector space, whenever the feature space and the number of features become very large, the feature separability become very tough. So the first thing what we can see here is the TF-IDA vector space and the results. When I'm increasing the L value, okay, in multi-layer ELM feature space, L is represent the number of node in the hidden layer. I'm increasing slowly, L equal to 40%, then L equal to 70%, 100%, 120%, and 140%. Up to 100%, you can see the results. If I compare the TF-IDA, how the significant results, the classification results are better when I'm increasing the L values. But after L equal to 140, we saw drastically the values are reducing. It means this is the maximum we can, and the saturation point we can have till L equal to 140. After that, we observed that the values of the classification accuracy reduces drastically, both happening in all the data sets, not only in one data set. We have did for 20 news group, classic 4, accuracy, and routers and demos. Almost in all the data sets we found, maybe it maybe goes sometimes 140 to 145%, but below that, the results, accuracy and F measure both reduces drastically. So we have shown here only up to L equal to 140%, and we have compared with the TF-IDA vector space. The same cases happening in the case of F measure also. We are not interested for the more than 140% mostly. So in all the 4 data sets we found, and we compare the results started from 40% to 140%. And all the results we found, and we compare the TF-IDA vector space, and in most of the cases we found the linear SM doing good compared to multinomial naives, KNN, decision tree, and random forest and extra trees. Most of the very rare cases where random forest is doing good, we found. But only thing what we observed is that compared to the TF-IDA vector space, in MLLM feature space, the results are very, very good. And in fact, we don't need any kernel techniques for this. This is the biggest advantage that we can have. And of course, we are reducing the training time and all. And this is, we compare the results with the others like ELM. ELM having only one layer, as I told you in the beginning, and multi-layer ELM. So only challenging is, for us is how many number of nodes will be there in a hidden layer, and how many hidden layer have to take. That has to be done by experiment. That's the only challenge we are facing. Apart from that, we can found the results of MLLM for linear SVMs and ELM. We found that it is better compared to ELM, as ELM having only one layer, hidden layers. And these are the results what we have compared with the existing works. The people who have already worked in this area, the very good journals are there, and they have used different type of deep learning and machine learning architectures. I've highlighted everything, and the results are pretty good and better in case of an MLLM feature space. So this is the conclusions we found. The suggested approach is investigate the significance of multi-layer ELM feature space in depth by using a novel feature selection technique called correlation-based feature selection. According to the empirical results, SVM outperforms the other machine learning classifiers, on both feature space, TF-IDA vector space as well as in MLLM feature space. There are 4 things, significant things what we can observe from the by doing classification on multi-layer ELM feature space. It is able to solve the 3 major problems faced by the current machine learning and techniques, as I have highlighted in the before section. It can replace the costly kernel techniques. We don't need any kernel techniques more. Can able to handle the limitation of ELM. ELM have many limitations because ELM doesn't perform well whenever the data set size becomes very large, because having only one hidden layer. And that can be easily solved by a multi-layer ELM, and is very suitable and much useful for text classification in comparison to the vector space. Earlier, most of the work has been done in vector space. And if whenever the data set size increases, people slowly migrate, vector space to kernel space, and kernel space, kernel techniques are costlier. So we don't need any kernel techniques. By using this multi-layer ELM feature space, we can easily handle this text classifications without using any kernel techniques. This is the future works. Deep learning methods such as CNN, RNN, and NN need to be amount of data. We have need much tuned parameters to train. So they can be combined with the MLLM architectures, and so that the performance can be increased. Performance of the MLLM can be examined verifying for huge data set where there are a lot of noise. And the variance of hidden layer weight is still under investigation. As I told you, the number of hidden layers and the number of nodes in each hidden layer is a challenging work for us. So these are the references. Yes, sir. Please.
Rajendra?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you can hear us?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. For the past 5 minutes, I was telling that whether you can hear me or not.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. I have finished, sir. Can you? Yes.
Okay. Okay. Right. Thank you very much for the presentation. Okay. So in the interest of time, we will take one quick question. Okay.
Yes,
and
sir.
then
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir. It's a very nice presentation, sir, but I have one small question. So when you are calculating the correlation between two features, you will get the interaction effect like, yes, this much value is there, whether you can decide this is positively, negatively. But by seeking the value of it, which feature are you discriminating, sir? Like discarding it? Either which feature we cannot decide it. So are you discarding both the features, or you are taking some other measure to discard the feature?
No, are you talking about the discriminant measure DPM?
Yeah,
score?
correlation based
Correlations. Okay, sir.
Using correlation,
so
you
correlations,
are
whenever the
discarding features.
we have taken the, I think I have shown the screen there that the correlation value we have considered only from minus, 80.87 to 0.89.
Correct,
so
sir.
those correlation value, they lie between these two values we have considered, and the remaining, more less than minus 0.87 and more than 0.89 we have rejected.
Yes, sir. But among them, if feature 1 and feature 2 are having some 0.8, 0.9 score, which feature are you discarding? Either feature 1 or feature 2?
So are you talking about those features which if two features, say for example, having same score?
Hello.
Sir, your voice is not clear. Actually, your voice is not reachable. I am
okay.
trying hard to hear you.
Rajendra, thank you. Thanks for the interesting presentation. And then we can take the question offline. Okay. So.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So the next one. Okay. So the next one is on. So it's again on Zoom. Okay. Please bear with it. Okay. Determining the severity of dementia using ensemble learning. It is Shruti who is presenting.
Yes, sir.
Who? It is
Shruti
Gayatri.
may join in a while, sir. Currently, it's the two authors who will be presenting.
Okay.
So good afternoon, sir. Sumnat will
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
presentation, and I will continue with the second half, sir.
Okay. So anyhow, you have 10 minutes. Okay. So now.
Yeah,
it is
sure, sir.
58.
You'll try to complete it within the speculated time.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Please. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So we'll begin, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. The topic of discussion is determining the severity of dementia using ensemble. I'm Sumi. My co-author is Gayatri, and she will proceed further. Can I have the next slide, ma'am? Okay, so dementia is a disorder which affects the aging population, and we can notice that they have some kind of issues in terms of cognitive abilities, which impacts their daily routine activities. So there are many indicators based on which we can identify a person has dementia or not. So some of them include, for instance, they forget things, they have forgetfulness, or they are not able to do their regular activities.
I'm sorry, sir. I think Sumnat has got disconnected. Yeah, I'll continue, sir. Okay.
Yeah, please.
So as she mentioned, dementia is an age-related memory loss where people tend to forget as age progresses. The solution that we could provide for building or for the caretaker in such situation is that we can have a smart environment, which is actually an intelligent environment, which monitors the occupant without the help of the caretaker. So fundamentally, we deploy a lot of sensors around the environment where the occupant is actually monitored. So it could be a video cameras, or it could be a miniature sensors which people wear, or it could be deployed on objects to find out what exactly they're trying to do. So this proposed work tries to build such an intelligent system. In addition to that, this dementia, as we, it is actually the cognitive loss is because of the damage in the brain cells. So what people have done till now is people have relied on the neurological images like MRI scans to detect the severity of dementia. So from the literature, we've observed that a lot of recent work were focusing on building intelligent system for ambient assistive healthcare, predominantly monitoring at the ADL activities. So, in dementia also, this ambient assistive healthcare came into play. And another set of literature were actually focusing on the neuroimages, looking at the brain images for detecting the severity of dementia. So the proposed system, what are we trying to do is, we are trying to build a system where the early dementia signs are detected. So generally what happens is that the dementia is detected only at the later stages where when there's a very severe cognitive decline, people tend to identify the dementia. But by deploying this intelligent system in the environment, we are able to look at the deviation of the routine activity at the early stages. So early detection signs of dementia could be detected, and later the person could be subjected to the MRI scan. So this is a very fundamental proposed architecture that we have proposed. Activities of daily living, it's a very common term where a lot of knowledge-based systems and the data-driven approaches are used in building the intelligent system. Here we use a data-driven approach where the routine activities of the occupant are monitored. In the sense, there's something called an activity recognition system, which takes in the sequence of actions that the user performs in the environment to first recognize what the ongoing activity currently the user is trying to do. Once that is done, there's something called a sequence score that you're generating here to tell how much the occupant is deviating from the routine sequence of action. Okay, if there is a prolonged deviation in the routine activities, it means there's some a slight indication for the cognitive declines, which could be one of the early signs of dementia detection. Later, what are we doing is that once there's a prolonged deviation, we are subjecting the individual to go for an MRI scan, where an intelligent system is once again coming into a play, where to detect whether how severe the dementia level is by using the MRI scans. So in order to do this, the experimental study or the analysis that we have done, we have not taken video cameras because since smart home is a very sensitive and a private space, video cameras are not considered for this application building. We are relied on the simple intelligent sensors, like not intelligent sensors, a miniature sensor which are deployed around the environment. It could be motion sensors, it could be a variable sensors to measure the vital parameters, and then it could be object sensors. Okay, so in the computational aspect, also, if we are going to convert the system into a product, it's computationally low because we are taking predominantly a very miniature, simple binary sensors in the design. And these informations are fed into the random forest model, where a sequence score is actually calculated, which tells how much he is deviating, and the model will be able to tell whether there's a prolonged deviation in the routine activities. Okay, so for the experimental evaluation, the general procedure of the pre-processing and then sampling is being done, and ensemble model is preferred because compared to the rest of the other fundamental machine learning models, random forest model was performing much better on this model. Deep learning model is not preferred here because since we are taking a very structured data in the design, a deep learning model was not taken into consideration for this application. Yes, and as I mentioned, if the sequence score are being recorded and if there is a prolonged deviation from the sequence score is very high, and then the individual could be asked to go for an MRI scan. And this MRI scan is actually, you have the brain images, and the novel feature that we've introduced here is that both the cross-sectional and the longitudinal measure of the features of the MRI scans were considered because they might give you a better prediction of how intense is the brain cell deteriorated. Okay, for the experimental study, a very standard data set, OASIS data set is taken into consideration, and there are multiple factors in which these OASIS data set is considered. We have not taken as an image for the analysis. We have extracted this OASIS data set 1 and 2. They provide you the cross-section and the longitudinal information in the form of features. So there are several factors like MMSC, SES, ETIV. These are some of the factors which tells you about some study on the morphological aspects of the brain. So those informations are considered and a feature selection is done, and the top 5 features are taken into consideration for the design. So as I mentioned, even for this particular approach, an ensemble model is trying to give a random forest model or gave a better accuracy when compared to the other machine learning models. And these are the results for the phase 1, where we could see that a random forest gave an accuracy of 95.74 when compared to the other ensemble models. Which is observed like the data are good enough to be captured using a random forest model. And in phase 2, as I mentioned, it is not images that we're feeding into the machine learning model. It is the features that are being extracted from those images and which is available there in the data set. We've tried out on a different machine learning models as well as on the ensemble model. And we observed that random forest model was able to capture a better accuracy, recall, and precision when compared to the other machine learning approaches. Okay, to conclude, the objective of this work was to build an ambient assisted dementia care, where the objective was to reduce the load on the caretaker, because dementia is a prolonged disease which can go over years, and it's a very huge burden for the caretaker, because the statistics says about $818 billion are being spent only on the caretaking. So we wanted an intelligent machine which could monitor, and we can reduce the load on the caretaker if we looked at the early signs of dementia, which has not been done till today. Early signs of dementia could be detected by monitoring the routine activities. It could be using an ADL data. In future, we are even planning to look at how the utterances of the words, their speech, their emotions, okay, could be several other factors which could actually tell you how dement an occupant is at the early stages. And the extension of this work, what we have done is we have even considered the brain images. If there's a prolonged deviation, the brain images are taken into consideration. A normal classification model was built here to find out the severity level. So we have got 3 classes here, which is a very low dementia, then a mid-level, and a very severe level. So this system is able to provide an ambient assistive healthcare, which reduces the load on the caretaker. So these are the references.
Thank you. Thank you, Gayatri. Okay, thank you for sticking to the time. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So are there any questions?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, right.
So questions?
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, it's a very nice presentation, ma'am. But a couple of one question and one suggestion actually.
Yeah, sure.
These bagging models XGBoost can handle the missing values, so you don't need to discard it, and because losing critical information is we may lose the critical information as well.
Okay.
Other thing, you can use any kind of imputation technique and you can check the performance of the models.
Sure, sir.
That one. And may I know what kind of feature selection are you using, ma'am?
Selection K5, since it's a very structured data, sir, like a feature selection here we used select best K5. Pardon, sir?
Correlation or correlation measure.
Correlation, since these are all correlations here, so all these are sensors. So there is actually like each tabulation that you have, each feature is actually an input for a sensor. So correlation fundamentally we didn't do it for the ADL as well as for this OASIS also. What happened is there are about some 6 to 7 features which are telling analyzing the brain in each aspect. So we exactly eliminated certain things which might not contribute much to the thing after the things like general features like their gender or something like that was actually discarded. Not really, because each of these measures which we had on the OASIS data set were trying to tell about different aspects of the brain, like the overall volume and all that. So we actually didn't do any kind of... Yeah, continue.
If I can just add a point, sir. Sorry to interrupt. The purpose of the ADL data set was to understand if the sequencing score is the matter. So we have 8 fields, if I'm correct, S1, S2, S3, then S8. So the sequence score, each score actually indicates a particular task. Like if the person is picking up the phone on time, or if he's able to do the necessary tasks. So there is a set of sequence of actions which the occupant has to follow. So like as ma'am mentioned, if they are there's a delay in terms of their motor skills or in terms of their ability to remember they're supposed to do it, that gives us an indication or a strong sense that okay, the person may have dementia. So that is the prime reason of using that ADL data set in the initial phase. So in the general literature work, you notice that a lot of dementia detection is done using neuro images in the stage 1 itself, you can say. So if there are mild symptoms to be identified, there's an alternate source also which can be explored. That is what we initiated. And in case of the OASIS data set, they actually, if you really go deep, it goes a little into the medical domain. So since we are from the non-medical domain, our focus was to identify what, like ma'am mentioned, the gender and all those things we didn't take into consideration. We just looked at what particular values we may require, which are related to the dementia symptoms, and will actually help us identify the severity of dementia. As in, we have identified the person has dementia. Now we just need to identify at what particular stage that particular person is at. Is it mild? Is it in between somewhere, or is it like extremely critical? So the neuroimages is an additional form of information in our scenario, which assists us to further pinpoint, like, okay, this is the stage. So that is what I would just wanted to add. And,
Thank you.
hopefully it answered your query, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We had a nice time.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Interesting talk. Okay. Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
So the sixth paper, it has only the video, and the person is also not there to take the questions. So basically what I will advance. So who is presenting paper number 7? Is he here? Okay. So we take paper number 7 and then like we'll play the video of paper 6. Okay. So this paper is about a distributed ensemble machine learning technique for emotion classification from vocal cues. So presented by Benita Vision, Cochin University of Science and Technology. So 10 minutes, floor is yours.
Good evening, all. Myself, Benita Vijayan. Can you please present? So I'm currently a research scholar under Dr. M.V. Jodi, Cochin University of Science and Technology, Cochin. So we are part of an effective computing group. So currently a group of 4 research scholars are working. So we are collecting the emotions from different modules like vocal cues, visual modalities, physiological signals. And we as a group of 4 is going to build an end product as a human-computer interactive device or a robotics device for societal use. So this is our the ultimate goal of our project. So we know that in today's environment, emotion plays a significant role in human-computer interaction and the creation of humanoid robots. So the human emotion can be recognized from various modalities like facial expressions that I have already discussed, like facial expressions from gestures, body postures, physiological signals, and speech communication. We can recognize the human emotions. And while I go through the lectures, I could see that both unimodal, that means either the particular one modality is taken into consideration, or we can use the multimodal strategies. That means we can combine facial expressions along with physiological signals or with body postures. So we can combine, that will be the multimodal strategies. So we can either use unimodal and multimodal strategies for emotion recognition, and it is being used in various machine learning classifiers. So we have proposed an average-based ensemble model that work in a distributed fashion to handle large data set for vocal cue-based emotion classification. The need for a distributed fashion is like in the real world setting. So we are going to build a human computer interface in the real world setting. So there will be lots of data. We will be taking the data from multiple modalities. So we need a distributed environment to handle the large data sets. So that is the reason why we have gone for a distributed fashion. So what is emotions mean? Emotions are a complex reaction patterns involving experiential, behavior, and physiological elements. So according to the history of emotions, there is no particular definition for an emotion, so no particular way to represent an emotion. So lots of theories and models have been proposed by various researchers, and of them the two dominant ways of representing emotions are the discrete and continuous emotions. The discrete means we can quantize the emotions on a discrete set of categories like happiness, sadness, anger, fear, disgust, and surprise, and this is being considered as a big six discrete emotion categorization, and that is being proposed by Paul Ekman. And over 40 years, it is being considered as a basic emotion categorization. And after that, the Paul Ekman has even proposed that other emotions has been considered as the combinations of these basic six emotions. And after that, the continuous approaches have been proposed, and there the valence arousal models has been proposed. So there, the valence means the how positive and negative the emotions are, and the arousal indicates how much positive. So if I am excited means how much I am excited. So the level of intensities is being measured, and that is being represented in the continuous approaches. And already lots of research work has been coming in this continuous approaches. And considering all the modalities, speech is considered as a key communication modality for humans to encode emotions, as it encodes both the linguistic and paralinguistic emotions. So linguistic means an emotion has the content of phonemes, like grammar contents will be there, like the vowels and consonants contributes to the linguistic content. And paralinguistic information means we will be having the intonation, the stress I am giving while I'm talking, so that contributes to the paralinguistic information. So inside the paralinguistic itself, I'm having the character traits. If I'm having a stammering and also, it is my character trait. So that is one part of paralinguistic. And also the other one, like the intonation stress that I'm given. So the suprasegmental features of the particular speech signal. So this is also considered in the paralinguistic, and there is a separate area of research considering the paralinguistic, like the computational paralinguistic proposed by John Schuller. It is a current research area. And considering all these elements, these are the key contributions: a distributed average-based ensemble model, where the average of class probabilities of 3 distributed ML classifiers. We have used 3 classifiers named decision tree, random forest, and naive Bayes, and this is being employed in a distributed environment. And in order to analyze, in order to see how a distributed environment works, we need to have a very large data set. So we have combined the 3 publicly available dataset into an unified dataset, and we have compared the execution time. And the internal job execution of the distributed ML algorithms are explained with the help of directed acyclic graph. So in order to come to the distributed environment, we have used the Apache Spark. So Apache Spark is having an option for printing the directed acyclic graph. So we will be able to see how the distribution happens inside the distributed environment. So this is the proposed framework where we have used the 3 databases and we have combined the unified DB, and we have used certain pre-processing techniques, and the feature extraction has been done after the pre-processing, and a set of 62 features have been extracted after the feature extraction, and we have used the feature reduction to reduce the number of features, and 3 distributed machine learning classifiers have been used there. And the proposed ensemble model takes the average class probabilities of each machine learning classifiers, and it will predict the class labels. So these are the databases that we have used: the Ryerson audiovisual database, that is the RAVDIS database, SAVE database, and TEST database. So each are having the RAVDIS is having 1440. That means 12 male and 12 female actors will be there. So it is these all 3 datasets are being recorded in a controlled environment, like a particular sentence is given and these actors have to vocalize these particular sentences. And you can see here around 8 classes of emotions are being depicted over there. And we have created a unified database by combining the RAVDIS, SAVE, and TEST datasets. So these are the pre-processing steps that we have done. So initially we have mapped the particular emotion classes into integer labels, like from 0 to 8 we have mapped. So 0, 1 corresponds to neutral. So thereby you can see that 0, 8 corresponds to surprise. And we can see the neutral class in the RAVDIS dataset is having only 96 samples compared to 196 samples over the other emotion classes. So we have upsampled the neutral class to 192. And the particular calm class of the this data is removed as it is not being included in other data sets. So we will be considering only 7 emotions here. So this is the data set after balancing, and the size of the data set is also listed over there. And the feature extraction means we are using the Librosa library in the Python for extracting the features. So it is a Python library for music and audio analysis. So 26 features of the MEL frequency spectral coefficients were being extracted. So why MFCC means it uses the MEL scale. So MEL scale indicates the human perception of sound. It is being considered as the dominant feature corresponding to human emotion. In most of the features, most of the literatures, MFCC is considered as the main feature to categorize emotions. And next one is a spectral contrast. Spectral contrast means the while I'm talking, it will be having spectral peak and spectral valley will be there. So that particular feature is being considered as a spectral contrast. And while considering the audio signal as frames, we are taking the polynomial coefficients and root mean square energy. That means the amplitude values of the particular frames are also considered. And for feature reduction, we have employed the principal component analysis. So the particular experiment, as I have said, we have been using a distributed environment. So we are using the server that is being installed in the data science research lab of our department. So the particular cluster is having 1 name node and 2 data node servers. So the particular architecture is having a capacity of 768 GB. That means 256 for all the 3. So 256 into 3, it is 768 GB of RAM and 144 core processors. That means 48 core processors for each nodes. And the cluster supports Apache Spark, as I have already told, like we are using the Apache Spark for using the distributed ML classifiers. The Spark platform produces the directed acyclic graph. So we are using decision tree, random forest, and naive-based classifiers. And from the particular classifiers, we are taking the average of the probability value of each classifier. There is the ensemble model that is working. So each particular classifier is having a particular probability vector. And based on the probability vector, we are taking the average of the probability values, and the maximum value for the particular class is considered to be the predicted class. So that is how the ensemble model will work. So in order to train, before training a model, we have used the hyperparameter tuning and grid search. So the grid search and cross validation was performed on the ML classifiers. So based on a set of parameters, the best set of parameters have been selected. The reason for why, because while training a model with best set of parameters, it will increase the model performance. So the decision tree is having the maximum depth at 30 and maximum bin size as 20. And for random forest, we have got these many best parameters. And for naive-based, the smoothing parameter is 0.4. And as you can see, the comparison of the results over there, the orange color indicates the performance without the with the grid search. So you can see the blue color is without the grid search on both test dataset and unified dataset. And after performing grid search, you can see the increase in the accuracies after performing the grid search. So optimal parameters for a model result in more accurate predictions. So that is what we have inferred from this. And we have compared the execution time of different ML algorithms. So we have executed in without distributed environment and with distributed environment. So that is second one is we have used the cluster for executing our model, and you can see there only microseconds is needed for executing the particular classifiers on the unified DB, because it is the larger data set after combining all the 3 data sets. So for decision tree, we will be, if we are not using the distributed training, then we will be getting 4 minutes, 18 seconds to execute the particular unified DB in decision tree classifier. And if we are using a distributed environment, it is getting reduced to 46 microseconds. So that is the use of distributed environment while we are going to a real world setting. So as the size of the data set increases, the execution time gets decreased in a distributed environment. Capacity of? Yeah, this is not, if it is not distributed, I have run in my own systems, like it is not having the particular cluster configuration is not in my system. So there I have used it. Yeah, yes. So that is on the distributed environment only. Yeah. The comparison of the proposed model on different evaluation metrics is being displayed here. So the proposed ensemble model is having higher accuracy compared to the other three classifiers, and based on the three ML classifiers, random forest is giving much more accuracy than the decision tree and A-base, but the proposed ensemble model is having higher accuracy than the random forest because the misclassified samples of the ML classifier got correctly classified while we use the ensemble model. And the directed acyclic graph of naive base is being depicted over here. So the particular the data is get distributed over 144 cores, and it is being distributed to 155 jobs were created, and it creates a conditional probability distribution of each feature vector to find the class label. And here certain shuffle or map operations and partition operations are being performed in the directed acyclic graph. And this is an intermediate step. The first one is an intermediate stage, and the last one is the end stage. We cannot display all the graph in a particular slide, so we have used one intermediate stage and we have used one the last stage. So analyzing emotions in voice has a broad application in the field industry already, because we can see that the Siri, Cortana, Alexa is having the human computer interaction voice agent, but it lacks the emotion factor there. So so in order to build an emotionally intelligent vocal agent, it is a need in current industry. So the necessity of a fast interactive computation that runs in memory, enabling machine learning algorithm to execute quickly, is also a need, because we are going to the real world settings. The proposed average ensemble model can operate efficiently on larger data set. That is what we propose. So this can be used for even larger data set. Only we have used a 926 MB of data, but it can be used for higher, larger data set also. And I have used the LSTM models and all. So the next work will be on the use of distributed environment on deep learning models. So that will be considered as my next work. So this is the first work that we have started, and this is what we contribute. Thank you.
Any questions?
While taking the audio files as an input, how we are splitting that audio file to recognize the tones to match with the unified DB? You're taking input in that, obviously different sounds will be there to match your unified DB to classify which emotion it is, and how you are splitting the data, on what basis you are splitting.
Unified DB in the sense we are just combining all the audio samples only. We are not merging the data. So
suppose in a audio file only one sound will be available.
So so if I'm giving a sentence, I have to vocalize it in an anger tone. I have to vocalize it in a fear tone, sad tone. So like that way, particular samples will correspond to a particular emotion category only.
For example, continuously, if I shouted for long distance, then.
So that means it is in the real world settings you are telling, like it will be having mixed emotions. So that is a future work. Like currently we have used only the actor data set. It is in a controlled environment. So that is not in a natural environment. And while we consider the natural environment, we will be facing this kind of problems there. We have to face the mixed emotions. And
thank you.
Yes. Computational complexity means if you are using the directed acyclic graph, that is the particular execution flow of the distribution only. That is not like it is computational complexity means. No. It is just the execution flow only. How the data is getting distributed, what operations are being handled. So it will help while we are having.
Actually, it is the Spark execution flow.
It is an execution flow only. So if we have any, if we want to know what it is happening in between, the directed acyclic graph will help.
Okay. Within the Spark framework.
Yeah. Hmm. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we have used only the unified DB for depicting the execution time. So while we are considering the small data set, the time varies. Like if the data set is large, only the distribution. If you're working in a distributed environment, it helps in reducing the execution time. Yeah, yes, yes.
Exactly.
Only one data set only you have more only. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, like I was about to say, thanks. You almost captured the point what I really wanted to mention. Because like right now you have 900 MB of data.
Yeah, this is our
and,
first work, and
and almost like 144 cores. Literally no parallelization is happening there. No parallelization is happening there. Uh-huh. Hmm. Mm-hmm.
working on this.
Mhm. Yeah, Spark basically uses in-memory calculations. So basically, like it would be useful if it really needs that much of RAM. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Anyhow,
you.
thanks for the presentation. Okay. So now we can move to the paper number 6. It's a video presentation. Even the author is not there to take the questions. Okay. People, whoever is interested, please be here. Okay. You can play the video. And so
Hello, everyone. A very good morning, afternoon, evening to one of.
okay. So the paper is about a machine and deep learning framework to retain customers based on their lifetime value. Okay. And that's a video presentation. Okay. Right. Please.
Hello, I'm Kanan Kumaran. I'm here to present my paper for the BDA conference. Let me walk you through the slides. The title is A Machine and Deep Learning Framework to Retain Customers Based on Their Lifetime Value. Moving on to the motivation of my paper. In the retail industry, there is a lot of competition which forces business to spend a lot of money on marketing with acquiring new customers. However, in order to be really profitable, it is critical not only to attract the new consumers, but also to ensure that existing consumers stay with the firm for as long as feasible. This focuses my research on the customer's lifetime value. Knowing what motivates them helps firms in deciding what to do next, where to invest for ensuring a better customer relationship management strategy. And to my knowledge, and as research in the past works found to be beneficial for e-commerce marketing strategy to make an insightful decision. Moving on, the research question for this paper is majorly based on our investigation to what extent a machine and deep learning framework can retain customers based on the lifetime value. The major contribution of this research is a novel integrated analysis of the lifetime value and customer clustering, implementing unsupervised machine learning algorithms, deep neural network, and boosting techniques. Minor contribution as well for this research is to compare with probabilistic methods gamma and beta geometric negative binomial distribution. Moving on to moving on to the inference from all the related work, it is inferred that the state of art could be improved with additional data points and hyperparameters for better model training. Although deep neural network using artificial neural network has already been experimented to retain customers, the current research compares the deep neural network and machine learning considering customer segmentation model. Also, the state of art with regards to the customer segmentation indicates the usage of recency frequency monetary, which is the RFM factors for classification of customer profitable class. This research proposes deep learning integrated customer lifetime value along with the machine learning clustering to guide effective CRM strategy. This is the novelty of my research, which will be introduced with the deep neural network, and it compares to the other the state-of-art models such as gamma, linear regression, random forest, gradient boosting, and the K-means clustering. The research, moving on to the research methodology. As you can see from the graph here, we have 5 steps, namely data understanding, data preparation, data transformation, data modeling, and evaluation. The first step goes to the data understanding, which is fetching of the data from the UCI machine learning repository to perform the research. The second step was to prepare the data by performing several kinds of filtering out missing values to avoid incorrect CLV and customer classification prediction data cleaning steps such as outlier identification and removal, duplicate elimination, and value scaling was done. The third step, which was the data transformation, involved the generation of recency, frequency, monetary parameters for each of the customer ID. This is because research aims to predict the CLV based on the RFM model. Also, the classification of high, medium, and low customers was possible with the recency, frequency, monetary calculation. Moving on to the fourth step, which is the data modeling, involves the model training, model conversion, and model implementation. And the final step, which is the fifth one, it is the evaluation and results calculating by evaluating the performance of each of the deep machine learning models using accuracy, mean square error, mean absolute error, snake plot. Moving on to the next slide, which is the design specification. So basically, my design specification combines 2 components, which is the customer segmentation model and components of the customer lifetime value prediction models. Let's see the models of the customer segmentation. The customers were ranging from profitable to non-profitable can be formed by the execution of the RFM, which I will explain in the next slide. So basically, RFM is called as the recency. The recency parameter indicates how recently a customer made a purchase. The invoice and current date will be used to measure this. Frequency refers to the number of times a customer makes a purchase in certain time period. The frequency will be determined using the customer ID. And final is the monetary. The entire amount spent by the customer in all transactions is referred to as monetary. The total price and customer ID is used to measure this. So this was one of the model of customer segmentation. And also the machine learning model called K-means clustering was used to segment customers with similar characteristics into various clusters. This approach was found feasible compared to other models adopted, which was the hierarchical clustering was also used, but in performance and by the evaluation, using evaluation techniques, it was found that the K-means was more feasible. I will be discussing more on it in the moving slides. Coming to the next component of the segmentation is the customer lifetime value prediction model. Here, beta geometric binomial negative distribution method was used to determine whether or not a customer is alive or like active. And also, this model performs the prediction of customer purchases that are a portion of customer lifetime value using recency and frequency scores from the RFM. Next, the Gamma method was used to predict each customer's monetary value. Also, to report the relationship between two variables, the linear regression technique was used. So, compared to all of the machine learning and deep neural techniques, linear regression, random forest, gradient boosting, and deep neural networks were used as the components of the customer lifetime value prediction model. And a deep neural, it was determined that deep neural networks were more highly accurate compared to the other ones. Moving on to the implementation. The machine and deep learning framework was implemented using Google Colab, and Python language was used to carry out this research. The data source was loaded into the data frame using the pandas library. The detailed implementation of the code can be viewed in my GitHub repository, which is attached in my paper. So all of these codes helped me in preparing this paper and getting a perfect output to what I was expecting to find. Moving on to the evaluation. The evaluation of deep learning customer retention framework is performed using two evaluations or experiment, you can say. The first experiment is to evaluate the segmentation of customers. The second is to evaluate the CLV models. Evaluation of segmentation. The aim of this experiment was to compare customer segmentation undertaken using RFM analysis and clustering methods, which were the K-means and hierarchical, to guide the retail industry in determination of optimum segmentation. This model has to be compared. So this was achieved using heat map and snake plot for evaluation. The snake plot of K-means clustering for customer profitable classes are shown as K high, K mean, if you can refer the paper. This plot helps in the classification of customer group based on profitability and determines how well are the segments created. And on inference, the plot produced by the K-means indicates more diverged clusters with greater weightage than by manual RFM analysis. Also, heat map was used to find the relative importance and if the segmented groups are widely classified. On comparison of the mean values, it was discovered that K-means segmented RFM outperforms the other RFM segmentation level. Next was the evaluation of customer lifetime value models. The aim of this experiment was to evaluate the performance of gamma, beta geometric negative binomial distribution, deep neural network, linear regression, random forest, gradient boosting, using evaluation metrics such as mean squared error, mean absolute error, and R-square error. So on evaluating, we found the results as shown in this table, and it is clearly illustrated that the deep neural network outperforms the other models in terms of accuracy, which is shown with 71% and has the minimum mean absolute error. Moving on to the conclusion. The aim of this research is to investigate to what extent a deep learning customer retention can retain customers based on the lifetime value. Hence, the K means shows promising results for customer segmentation. Results demonstrate that deep neural networks show promise in terms of accuracy, as I showed in the result table. And it performs a linear regression with a difference of 3%. Also, in addition, the future work could be to optimize by experimenting new features and data samples for feasible model training. To improve the accuracy of the used models, a large sample size and longer time span can be utilized as input. Also, hyperparameterized tuning on parameters and integration of algorithms can be carried out as a part of future study. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Hello, so we are having a last session of BDA 2022 on 20th December 2022. And last session is tutorial 1. And this session will be chaired by Professor Ashok Kumar Das. He is a security expert in IIIT Hyderabad. So lot of research in security area. So I request Professor Ashok Kumar Das to chair this session.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you very much. So we are now having that tutorial 1, and title of the tutorial is Malware Analysis and Detections. And we have speaker, Dr. Hemant Rathore. He's a cybersecurity expert with more than 10 years of experience in industry as well as academia. So his current work focuses on the topic of adversarial robustness as well as explainability in malware detection models. His research interests are in the area of malware analysis, network security, machine learning, as well as operating systems. He has also guided a couple of undergraduate and postgraduate students in their independent research projects, and also published many research papers in reputed journals and conferences. So with this short introduction, so let me invite Dr. Hemant Rathore to start the tutorial on malware analysis as well as detection. Okay, so welcome. Okay.
So thank you, Professor Das, for the introduction. Yeah, so let's start. Now, I know, right, it has been a long day and we are towards the end, but I'm pretty confident that after attending this session, right, you will learn a lot, right? I'm pretty confident about it because none of the papers were talking about in this domain, which I'll be talking about particularly in this tutorial. Okay, so the tutorial is on Android malware detection using machine learning and deep learning. My name is Hemant Rathore, and I am assistant professor in Department of Computer Science, Bitspalani, Goa campus. Let me thank BDA for inviting me to do this tutorial on the topic. Not working. Not working. Why is it not moving? Not moving on the screen, right? Yeah, the pointer is okay. Can you call someone? It wasn't. Okay, so in the meantime, move it from here. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So what are the learning outcome of this talk? So let's talk about what we want to build here. So first, we want to understand the current security environment and challenges, and then we want to build next generation malware detection system. Why this is relevant? Because there are a lot of technical challenges and research gap in the existing literature as well as solutions. And this is a rat race. It's a game. It's a two-party game between malware designers and anti-malware community. Both are trying to outrun each other, right? Both are trying to outrun each other, and it's a two-party zero-sum game. Benefit of other first is loss for the other guy. So I'm going to talk about this in much more detail towards middle of my presentation. So that is why we want to study this part and how we want to build the malware detection system. So first we are going to talk about traditional malware detection system, and then we are going to talk about how machine learning and deep learning can be used to build these next generation detection systems. And then finally, we are going to also look into future directions. So the overview of this talk would be, I will start with the introduction followed by some prints. Then I will talk about literature in this domain. Then I'm going to talk about my 3 works which I have published in this domain, right? Permission-based malware detection models using machine learning and deep learning, robust malware detection models, adversarial attacks using Q-learning, robust malware detection models, learning from adversarial attacks and defenses, and finally, I'm going to conclude, right? So let's start with Let's start with introduction. So what is malware? The term malware comes from malicious software, M-A-L-W-A-R-E. According to Beers et al., malware is a software program that meets the harmful intent of a malware designer or a developer. According to NIST, malware enters the computer system without users' knowledge and performs some undesirable actions like stealing of information, sending spam emails, SMSs, bringing down the servers, etc., etc. Malware include viruses, worms, trojans, etc. Now, if you look into history, initially malwares were developed to show one's technical knowledge or for fun. The first malware which was designed was named as Creeper in 1970, and it just displayed some taunting message like, I am Creeper, catch me if you can. But today, it's a profit-driven industry, right? We can purchase exploit kit at some X price. We can even rent them on monthly basis, right? According to Cybersecurity Ventures, global cybercrime damage will cost 6 trillion USD in 2021, and it is expected to reach 10.5 trillion by 2025. Now, malware attack a computing platform, right? It might be a desktop, laptop, smartphone, IoT infrastructure, etc., etc. Here, I will be talking about smartphones, right? Why smartphones? Because the number of smartphones have been growing exponentially in the last decade. The graph on the left-hand side shows the number of smartphones sold in millions in the last decade. As you can see, this graph has been growing exponentially. So according to Statistica, 1.4 billion smartphones were sold in 2021. Right. According to a Cisco report, 5.4 billion unique smartphone users were there in 2020, which is roughly 69% of the global population. 69% of the global population, which is more than the people having electricity, bank account, running water, cars, etc., etc. So smartphones are used by almost everyone, right? They have penetrated deep into our society, and a security vulnerability in those devices can have an impact on a lot of customers, and it might have a cascading impact on huge amount of time as well. Now, smartphones use operating systems for resource management, right? So this graph shows the market share of different operating systems, smartphone operating systems in the last decade, right? In 2009, the market was pretty fractured with players like BlackBerry, iOS, etc., etc. But now, as of today, it is a duopoly of Android, right, with a market share of roughly 75%, and iOS, the market share of around 25%, and no others are less than 1%. Right? So that is why in this talk I'll be focusing on Android malware detection. Now, if you look into the number of malwares on Android platform, this graph shows about it. It talks about it, right? So this y-axis talks about number of malwares, and this x-axis talks about the years, right? So in 2008, the number of malware on Android ecosystem were roughly in single digit when Android was launched, and as of 2021, it has reached more than 50 million malwares on Android platform, right? Now we all download Android applications from Play Store, right? Even Google Play Store is not secure. Google has blocked roughly 1.2 million malicious and unwanted applications from its Play Store in 2021. So that even Play Store is not completely secured. This is about statistics, right? So what is the motivation here? So according to Cohen, right, it is impossible to come up with one generic algorithm which can detect all possible malwares, right? The currently malwares are thriving with 3 V's: volume, velocity, and variety. So volume you saw, right? The number of malwares have been growing exponentially. Sorry, the number of malware has been, so this is the volume part. Velocity, the number of malware generated each day, right, by automated methods have also been growing exponentially. Variety, new variants are also coming. Again, machine learning can be used here, which we have done it in this, which I'm going to talk about this in this lecture as well. So malware are growing with 3 V's: volume, velocity, and variety. And as a defender, we have to cope up with all these three challenges. So as I said, this is a game. It's a 2-player game. First player is malware designer. The second player is anti-malware community. Malware designers are trying to come up with more and more malware. Plus, they are trying to increase the sophistication and complexity of the attack. On the other hand, the good guys want to detect both old as well as new malware. Right. So we are trying to use machine learning, deep learning, artificial intelligence to build malware detection system. Right. So as I said, we're trying to use artificial intelligence to build malware detection system. So what is artificial intelligence? It's a form of applied statistics that learn from data and perform tasks based on the information it has learned. Right. There are two types of learning: supervised learning, unsupervised learning. In supervised learning, given a data and its corresponding label, you want to design a function that fits the data with minimum error for doing the prediction for unlabeled data. Example can be classification problem, regression problem. Unsupervised learning is given unlabeled data. You want to design a function that finds the pattern and structure in the unlabeled data. Example can be classification and regression. Right. In the literature, you will find both. In the literature, you will find malware detection is being solved using classification as a classification problem. Researchers have also used unsupervised learning added with classification models to algorithms to come up with better schemes. Right. Once we have built these models, we can measure its performance using performance matrices. So these are some list of the classification algorithm which we have used, right? Starting from classical to bagging to boosting to deep learning with multiple layers, CNN, LSTM, etc., to build malware detection models. So once we have built the models, we can check its performance using performance matrices, right? So these are the four fundamental performance matrices: true positive, true negative, false positive, false negative. So as I said, it's a classification problem, binary classification problem. Two classes, malware class and benign class. So when malware is predicted as malware or malware detected as malware, it is called true positive. When the detection engine is detecting benign as benign, then it is true negative. These are correct predictions. And then we have two incorrect predictions, false positive and false negative. Right. From these four, we can derive something called accuracy, which is correct predictions divided by total number of predictions multiplied by 100. These are the standard measures which you will see in any ML solution, right? We have additional performance metrics, which is called fooling rate, which I'm going to talk about in detail during my talk. So what is fooling rate? I'll give a definition to you right now. So fooling rate is also called as forced misclassification rate. So what we are trying to do during the later part of our talk is, I'm going to try to convert malicious samples, malware samples into adversarial samples. Adversarials, the property of adversarial samples is that they are forcefully misclassified as benign by the detection engine. So they are forcing classification model to do a misclassification. So fooling rate actually measures it. So the number of malicious samples successfully converted into adversarial samples, which can fool the detection engine, is calculated using fooling rate. I'm going to talk about that later during my talk. So don't worry, I'm just giving the definition right now. Right. So once we know the performance measures, now let's talk about the literature which has been done in this domain. Right. So this shows the overview of malware analysis and detection domain. Right. We can build detection engine based on the platform like Android, Windows, iOS, Linux, etc., We are focusing on Android malware detection for this talk. Right. Malware can be studied based on its taxonomy. Right. Virus, worms, trojans, hybrid malware, etc., There are two types of malware: first generation malware, second generation malware. Right. Think from a malware designer's perspective. Right. What he wants to do? He wants to write a code which performs a malicious activity. The second thing he wants to do is do something so that it can evade the detection system. Right. So you have a fixed malicious code, and there is another code which sort of protect this code from detection. Because if the detection engine is able to detect this malicious code, it is probably going to block it, delete it, or hibernate it. Right. So from malware designer's point of view, he has to do two things: write the malicious code and do something which can stop the detection engine to detect this malicious code. Right. So in first generation malware, the malware code remains fixed. Right. The first part remains fixed. In second generation malware, there are both the components are there, right? So first, malicious code. The second is something to evade the detection system. So evasion techniques can be like encryption method, right? So instead of storing the malware malicious code as it is, you will encrypt it and store it. So the detection engine cannot detect it, right? You can do polymorphism, you can do metamorphism to evade the detection system. So very the literature is very well documented here if you want to read about it. So you have two types of malware, right? Then you have, when you know about malware, you can analyze the malware using two strategies: static analysis, dynamic analysis. In static analysis, we look into the malware code to find some features that can help us in identifying that malware, right? So in static features, we look into the code. In dynamic analysis, we run the malware into a controlled environment, emulator, simulator, etc., and try to find features that can help us in detecting the file as malware, right? So example of static feature is Android permission, right? So we all download Android applications. Then whenever we are installing it, it will ask, right? The application will ask, can that application use Wi-Fi, SMS, gallery, etc., etc. So you're giving permissions, yes and no, right? Based on the permission usage, I can determine whether the application is malicious or benign, right? I'm going to talk about that later on as well. And based on system call. So permission is a static feature. I can look into the code and try to understand which permissions it is using. And based on that, I can tell whether the test application is malicious or not. System call, right? So we can run the application in a controlled environment and see which system calls it is doing, right? And study those system call patterns to find whether the test file is malicious or not, right? So both the techniques are well studied in the literature as well. Now, there are some traditional ways of detecting the malware: signature, heuristic, behavior, and we are trying to use machine learning and deep learning to build next generation malware detection systems. So as I said, you have two types of malware: static malware or first generation malware, where the code remains fixed. With all these malware, basically they are malicious code with some specific property. So what is a property of a virus? Virus is a piece of code that attaches itself to a benign program and is activated by the benign program or the host program. This is a property of a malicious file and it is of virus. Then you have worm. Worm is a standalone malicious program which run independently. Then you have Trojan, spyware, ransomware, hybrid malware. So all these are different types of malware, right? Now, these are called first generation malware, right? The malicious code is there. Now you want something to evade the detection system. So for that, what you have is called obfuscation techniques, right? A malicious code and then an obfuscation technique which modifies this code again and again to evade the detection system. So obfuscation technique can be adding garbage code like NOP instruction, doing compression, doing encryption, changing flow, package renaming, source encryption, etc., etc. So all these techniques can be used to evade the detection system. So this, when you combine first generation with second generation with obfuscation technique, then you come up with something called second generation malware. Now, so once we know the malware, right, then let's talk about its detection techniques. So signature-based detection system and heuristic-based detection systems are heavily used today. And then we are trying to use machine learning to build a next generation malware detection system. So what is signature-based malware detection system? So what is signature? Signature is a unique string that helps us in identifying a malicious sample. It's just like a hash from a file, right? I mean, in general terms, you have a file, you generate a hash and store it in a database. And that can help you in identifying it as a malicious file or not. So the problem is signatures are often generated, decimated, and maintained by domain experts. So this is one of the bottleneck of signature-based detection system, right? According to a system study, typical time window between malware release and its detection is roughly 54 days, 2 months, right? So by the time malware might have done a lot of damage, ransomware might have created a havoc. The same study also pointed out that 15% of the samples are still undetected after 6 months. The problem with signature-based detection techniques is it's a reactive approach. What do you mean by reactive approach, right? We build signature once we have a malware sample, right? Once the attack is done, then only you can build a signature. So that is why you react to the attack. So that is why it's a reactive approach. So it doesn't help us in saving from something called zero-day attack. So the day malware is deployed, can you detect it? So that is called zero-day attack, right? With signature-based, we cannot come up with something called zero-day defense, right? It's a reactive approach. So to come up with zero-day, to stop zero-day attacks, right? What we have is something called heuristic-based detection. So heuristic-based detection is essentially domain experts will try to write rules and patterns that can help us in discriminating malicious and benign files. rules and patterns should be generic enough to detect variants of the same malware family without raising false alarm, right? So it's a proactive rate. Suppose think about it, block all the ports except one. That's a heuristic. There are much more complicated heuristics to that, but a simple heuristic can be block all the ports, stop a keyword. Those things can be basic heuristics. So it's a proactive approach. The only problem is it needs domain knowledge to write those rules. And the other thing is it has high amount of false alarms. So when you look into the current malware detection system, which runs on your machine, it looks something like this. It has two parts. This part, the client part, run on your laptop. This part runs on AV infrastructure, antivirus company's infrastructure. So how it is done? So a crawler from antivirus company will scan the internet for potential malware samples. Once it finds a potential malware sample, a domain expert will look into it and try to generate a signature or heuristic to detect it. That heuristic or signature will be stored here, and it will be synced on your local machine when you update virus definitions, right? And whenever you're running antivirus on your machine, right, it will take a file, test file, generate a signature of it, match the test signature in all with the signatures in the database. If the signature matches, then it is a hit. That means the test file is malicious. Otherwise, it is benign. Next test file is taken. So that is how a traditional malware detection engine works. But it has two bottlenecks, as I already pointed out, right? You need a domain expert to generate signatures or heuristics. And of course, given you have 50 million samples malwares today, and tomorrow it might be 1 billion and even more than that, how do you manage the search here, right? So you cannot improve search too much. So this also becomes a bottleneck, right? So to solve these two problems, can we use machine learning and deep learning? So this is a typical framework which you might have already seen many times. So we have also used this framework, which is malware detection models using machine learning, right? And deep learning, 5-step framework: data collection, followed by feature extraction, followed by EDA, followed by using classification algorithm, followed by analyzing the results. So data collection is essentially you can collect some malicious Android applications, some benign Android applications. Then you perform static or dynamic or hybrid analysis, right? That is used for feature extraction, right? You perform those analysis to come up with features, and with features you can build a feature vector. Once you have built the feature vector, you can understand the feature vector using EDA techniques, exploratory data analysis, like correlation analysis, feature reduction methods, etc., etc. And then you can use different classification algorithms like machine learning, deep learning, ensemble, etc., etc., to build malware detection models, and then you study the result. So let me talk about one of those works in this quickly in 5 minutes. So we started with three research problems. One is we wanted to see, do malware designers use specific Android permissions to perform malicious activity? That is one thing which we wanted to study here. The second research question was, can we reduce the number of permissions in the original set to come up with efficient malware detection system? And then the third thing we wanted to see is, do malware detection models based on machine learning tend to use less computational resources as compared to deep learning counterparts? So what is the problem definition here, right? So given a data set D containing n Android applications, the data set D is divided into two parts: subset M, subset B. M contain malicious applications, B contain benign applications. We assume that the number of malicious and benign applications are roughly the same to sort of solve the class imbalance issue, right? So D is defined as app I, class I, for I equals to 1 to n, right? Where app I is ith Android application and class I is the class label of that application. So as I said, it's a binary classification problem. Class 0 and class 1. 0 signifies benign class, 1 signifies malicious class. So given this data set, right, you want to extract the features. You want to sort of extract some features that can represent these Android applications, right? So you want to represent these Android applications using some features that can be Android permissions, intents, etc., etc. Once you have extracted those features, you can build a malware detection model F using classification, using machine learning or deep learning algorithms. Once you have built this model F,
you can measure its performance using accuracy FP2, true positive, false positive, etc. etc. Yeah. Yes. No, which data set we are talking about? Okay, so I'll come to your question towards the end. Okay, you'll get it. I will again point out to the fundamental problems I pointed out. You are correct in pointing out at something, but I will talk about that towards the end. Okay. Yeah, so this is a typical framework which we have built: data collection followed by feature extraction, followed by feature engineering, followed by building a classification model. Collecting malicious applications, collecting benign applications, doing static analysis to extract Android permissions, then did some EDA, normalization, correlation analysis, did some feature reduction, and then used some classification algorithms, right, like traditional, ensemble, and DNN, and finally analyzing the results. Right, so the data set, driven data set. So this, okay, so data set, we had malicious samples and benign sample. Malicious samples were coming from driven data set. It's a publicly available data set. They have roughly 5.5K malicious samples from various families like fake installer, etc., etc. It's a pretty standard database with a lot of citations. We have experimented these experiments on roughly 3 more data sets. So these results are more or less applicable on almost all the data sets which we have experimented. Yes, for benign samples, we downloaded 8,000 applications from Google Play Store. As I already told that even Google Play Store is not secure, right? So we validated these applications using virustotal.com. Virustotal.com is essentially a proprietary of Google, which aggregates the results of roughly 50 plus antiviruses. So we label an application as benign only when all the antiviruses from virustotal.com were saying that a particular application is benign. Right? The final data set is roughly 5.5K malicious and 5.5K benign applications. Right. So once we have the data set, we did feature extraction. So we had roughly 11K samples. Right. Now we did static analysis to extract Android permissions. Right. So I talked about permissions. Right. Why did we use permissions? Because the principal security protection on Android platform is driven by Android permission system. Right. So it is designed that way. Right. Whenever Android has thought that whenever you want to access a resource, you will ask for a permission associated with it. So by analyzing this, we might want to build a detection system, right? So once we have extracted the permission, okay, so to extract the permissions, we can disassemble the Android applications using APK tool, and then wrote a parser, right, to understand which permission is used where, and roughly we had 197 system defined permissions. So the final feature vector looked something like this, right? Now EDA, right? So we did some EDA to find out whether some permissions are heavily used by malicious applications and benign applications, and this is normalized frequency of permission usage of malicious and benign applications. The blue bar represent benign applications, and malicious and red one represent malicious one. So we found out that access network state, which is a permission, is heavily used by benign application. Internet is heavily used by benign application. On the other hand, send SMS, read phone state is heavily used by malicious application. So this sort of analysis helped us in understanding that malware designer do use some certain malicious, some permissions to perform malicious activity, right? So based on this analysis, we can sort of claim that. We also did correlation analysis where we found out that certain permissions are used in tandem with each other to perform malicious activity, and we found that, right? So for example, send SMS is used with read SMS is used with write SMS, send SMS is used with receive SMS. So certain permissions are used in tandem to each other to perform malicious activity. So these are our basic EDA techniques. Then we did feature reduction, right? We had 197 features, and this invites curse of dimensionality. So we looked into feature reduction as well. Right? So 4 feature reduction methods: original data reduction using various threshold. So it's an attribute subselection method, right? You select from N, you select some features, right? And then you have 2 attribute creation methods like PC and deep learning autoencoder, right? Autoencoder with 1 layer, 3 layers. And from 197 in original, we didn't reduce here anything. Here with BT, we were able to reduce 16, PCA 16, and so on. Detailed analysis you can find in the paper. So how did we come up with 16? We have plotted a graph and we were able to justify it. How did we come up with 16 here? Justified in the paper, right? Because my talk is more about something else. So I'm just quickly skimming through these. Right. Once we have to do the feature reduction, we use different classification algorithms from traditional to ensemble to deep learning. And this is how the final results look like, right? Column number 1 talks about different feature reduction method. Then you have classification algorithms used, and then there are performance measures, right? To just sort of summarize this one, highest accuracy was achieved by full data, all features with random forest. The accuracy was 94%. That means give me 100 test samples, I'm able to predict correctly for 94 samples. AUC was also pretty high, 98. If we reduce the number of features from 197 to 16, right, the accuracy reduction was not much, right, less than 1%, right. And the deep learning models were taking a lot of train and test time as compared to the machine learning counterparts, right. So when we compare our models with the most popular 10 antiviruses, our detection rate was pretty high in terms of 90s, in range of 90s. Whereas in different antivirus, it is less than 80%. Right? These are the most popular 10 antiviruses. To summarize this part of the talk, right, the malware detection models can be built using machine learning and deep learning. Right, the accuracy we were able to achieve was 94%. Right, if we want to reduce the number of features, we can reduce it to 16. Only 8% we are considering reducing it to 16, and we get still the accuracy in 90s, 93.3. But we are able to drastically reduce the train and test time, right? Deep learning models are taking high amount of train and test time, and they have massive computational penalty, right? Any sort of questions till now, right? So this part is easy. It is not fun. Fun starts now. Okay, please. I cannot list out in the paper because they will chase me. Okay, I was working with one of the companies. But of course, if you write an informal mail, I can tell you. Nothing to, I cannot publicly claim them. Right? Okay. Any other doubts? Yeah. So let's move to this part, right, which is robust malware detection models, adversarial attacks using Q-learning. Right. So once we have built these malware detection models using machine learning and deep learning, I'm going to deploy these at the customer end. Now, look from a bad guy or a malware designer's perspective, what he wants to do. He wants to do something so that he can evade those malware detection models built using machine learning and deep learning. That would be his primary job, right? So, right, once we have built these models and deployed at the customer end, a bad guy will do something so that he can evade the detection system, these malware detection models. Right, so as I said, it's a rat race. Right, it's a rat race, it's a game, it's a two-party game. Right, whenever you are making a solution and deploying at the customer end, a bad guy will do something. So he will, adversary, the bad guy, will try to analyze my model, make a sort of attack out of it, and then do the attack. As a defender, I'm going to analyze the attack and then prepare countermeasures like feature adding, retraining, etc., etc. So this is called reactive game, right? Reactive game. What we are talking about is something called proactive. So once we have built these malware detection models using machine learning and deep learning, we are not going to deploy them at customer end. We will behave like good guy, we will behave like an adversary, right? And attack our own model to find vulnerabilities in our own model, right? So we want to find vulnerabilities in our own model, and then we want to assess or evaluate the vulnerabilities, fix them using countermeasures, and then put it on the customer end, right? So malware detection models using machine learning and deep learning, you are never going to deploy at the customer end directly because the bad guy will break it like anything, and I'm going to prove it with my results, right? So you want to first check its adversarial robustness before deploying it at the customer end, which is called proactive arms race. You want to stay superior in this game. And this falls under the broad area of something called threat modeling of adversarial attacks. So threat modeling is defined based on 4 tuples: adversary's goal or attacker's goal, right? So as you understand, 2 players, right? Good guy, bad guy. Adversary is the bad guy. So what is the, so we are modeling the adversarial attacks on our system, right? So it can be studied based on 4 parameters, 4 tuples. What is the goal of the adversary? He can try to do integrity attack, availability attack or privacy attack, right? That can be the goal for the adversary on my ML model. Attacker might have knowledge about my system. So knowledge can be defined based on training data, feature set, classification algorithms, or classification function it might have used, right? So here, right, if all the three things or all the four things, training data, feature set, and classification algorithm is known, right, to the adversary, then we assume it, then we call it as a white box scenario. Everything is known to the adversary. If none of the things are available, then it is called black box scenario for the adversary. And if partially few of the things are known to the guy, the adversary, then we call it as a gray box scenario. Okay. Now, so once we have studied the adversary's knowledge, then adversary might have different capabilities to attack my system, to attack my ecosystem, right? So adversary might have access to read the applications which I have used for building the model, modify, append, right? So evasion attack is a category of attack when the adversary has capability to modify my test applications, test sample, right? So we have a data set, train data, test data. So if the adversary has capability to modify my test application, then it is called evasion attack. When the adversary has capability to modify my training data, then it is called poisoning attack. And to do these attacks, the adversary will modify, do some perturbations, right? So perturbations are defined by these parameters. I'm going to talk about them subsequently. So let me sort of redefine my problem definition here. So we have built the malware detection model using machine learning and deep learning, right? The model F has been made, right? But the adversary, the bad guy, will try to attack this F to reduce its performance, right? It's a game, as I said, right? Now, how he's going to do? So he's going to build a function G, right? So adversary can design a false negative evasion attack G, right? Which transform the malicious applications into adversarial applications by adding noise to them. So essentially a malicious application, add delta to it with the help of this G and convert that into adversarial application. What is the property of this adversarial application? You look here, right? So my function F, if I pass my application to it, it will give me that this application is malicious in nature. But the modified, the adversarial copy of it will be of different class. So this is malicious class, this most likely will be benign class. So my adversarial samples force the classification models to force the model to do misclassifications, right? Malicious applications misclassified as benign by the detection engine. So once the malware, once the bad guy is able to build this G, he will convert all the malicious applications or try to convert all the malicious applications into adversarial application to perform massive pooling and drastically reduce the performance of F, my detection model, right? So this is what the bad guy will do, right? Now, as a good guy, as an adversary aware anti-malware developer, I should be able to foresee these attack scenarios and prepare the defense to counter them, right? To win the game, right? So this is what we want to do now. So we did threat modeling. Threat modeling is a huge domain. We took a subset of it, and I'm going to talk about that particular subset. So the goal was to do an integrity attack. That means I'm modifying the integrity of the malicious application and converting them into adversarial application, adding delta to them, right? This one. Malicious application, add delta to them to convert that adversarial one, so that they're forcefully misclassified as benign by the detection engine. That is called integrity attack. So we designed two attacks, SPA, single policy attack, MPA, multi-policy attack. SPA for white box scenario, MPA for gray box scenario. We assume that the adversary has capability of doing evasion attack. That means he can modify the test samples. He's targeting the malware class. So it's a targeted attack. So as an adversary, I can attack malware class, I can attack benign class, but I'm doing a targeted attack on malware class here. And I'm trying to improve or increase the false negative rate here. Now, there are some limitations to converting these malicious applications into adversarial applications. So that is called perturbation limitations, right? So whenever we are adding delta, we want to add minimum data because there is a cost associated with adding the delta. We do not have flexibility to modify applications too much because there is a cost. Plus, whenever you do any modifications in the malicious application, it should be syntactically, semantically, and behaviorally possible. right? So this is the framework we propose to build robust malware detection models, right? So the first 3 stages remain as it is: data collection followed by feature extraction followed by malware detection models. So malicious application, benign applications, static analysis, Android permissions, and then using different classification algorithms build the malware detection models. Now, fourth step is basically you build a reinforcement learning agent to convert these malicious applications, the red one, into adversarial applications. The property of these adversarial applications that these are actually benign, malicious applications, but forcefully misclassified as benign by the detection engine. And that reduces my performance of my detection models. So this is after the attack. What we want to do as a good guy is we want to correctly classify these adversarial applications into malicious applications. So this is the difference we want to put in the picture here. Right? Anything? Any doubts? Yes. Yes. So as I said, I'm doing an evasion attack. So evasion attack assumes that the adversary has capability to modify test data, right? So that is, and this is pretty real world as well, right? This is pretty close to real world. So you take an application, right? Malicious application, add some perturbation, put it into Google Play Store, right? If the Google Play Store bouncer is not able to detect it, then you are able to fool its detection engine, right? Yes. So yeah. So as I said, we are using a reinforcement learning, a Q learning agent here to convert malicious applications into adversarial application. So Q learning is essentially so we modeled this as a MDP problem, Markov decision tree problem, and then sort of build a Q learning agent. So it has 2 parts. One is train part, another is test part. So train part you can read in the paper itself. I'm talking about the test part or the attack part directly. Okay. So let's assume that we have a Q agent based on Q table, right, or Q learning. Now this agent will take a sample from malicious database, right, and this environment will pass those samples to the agent. Agent will look into those samples and suggest some delta, some perturbations to it. Those perturbations will be done by environment and will be checked with detection engine. If the detection engine says that the malicious sample is converted into benign, it will be stored, that malicious application will be stored in adversarial malware database. Otherwise, some more perturbations are needed, which will be informed here, and some more perturbations will be done, and this is in the loop format, right? This is how we do it, right? So this is SPA, and in MPA, we train multiple Q tables or Q learning agents, and they attack in tandem with each other to convert a malicious sample into adversarial sample. Right? So you can look into the paper and find more details about it. So let me talk about the results, which are quite good, right? So this is the result of attack on malware detection models using SPA, single policy attack, only one Q table, right? So on the y-axis, you have different classification algorithms: logistic, SVM, DT, RF, ADA boost, extra tree, gradient boost, DNN, right? And these are the baseline accuracies, the basic accuracy, right? So we saw RF achieving an accuracy of roughly 93%, right? On the x-axis, you have something called fooling rate. Percentage of the malicious samples successfully converted into adversarial sample or misclassified as benign. So with one perturbation, light blue, with one perturbation, roughly I'm able to convert 20% of the malicious applications into adversarial applications, right? And with 5 perturbations, right, I'm roughly able to convert 45% of the malicious applications into adversarial applications, which can fool these detection models. With MPA, right, with multi-policy attack, right, it was more powerful, right? With one perturbation, I'm able to get a fooling rate of roughly 30%, and with 5 perturbation, I'm getting a fooling rate of roughly 55%. That means, give me a sample, I will convert that. There is a 50% chance that I will convert that into an adversarial sample and can pass it to any of these detection model, and it will be classified as benign, forcefully misclassified as benign, right? So this is the part, this is the attack strategy here. So we know that these models are vulnerable to adversarial attack. If you deploy it at the customer end and a bad guy knows about it, he will break the back of these models. So we propose defense, right? So one of the defense strategy we explored is called adversarial retraining, proposed by Goodfellow et al. In 2015, where he said that you train the models with adversarial samples to improve their adversarial robustness. So whatever adversarial samples we generated, we retrain our models to patch up the vulnerabilities, and then we re-attack the models to check their adversarial robustness, right? So again, the same sort of graph. Y-axis talks about the different classification models, and x-axis talks about the fooling rate. So previously with SPA, my fooling rate was roughly 20%. Now it is with one perturbation, it is roughly 10%, and with 5, it is roughly 20%. And with MPA also, it improved a lot. So to summarize, right, malware detection models are built using machine learning and deep learning are vulnerable to adversarial attacks. We designed an SPA for white box scenario, which achieved a fooling rate of roughly 44% with 5 perturbations. So I'm doing only 5 modifications in an application, not huge number of modifications, right? And I can fool 8 diverse set of detection models. MP achieved a fooling rate of roughly 54%, right? With 5 modifications against 8 detection model. And when we did adversarial retraining, the fooling rate was reduced from 44 to 15% and from 53 to 29%. So defense did improve the adversarial robustness. So let me move towards the last chapter of this talk, which is robust malware detection models, learning from adversarial attacks and defenses. So we wanted to extend our study, right? And we wanted to check whether this is only happening with Android permissions, or this might happen with any other feature. So we took one more feature, which is called Android intents, right? Android intends to build malware detection models and check their adversarial robustness, right? So we expanded our study to check whether only one feature is vulnerable or multiple features are vulnerable. So we checked for intents. We try to improve the fooling rate. So roughly, initially we were getting a fooling rate of roughly 50%. Can we improve it to 95% or 100%, right? So that means give me a malicious sample and I will convert it into an adversarial sample, and it can fool any detection model. This is what we are aiming here. Right. We also want to understand what sort of perturbations are getting added, right? We are adding permissions, we are adding intents, but what sort of perturbations are getting added, and can we come up with more defense strategies, right? So these things we wanted to explore. So this is the framework we proposed. Now we have improved on our attack strategy. So first three blocks remain same: data collection, right? So data collection, benign samples, malicious samples. Then you have the complete data set. You did static analysis, come up with 2 feature vector, Android permission, Android intent, right here, and then based on 2 features, and then use machine learning, deep learning to build malware detection models. This remains same. Then again, you want to convert these malicious applications into adversarial application using an agent. So we designed a GAN, gradient-based attack here, right? So GAN essentially convert these malicious applications into adversarial applications that are currently misclassified as benign, but should be classified as malicious by the detection engine. So we expanded our study. As I said, we are exploring with 2 features and lot more classification models, right? Algorithms, right? So initially we had only 1 deep learning model. Now we have multiple of these guys. We have even tested with, not in this talk, but we have tested with LSTM and other stuffs as well. And we can fool those models as well. Right. So this talks about the baseline models, right? When we build till this point, point number 3. So when we build these models, column number 1 talks about different classification algorithm. Column number 2 talks about building detection models using Android permission. And column number 3 talks about building models using Android intents. With permissions, I'm getting an accuracy in range of 90s, AUC in terms of 90s. In intent, I'm getting an accuracy of in roughly 80s, but AUC is still very high in roughly 90s. Right. I'm not worried about accuracy, because when I'm saying that the accuracy is 90%, which is well accepted in the community, right? You don't, of course, you want to improve it to 99%, but if you have a fooling rate of 100%, then this is of no use. Right. So we did threat modeling again, right? So we are again doing an integrity attack for gray box scenario, where we assume that the adversary has knowledge about the data set in the feature vector, but doesn't know which of the classification algorithm was used to build a detection model. Right? Again, an evasion attack. Adversary has capability to modify test samples only, targeting the malicious family. False negative attack, trying to improve the false negative rate. We are trying to add minimum number of perturbations, and we make sure that the perturbations are syntactically, semantically, and behaviorally possible. Right? Now, so we propose a GAN-based attack, GAN, Gradient Adversarial Attack Network. So we basically train a network, right, a 3-layer DNN, right? And basically the idea here is based on the gradients, the highest gradient should be modified first. That was the point, right? So we trained a GAN, DNN based on gradients, and that model essentially was suggesting which permission needs to or which intent needs to be modified. So this is the algorithm which you can see in the paper, well published in the paper, read about it. Right, so let me talk about the results. So pooling rate achieved against permission-based malware detection models. On the x-axis, you have number of perturbations, 1 perturbation, 2 perturbation, 3 perturbation, 10 perturbation. On the y-axis, you have pooling rate. When and then you have different classification algorithms here. When 1 perturbation, I am roughly able to convert 25% of the malicious sample into adversarial samples. With 10 perturbations, 10 modifications, I can convert, I'm getting a roughly pooling rate of 100%. I can convert any malicious application into adversarial application, which can fool any of these detection model without adversary knowing about it. So we have a pooling rate of roughly 95, 98% or something, right? Again, permissions, against permission. Intent, roughly the same story, 1 bit, 1 perturbation, 25%, 10 perturbation, roughly 95%, right? So 90%, 95% pooling rate says that you're able to convert 95% of the malicious applications into adversarials. We wanted to understand which permissions or intents were getting added. And when we sort of logged that, we found that certain permissions or intents are heavily used by agent to convert them into adversarial applications. And this set is actually used by malware guys also to convert to perform malicious activity, right? So in the starting, I showed you a chart. So this was pretty overlapping with that chart. And this intent also, we found that. So certain permissions and intents were heavily used by the agent and malware designers to convert malicious applications into adversarial applications. We use 3 defense strategies. We designed 3 defense strategies: adversarial retraining, GAN-based defense, and hybrid distillation. So GAN is basically GAN. This is GAN. So basically, you train a network, right? Generator network, discriminator network, right, to generate adversarial samples and do sort of adversarial retraining. Hybrid distillation is derived from distillations proposed by Papernote et al. Essentially, it's a transfer learning framework which says that instead of training the model only on class label, you use class label as well as probability values to train your model. So this is what we found, right? Right. Robustness of permission-based malware detection models. Right. So DT, and then you have accuracy on the y-axis. Initially, my accuracy was roughly 95%. It's not shown here, but here. Right. When we attack our model, the accuracy is reduced to 50%. Right. So think about it. Drastic fall in the accuracy here from 95 to 90 to 50%. And then when we put defense into picture, right, adversarial retraining or GAN defense or hybrid distillation, and we re-attack our models, the adversarial robustness did improve, right? For almost all the classification models or algorithms, you can see. Same story happened with intents as well. Right, so in summary, right, what we found that the malware detection models using machine learning and deep learning, given a good attack, right, can have a fooling rate of roughly 90% with just 10 modifications. Right, defense do improve the adversarial robustness as well as detection accuracy. So finally, to conclude, right, we can build malware detection models using machine learning and deep learning. They can be effective as well as efficient as compared to their traditional counterparts, but these models might be vulnerable to adversarial attacks. So we might want to do threat modeling, right, to check their adversarial robustness. Threat modeling is an essential step. The keyword is essential step before any real world deployment to achieve adversarial superiority in the game. Right. In future or currently we are looking into explainability of our malware detection models. I have a couple of publications in this area as well. And then we have incremental learning. Why we need incremental learning? Because every day new samples are getting generated and you don't want to retrain the model every day. Right? So how we can, with minimum sort of addition, we can sort of include the new changes. Labeling is again an issue and so on. So I want to stop with these two quotes, right? So John McAfee in 1988. So John McAfee is essentially, McAfee is the owner of McAfee antivirus, said, the problem of viruses is temporary and will be solved in 2 years. And right now we are in 2022. You have added 35 years, right? So our hypothesis here is security is an endless zero-sum game between malware developers and anti-malware community. The anti-malware community should always think, design, and develop to stay superior in this game. Thank you. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Yeah, so any questions, anything? So you are free to ask. Okay. Questions? Any questions? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so again, I got your answers. As I got your question. Let me point out that the problem here is none of the companies are only relying on one sort of model to detect all the malwares, right? It's an ensemble, right? Today also, if you look into your antivirus, it's an ensemble of signature, heuristic, behavior, and couple of machine learning models. So one of the model might be looking into historical data, another model might be looking into current data. Just as an example, right? Because you want to detect both old as well as new models. One of the detection model might be looking into a specific malware family as well. So it's an ensemble of models which is telling me to sort of raise an alarm if it is a malware sample in my system. Any more questions?
Sir, people are using costly softwares as cracks. So under which category they come and how harmful they are?
So cracks can also be generated using reinforcement learning, right? How do you generate a crack, right? You can write an agent, right, which can try all possible keys and learn from it, and then give you one key to sort of open the
during
file.
the process, they are asking us to stop the antivirus and install.
No. So I'm saying that in this talk, I talked from both the perspective, a bad guy and a good guy, right? So what you're saying is you have a software, you want to open it, you want to write a crack to open it, right? So you are behaving like a bad guy to open the software, maybe you to use it for public or maybe for your personal use, right? That is what you want to achieve. So you can write an agent, which we did, right, to sort of break the system, right? Again, this same information can also be used by the good guy to check whether you are doing that attack or not and put defense so that your agent cannot open the file itself. You got it, right? So as I said, it's both. So again, whatever fix the companies are giving, they always think that a bad guy might be doing it and they put a defense upfront before the attack actually happens. Any more questions, please? Hardness. Define hardness. What do you mean by hardness here? No, you build a function, you design a function. So my function here would be a reinforcement learning agent, right? Which is essentially learning from the data, right? So that it can evade the detection system, right? Data is changing every day, yes. Okay. Yeah, so you improve on this G, you improve on this F every day. You cannot, these cannot be fixed, right? These guys cannot be fixed, right? Because you have new samples every day, right? The distribution changes every day. So yeah, so then you have this part, which is again a sort of open challenge in our community, which is incremental learning, right? Every day you have data, right? You have historical data, you have new data, how to incorporate it. So again, that is again a challenge. It has been for last 20 years, it is going to be for next 50 years, right? If you are using machine learning models as well, it is going to be there, right? Yeah. Any more questions?
Yeah. No questions, right? Yeah. Okay, so actually the Professor Rajendra questions was a little bit tricky. So he wanted to know that basically that you define the advantage functions, okay, of the adversary. Can it be actually very negligible? So in that sense, while designing that value of G, right? So can you go to that one?
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe you have to sort of rephrase your question. Maybe I didn't get it. Please. We are building that G of Ape. Yeah. Yes. Oh, I got it. Yeah. So again, G is not fixed. G is actually a model or a function which has learned over a particular data. And you said correctly that it is going to shift or change when you change the data set. But what we found that, so this is with one data set. We have checked with 3 more data sets, and the results almost look same, right? So you're correct that, but we also found out that these gradient-based attacks does work for multiple data sets, right? So these vulnerabilities are there in any data set, we know. No, but I didn't get it. Yeah, so ensemble is a model, right? It's so we have used ensemble methods, right? Yeah, so we can fool ensemble models as well. We can fool DNNs also, right? But as you are correctly pointing out that a G can be for a particular data set. But what I'm saying is that gradient-based attack is applicable across multiple data sets that we have validated. We have achieved the same pooling rate, right? So if I train it on different data set, this gradient-based attack does work. This Q-learning-based attack does work. This DQN attack does work. The basic attack does work. Any more questions?
Yeah, so let us thank the speaker. So it was a very, very nice talk. And also that I hope that it has very bright futures in malware detections, specifically under the setting of AIML attacks scenario. And the final questions to you. And what is the future of your malware detections?
So as I said, it's a game, right? We want to stay superior in this game, right? So this is one thought process is, can we come up with some mathematical formation, right, to stay superior, right? These are all statistical driven, right? So this is going one step ahead. Can I say even if the adversary is taking 9 steps, 10th step is mine, right? So I can always be staying always ahead would be a mathematical solution, trying to design a mathematical solution there, right? So this is n+1 step I'm ahead.
Okay,
right?
right.
Can I come up with a function
where
I'm always ahead?
Yeah, so a little token from your conference.
Thank you.
So thanks a lot. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I think that our session is over, right? Yeah, okay. All right.
Just a minute.